Hello everyone, it's me, Doomlink, and welcome back to the Live Hunt series. I don't even have the desire to do an introduction because I want to share with you the conversation that I've just had. Not a very lengthy one, but fairly clear, fairly difficult to misunderstand. Need anything? Lynn says, you can post first. Dominic says, gourmet vouchers are my current target, so he can speak English and obviously comprehend English. And then I said, to steal Ura, meaning Uragaan, and he just put this on the board. So I'm not sure if he's taking the piss, or making a joke, or what, but that's clearly not what we're doing. I don't know how this could be misconstrued in any way as to what we are doing at this precise moment in time, but anyway, just about what you would expect in Monster Hunter as usual. Welcome back everyone, I do hope you have all been well. Interestingly enough, I didn't really intend to depart with this loadout, but this is what I have equipped, and it's actually not completely inappropriate for Uragaan, so I'm actually going to opt for this for now. You'll notice that I have my windscreen back. There are reasons for this. I don't intend for the microphone to be as close to my mouth here as it has been in the past, and so look, it's such a delicate subject in that it's very specific as to why I've put the windscreen back, but to simplify it as much as I can, I don't intend for it to be as close to my face before, and yeah, the reason why I got rid of it previously was because it was a little bit too obstructive, so yeah, it's not going to be as problematic if it's not close to my face, so and as for why it's not going to be as close, that I don't particularly want to get into. That's a little bit, that's where it starts to get complicated. In regards to this specific game, I do want to say at the outset that this is going to be the last few recordings that I do of 3 Ultimate on the Wii U. I have officially transferred everything over, and by everything I mean the game save, all of my extra data, the game file itself, to Citra on the 3DS version. So, you know, whenever possible I will try to record that, but, you know, as I suspected, the community is not very large. It's becoming a little bit difficult for people to play online in various Monster Hunter games on Citra, and the reason why is because there is a limited number of online rooms that people can join, and so we're all spreading ourselves a bit too thin across all of those, or rather that small number, as I suggest, of servers on Citra. So the majority of people will be playing Double Cross, then you have people playing 4 Ultimate. When you try to put 3 Ultimate in the mix, I just don't think it works. There's just not much availability, not much space. Basically, you've got rooms with passwords and rooms that are public without passwords. I can join both, but the majority of people can only join the public rooms. Apparently, the Android version of Citra cannot actually make use of the password system. You literally can't input a password. I don't know if that's changed, or if there's any expectation of that changing, but that's the way it is at the moment, and it just means that, as I say, we are being spread a bit too thinly across the public servers that are actually available. What you can expect is that I will be recording 3 Ultimate as my priority Monster Hunter game until the Wii U servers are gone. There are reasons for that. Incredibly, there are more people playing this than there are playing the 3DS version of Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate emulated, and in addition to that, it also needs to be said that the game is more comfortable to play, more attractive visually on the Wii U, so, you know, really, I would like to enjoy this for as long as possible. Hopefully everything is fine with the recording. I don't know for certain, but I'm sort of crossing my fingers at this point. As I say, I didn't really intend to depart with this loadout, but this monster is, I believe, going to be somewhat weak to Dragon. It's a secondary weakness as I understand, but that's good enough for me. For an accidental loadout, it's effective enough. And this is a very good bow as well, so I'll just look at it that way. At least I remembered to bring power coatings, that's an important thing. Hopefully my camera position is okay in relation to where I've decided to put my microphone. This is going to be one of those recordings where I'm sort of testing things out a little bit. So I don't really have the confidence to sit here and just do a live stream without mentioning my setup and the fact that it might possibly be suboptimal. I'm just a little bit anal about things like that. I just don't want my microphone to be in the way. And yeah, so I was a little bit concerned about the plosives that I was getting in the diaphragm of the microphone before. I swear to God, guys, if you pursued that one, I might scream. Lynn! This is extraordinary. I mean, I don't really know what to say to Lynn. I'm just going to give Lynn the benefit of the doubt and assume that Lynn had no earthly idea that we were actually fighting this one first. There could also be another explanation for that business, and that is that Lynn wants to solo one of them. If the latter is the case as opposed to the former, then so be it, power to you. It's just not what I would prefer personally if I were to really give it a moment's thought. I will get my chat up in a moment. I did see that Simply Rome was in the chat, but I don't have my chats up on my phone just yet. I did an excellent job of positioning myself precisely where the Uragaan was going to smash his chin. The only explanation that I can really give for that is that you would expect the monster to be on target with you when you evade it. So it's a little bit awkward when the monster is off target and then you evade into the attack. I mean, it's yeah, less than desirable. I don't really know what to say to that. That's some real bullshit. Okay. Chat is up. Actually going to get this keyboard off my lap. I do, of course, have a keyboard plugged in for Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. Ease of in-game communication is not necessarily going to go away when I play on the 3DS version. Now, technically speaking, in-game, I'm not actually going to be getting the ability to communicate, but you do have the emulator chat, which is fairly robust. It's better than the PPSSPP chat, in the sense that with Citra, as long as you're in the same session within the emulator, you will be able to continue talking to one another. It looks like Dominic doesn't want to solo, which is fine, so he's gone and joined Lynn. I will now go and join them, and I have absolutely no reservations in saying that this has been one of the most disjointed multi-hunts I've done in a while. We have gone back and forth between different monsters so many times now, if you think about it, that it's quite ridiculous considering only 5 minutes have passed. I'm going to use Power Cut. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, I don't have much to say. I can't complain about that because I died as well. That puts me in a position where I had best keep myself quiet. But, anyway. Well, thank you, Rome. I appreciate that feedback. But yeah, with previous recordings, I just realized that the way I was choosing to position my microphone really was not working well without a wind screen. I was just, not intentionally, and obviously without intentionally doing it, I was speaking a bit too directly into the diaphragm of the microphone, so I was getting pretty nasty plosives every now and again, so I've just put the windscreen back up in the hopes of mitigating that sound. Getting into position for pierce shots. Hoping to break the chin at some point. That would be really good for my piercing shots if the initial piercings can go through a weak point rather than through the chin unbroken. We'll see what Lynn chooses to do. Lynn has, up until this point, made it very clear that he has, or she has, a minimal desire to attack the Uragaan that I want to attack, so based on that, I'm going to assume that Lynn is going to attack the one that's still in that area, rather than focusing on the same one. Let's see what she chooses to do. Looks like she's actually following me. That's how it appears at the moment. I just took a rock in the face. A fairly sizable rock at that. Did manage to break the chin, which is good news. Shockingly, Lynn has actually joined me for this, so I was not expecting that after the previous disjointed... Oh, we've got a pitfall trap going down. I will detonate... Oh, never mind, those bombs didn't need to be detonated by me. But yeah, there was a little bit of a disjointed... let's say coordination prior to this point, so I was not expecting the three of us to be able to come in as a group and fight this particular one. Thought that was a little bit much to ask. Or a bit much to expect. Of course, I'm somewhat used to try in that when Uragaan roars, his chin slams do actually hurt you. So it's nice to be playing a game where that is not the case once more. When it comes to emulating Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, there's quite a few things that I had to organize in order for that to be even viable. One was that I had to lock the FPS to 30. If your frame rate is above 30 or is allowed to go above 30, the game just doesn't function. If it's given free rein to hit 60, it's just literally impossible. I mean, I had 2 game files. One of them would crash if you went from one area of Moga Village and then entered a second area. It would just crash the game. And then the second version, it couldn't even get through the initial loading screen of the game. It was really extraordinary. I will actually mention I have no intention of carving any monsters or collecting any materials at this point, because this is not my main save any longer. My main save is now on the PC. It feels a little bit strange to be playing on a character file that I have no intention of building any further than this. It feels like a little bit of a waste, so yeah, as strange as that feels, I have to remind myself, well, I'm recording here. That is the purpose for hunting right now. It's not to build the character, so slightly disappointing, but again, I'm only going to be playing this for the next month or two, so it's kind of sad to realize that it's not going to be 2 full months from now. It'll be more like a month and a half. I don't know precisely when. I believe it's in early April, maybe April 7th, something like that. Something along those lines. And yeah. Literally, the moment I can no longer play this game is the moment when I'm going to stop playing this game. That is the plan. Alright. See you, Simply Room, and thank you for joining. I'm going to use potions here to save my megas. Fortunately, I did not actually get affected by the stench. I was hit directly by the chin, which in effect gave me a bit of resistance to... well, not resistance to, more like invulnerability to the stench effect. Might actually arc shot that. I don't know why I did that. That was really quite pointless. It was just a whimsical maneuver of mine. This time I did actually get affected by stench. Sadly, I was not able to avail myself of Lynn's previous deodorant cloud. So at this point, do you know what I'm actually going to do? It feels a little bit silly, but I'm actually going to farcast and then I'm going to rest on the bed because I do not want to run the risk of staying in that room with stench with limited health. We are one feint away from failure in this quest and I'm not taking any chances. I don't know if this is also going to put the team at risk by, you know, having them deal with the monster with only 2 of them instead of 3, but I weighed up the risks and I've decided that this is the least risky way of dealing with the situation. I'm awkwardly typing on my keyboard, which is quite far away from me. I should mention that I was not expecting to make a room and then have people join it almost immediately. That is what happened. I was the 9th person that was online at the time, and there were 2 full rooms, each with 4 people. And I was really fixing to wait for them to actually give me a spot to join, but I think possibly because I was intending on doing some sort of vocal introduction before proceeding with the live stream, I thought that I would make a room and just sit in it, and maybe someone would join, maybe I'd be lucky. I was thinking it would be a situation where I would literally get one person and that would be it, and then I would try to relocate to another room perhaps. But no, almost immediately, well, I shouldn't say immediately, but much sooner than I was expecting, I did actually get 2 people joining within quick succession of one another. And then, as you can see, I've managed to get a 4th person, which is just not what I was expecting at all. You have to understand that when there are only 9 people online, including yourself, you just don't really expect to get a full room in addition to the 2 full rooms that are already there, so yeah, that's reassuring. Obviously there are a few people still playing this game, and that makes me happy. There should be a decent number of people playing this game for the conclusion of its life on the Nintendo servers. I have to say, I was not at all expecting that the Wii U version of this game was going to stay online for as long as it did, and I do thank Capcom for their willingness to keep the servers up. Admittedly, when I think back to Monster Hunter Tri, it was not Capcom who decided to shut down the servers, it was the closure of the GameSpy servers that resulted in all of us having to essentially give up on online Monster Hunter Tri. And even though I didn't really know that at the time, I do still look back on that and think that it was a little bit unfair of Capcom to not try and get new servers organized for that. I don't know what would have been required on the back end, or in the back end, but I have little doubt that they could have relocated, they could have pointed Monster Hunter Tri towards different servers rather than GameSpy, but they just decided that it wasn't actually worth it. I personally think that it was. There were many, many more people playing Monster Hunter Tri back in 2013 than even 2017 3 Ultimate, or 2018 3 Ultimate. So I'm not sure where they were coming from with that, but I guess it's easier to do nothing than to do something. Now, manually closing the servers would have been doing something, and the same would be the case of manually organizing new servers. The choice to just do nothing and let them continue running is a choice that I can understand, and perhaps I would be unduly congratulatory if I were to praise Capcom for keeping them up, even though it's basically them not having to do anything, they just leave their hands off. But there are also a lot of companies that will shut down servers, whether it's to cut costs or, you know, there are probably other factors at play as well. But cost cutting would be a primary factor. They chose not to do that, so I suppose I do have to express gratitude for the fact that they didn't. I actually 100%, like if you had put a gun to my head and said, when do you think these servers are shutting down, I would have said, prior to the release of Monster Hunter World. Not indirectly, I should say. Like literally, as a consequence of World coming out, I thought, well, there's no way they're going to keep the servers up now. They're going to allocate their costs to Monster Hunter World rather than continuing to have running costs for allowing this game to continue having online functionality, but that is not what happened. They kept the servers up, and I was not expecting that at all. Literally was not expecting that. So that was good news. Silly me, I never actually notified my community that I was live. I just changed my message. I completely destroyed the conventions that I normally follow. Instead of somewhat incorrectly typing, I will be live in 3 Ultimate momentarily, I just typed, I'm currently live in 3 Ultimate. For some reason, I was actually keeping myself to this rigid system where I had to say that I was going live even if I was already live, but I've decided that I'm throwing away, or doing away with that completely useless structure in my life. Sorry, I'm having a bad hair day if you haven't noticed. But yeah, we'll see how everything goes with the live stream visually. It's difficult for me to, well, perhaps I can actually watch the live stream back now. Let me just have a look at that and see how I'm positioned in relation to the microphone. I just want to see if it's getting in my way. I'm not going to actually monitor the audio in any way, but I just want to see if it's... Yeah, see, the way that it's positioned now is okay. It's not right up on my face, it's slightly in the way of my face, but that was really the whole reasoning behind getting rid of the windscreen initially. It was because it was too obstructive, but if I don't have it as close to my mouth, then that's okay. The reason why it had to be really close to my mouth in the past was because in my previous residence, the amount of echo that was in that room was insane. Now that's not to suggest that there's detrimental reflections, or that's not to say that there are no detrimental reflections in my current room that I'm recording in. It's not great, it's not acoustically sound, but it's nothing like echo in a room, in a tiled room. It's nothing even close to that, so I think it should be okay. I think if I bring myself off the microphone a little bit, it should be acceptable. As for the input volume, I did raise that, if not in the previous recording, then possibly in the recording before that. Hopefully that is going to work well with the current microphone positioning as well. It's just harder for me to tell because oftentimes when I'm going live, I'm actually using the same display that I would be using to watch the game in order to make changes to OBS. But the screen is like in a very awkward angle and position in relation to myself when I'm playing on a console. So, yeah, I don't know if that was a clear explanation or not, but you can see what I mean when I say that it's slightly complicated and wasn't really something that I wanted to get into detail about at the beginning of the recording. When people are establishing an interest in what I'm doing, I feel like eyes would start to glaze over if I went into these details at the very beginning, so there you are. We have someone who is indeed G rank, I'm happy to see that. And, okay, he has chosen... Never mind, for some reason I thought he hadn't HR broken because his name was red, but actually his name would still be a sort of brown-orangey colour if he had chosen not to HR break, so I was completely misplaced in that moment when it came to my observations. Okay, I don't really think we have a particular objective. Lynn probably doesn't care. I haven't even checked Lynn's hunter rank, but I believe it's high. It is 999, so high would be the word I'd use to describe that. So presumably Lynn doesn't have anything in particular to do. I certainly don't have anything to do. And Dominic says that he just needs gourmet vouchers, so I'm going to tell Kenny to post. Not sure what name Kenny is. It almost feels like it's harkening back to the discussion that I was having about New Zealand accents. It's like Kenny, but a New Zealander's reading it. Kenny. Hey, Kenny. But anyway. If you're wondering why I put on that voice when I do a New Zealander accent, it's for comedic effect. It's not in any way representative of everyone from New Zealand. Just going to get a beverage on the go. In at least traditional Monster Hunter 3 style. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I mean, you probably can't see what I'm reacting to, but you can now. In response to the question of whether or not he needs anything, despite the fact that he is still using Helios Z, which is like the standard G-rank armor set that people use when they first enter G-rank, he is under the impression that he has nothing to make or nothing to do except complete quests, which is really odd. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and criticize it, but I guess I will draw your attention to the fact that that is a completely different way of playing Monster Hunter to how I would play it, or to how most people would play it, to be honest. I'm surprised that he's managed to get to a hunter rank as high as 99 whilst maintaining an interest in what he's doing. His loadout is about what I would expect of a person who has just HR broken, and he thinks that he doesn't have anything to do. So, I mean, he's obviously not creating tasks for himself. He's actually at a loss as to what to do. So, it's a little bit unfortunate, but, you know, I can't force him to create tasks for himself in the end game. You know, a lot of people don't know how to deal with a game that incentivizes character building when the player doesn't have any particular intention of building their character instead feels like they need to complete a guild card or complete quests or do things like that. You know, progress through the game. You know, there's a little bit more to Monster Hunter than that, but not everyone understands that, and also not everyone wants to play video games like that anyway. What I would argue is that if that's not how you play video games, this is probably not the series for you. Or at the very least, you're not going to get as much out of this series as someone like me, or other people who focus on character building, who can indeed create hundreds and hundreds of hours worth of content for themselves by building their characters. Whereas you're sort of sitting there going, oh, well, once I've completed all of these quests, like, what am I going to do? Anyway. Looks like he does have another armor set. So, makes me wonder if he's listening to the live stream. But what I would say is that the way in which he and I would differ is that when I was Hunter Rank 99, I was almost overwhelmed by the number of tasks that I had. Like, if someone had asked me, do you have anything that you need? Rather than not have anything to do, it would be the opposite. I'd be trying to figure out what, among my incredibly large number of tasks, would I want to start on now. I'd be at a loss. As I say, everyone's different. Did I make sense? Ugh. I'll just say yes. I think he's asking from an English standpoint. English is probably not his first language, so he's not entirely sure if he communicated that clearly. He did communicate that clearly. He made it very clear that he's got nothing in particular that he wants to do. I'm just at a loss here because this, as I say, is a character that I'm not building anymore because my official set, Dominic, is out. I think probably because we haven't actually posted a quest after 10 minutes of standing around. I could be wrong, but that's my impression. But as I was saying, my main save is now on Citra, so I just don't have any desire to post any particular quest. So I was really hoping that someone else would post and, you know, provide me with something to do, but anyway. I just feel like this guy would benefit much more than myself from posting something in particular. Jesus, like, you don't even have the, I don't know, the inspiration to just post something, man? Just for yourself? He's done. His character is finished, I guess. He's got nothing more to do. Okay. How about Diablos and Rustarambros? Bloody hell. Again, I don't seek to criticize the guy, I just want to make it really clear that it blows my mind that you could be playing Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate in the year of 2024 at Hunter Rank 99 and not have anything to do. That's just strange to me. I didn't really need to put that back in my inventory, but it's probably good that I did, otherwise I would have forgotten to do that when I next equipped a Blade Master loadout. I don't think I'll go Gunner for this fight. What should I use, though? Maybe Lance. Lance sounds like fun. Although I may use Awaken Lance, because I don't feel like using the Barioth Lance right now. Of course, well, I could always use something non-elemental, but that would be extremely unusual for Doomlink, so let's not break tradition now. I will use Awaken Ice, whatever that ends up being. So that's the Barioth Lance. Ideon Crown, I'm surprised that I actually forgot that. What do I have? I can't really make use of that triple slot. It always frustrates me when I can't, but it's true. Like, I wouldn't be able to get anything out of any decoration that I would put in there, so... It shall remain empty. Kenny, please don't use that weapon for this fight. If he does, I'm not going to rip into him, but I'm going to have a constructive conversation with him about the fact that he might actually consider forging weapons instead of not. Unless he doesn't know what those monster names are because he's playing the game in a different language. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. But I think my expectations were dashed. Okay, well, not even my expectations. I knew in my heart what was going on there, but I just thought that I would, you know, give him the benefit of the doubt so that you could all say, oh, we gave him the benefit of the doubt. I said I gave him the opportunity to post a quest, and he's now using a dragon weapon against monsters that are not weak to dragon. You know, very clearly, he has stuff to do. He has weapons to forge. But... so, do you see the disconnect there? It's not that he has set up his... oh, he's saying BRB, so does he have an alternative to that? You need to stop readying up for it. No, no, no. You've gone to 2 locations that are not where you need to be, my friend. So this is the thing, it's not like he's set up his save file in such a way as to not require anything more. He's in desperate need of more, because he's just joined up on a quest with a completely inappropriate weapon. So, you know, it's not like he's using a status weapon or a raw weapon, he's using dragon on Diablos. So... again, I'm not trying to criticize him, I'm just... I literally gave him the opportunity to improve, but he's chosen not to. If it's, again, if we're just going to give people the benefit of the doubt all day, I could possibly say, oh, well, maybe he just hasn't organized his tasks yet. But no, it doesn't strike me as a situation where he hasn't organized his tasks. I don't think there are any tasks to speak of. I don't think he's actually considered whether or not to do anything more with his... I still don't know what rank Kenneth is, so... yeah, I'm looking for people who may benefit from being able to choose their own quests. I can see that this guy definitely can benefit from choosing his own quests, so I may just open the floor to him and let him post whatever the hell he wants, because Kinney has obviously chosen not to take up that opportunity, so... I suppose I'll let him know. No, Kinney... so now you post. When someone could actually benefit from posting more than you now choose to post. It's rather ironic. Rage Match. Oh, this is just for fun, is it? This is just for fun. He can't join the quest, man. Oh, never mind. I thought Rage Match was one of the HR8 quests. Is it not? Either that or... okay, it turns out that some quests in HR8 do not have an HR8 requirement. I suppose that makes sense. Certain monsters are indeed locked behind HR8 within the HR8 quest list, but it turns out that, for example, Rage Match can be joined by an HR7, which is good. Right down to HR6. Alright. There's not much that would actually make Rage Match all that fun. Obviously, what I will attempt to do is use smoke bombs, but anyway, I don't know why precisely we're doing this quest, but we are. Kenneth is going to almost get one shot, I think, with Helios Z. So, I don't really have strong expectations of success, but again, that's what we've decided to put on the board. One can only hope that Kinney needs Devil Job stuff, maybe? Anyway. I did say that I would use the Lightning Works gun lance against a monster that's weak to lightning, but even among my lightning weapons it's not the best choice, so I probably wouldn't use it for this particular quest. I don't intend to renege on my commitments, but seriously, I'm not using a gun lance in this quest, sorry. Mobility is very important, so I don't know. I guess we'll just go longsword. That'll do now. Possibly stick with this longsword. I think I will. Yeah, let's just do this. As I say, I will try to bring smoke bombs. Yeah, I would say that Gunlance against Devil Joe in general is not very enjoyable, but against two simultaneously, I really don't need that experience in my life. Kenneth has left the room. Why? I feel bad for the guy. I would have rather let him post, to be honest. Look, I can't possibly know why he would have left. I don't know if I can guess at why Wizard has very quickly taken his place. Who is Wizard? He has HR broken. Kinney is obviously playing with the idea of giving up completely. I know what that looks like. Yeah, whatever, that's fine. I'm frustrated and concerned by the possibility that Kenneth left because he wasn't able to post his own stuff. Or I should rephrase, I'm concerned that he wouldn't have left if he had been given the opportunity to post his own stuff, which I would have much preferred to what we're doing now. And that is my final answer. Let me try and make some more smoke bombs. I don't remember how to make them. I don't think it's bomb casing and airweed or anything like that. It could be. No, didn't fucking think so. Is it sap plant and some shit? I don't know. I will have to double check. Combo this. Bomb casing and ivy, it turns out. Well, I don't know how much ivy I have. Oh, I have a decent amount. Well, I can make plenty of smoke bombs as it turns out, which is good news. Literally, let's fill ourselves up with smoke bombs. I don't know if Lynn has any intention. Oh, look at that. Lynn is using the gun lance. I guess that means that Remco in the chat is Lynn, which makes sense. That armor set makes me slightly sad, but I guess it's not completely inappropriate. Alright, I will be the designated smoke bomber. I seem to remember that the last time I did Rage Match, I tried to go out into the arena as quickly as possible, and that backfired immediately. Like, I was seen by both of them, and we had to fight both of them simultaneously. So what I'm going to do... you are not. Okay, you must be Kinney then. Okay. Kinney has... What's going on? Man. No, I'm not doing this. I'm simply not doing this. It's not happening. I probably should have explained it. Your character is just called Remco. Then how are you going to tell me in game? When you said that you were going to tell me that my mic was muted in game, I thought... I'm not doing this shit. I should have explained to them that I was using smoke bombs. Okay, so this was the confusion for me. This was the confusion. So can you wait for me to smoke bomb? Now, they don't know what I'm going to do. Admittedly, the reason why I didn't tell them was because I was going to go straight in there and drop a smoke bomb, right? That was going to be the strategy. But then I realized that the last time I did that, I was seen immediately. We can probably see why. It's because they are both standing right on the fucking exit. So, yeah. I think we're going to have to wait. Just to make it very clear why I didn't explain that to the team. I was not expecting them to know what the strategy was. Alright. It turns out that our dear friend Kinney actually was fixing to fight two at the same time. I don't know if he's dreaming or what, but there's nothing about that that's fun. Nothing. Alright. Do we assume that Lynn equipped that gun lance purely by chance? I don't know. For the VOD audience, welcome back. I skipped a hunt because I was muted during part of the hunt, because I had to change the volume of my speakers, and when I came back I neglected to unmute myself, and then I proceeded to fail to notice people in the chat telling me to unmute myself, or rather, drawing my attention to the fact that I was muted. We are doing Rage Match. Certainly not the... Okay, I thought Lynn was going to run straight in there. I'm going to wait about 30 seconds, something like that. I said a minute, but... You know, 60 seconds when we're all standing here waiting patiently feels like an eternity, so I will wait about 30 seconds. If I go in there and they are still both on the door, and they both see me at the same time, too bad. We're going to have to fight two simultaneously. I don't know how long I actually have to wait, or if they even will move, but I can try. Let's see what we got. Are they both going to see me? Are they designed to both see me? Yeah, they both saw me. I would say that they are specifically designed... I mean, if I waited for long enough, I have little doubt that we'd be fine. But I don't have much faith in the forbearance of the team. I really don't. I've paintballed one of them. That trap's going to end up trapping the one that I didn't paintball, which makes me severely fucking frustrated. I don't know if we want to make use of this sleep to attack the other one. Like, my instincts say not. I think that one's going to get woken up anyway. This is a fucking joke. What an absolute dog's dinner this fucking quest is. And to think that, you know, Kinney posted this quest without even intending to fight them one at a time. I mean, how extraordinary is that? That's enough to boil my piss. Quite frankly, I'm about to get hit by that shit. Unless, no, I couldn't roll through it, although I did attempt to. I cannot be accused of not attempting to. Kinney is dead. A round of applause for Kinney, ladies and gentlemen. Why are we doing this quest? Seriously. Like, for whose benefit? Like, literally for no one's benefit are we doing this. He's posted it for fun. And, like, I would rather, I don't know, eat dirt than do this quest, to be honest. I mean, with the right team, perhaps I would, but, you know, wouldn't quite describe it in those terms. I was hoping I'd be able to use the body of the Devil Joe to sponge that explosion, but I guess that's not how it works. I am currently dragon blighted, so I need to ameliorate that. I cannot! I do not have nullberries. This is... Why are we doing this again? Seriously. When I said I didn't have much confidence in there being any success in this hunt, I didn't have as grim of an outlook so as to be able to predict that things would have gone this badly. I wouldn't just know. I don't even know which one we should fucking aim for at this point. I've paintballed one of them for a reason, so that is the one that we target, but I don't know if the team has any desire whatsoever of even aiming for the one that I've paintballed. My suggestion, based on what I'm seeing, is that they don't have any desire to do that. So if I start attacking the one that's paintballed, because logically that is the one we would aim for, because otherwise why paintball one of them? Am I going to be fighting alone? Probably. Probably. Roll to get rid of Dragon Blood. That's some of the best advice I've seen this year. Someone is just dropping meat everywhere, and fortunately it was not the same Devil Joe that ate it. We just got another Devil Joe waking up immediately. Kinney, you know, bless his fucking cotton socks. This blessed boy, attempting to sleep bomb a Devil Joe with another one literally right there. Sometimes it's the thought that counts, but then other times the thought means nothing as well. It's contextual, depends on the situation. Under these circumstances, no, I wouldn't say the thought counts for anything, really. Wow, I leveled up my longsword's charge. That just happened. Incredible. Things happening. Oh, I'm being eaten, I didn't even realize. It was just a mass of bodies, I couldn't really ascertain what was taking place. I was doing a bit of a half-assed button mash there. Oh, that was rather well done. You two are double-teaming me very effectively. This is excellent. I mean, to your detriment, I can see this is turning into an almost internecine confrontation. They're harming one another aggressively. I saw the other Devil Joe flinch when the other one attacked, so... So it looks like they're working together, but really, they're biting and attacking one another. I have defense down, which is not great. Kinney is dead again. I'm not doing this shit. My advice would be, don't post rage match. For fuck's sake. It's actually pretty, what's the word? Deceptive. That there's an HR6 requirement. I mean, it's not... of all the quests that have an HR6 requirement, this is the hardest. I am not doing that shit. Like, what would be the point of even continuing? Do you know what I mean? Let's not forget that I was the only one who even dreamt of using a smoke bomb. It's fucking ridiculous. So I give this guy an opportunity to post a quest that will actually benefit him. He chooses not to take it. And then he posts a quest which is Rage Match when another guy who was HR7 would have benefited enormously from our help to get through the game. You know, this fucking guy. Simultaneously, I have to say, bless his heart, and also, fuck you. You know, like... Oh, what's he put on the board? Feel the heat? No. No, I'm gonna ask if Wizard needs anything, my friend. Look at you posting again. Jesus fucking Christ. The people you meet. Lynn's out. I'm not fucking surprised after that absolute blowout. After that absolute fucking blowout of a quest, I'm not surprised to see Lynn leaving. Would it be accurate to suggest that Kinney is responsible for 2 people having left at this point? I don't know. Because I don't know why Kenneth left. But, you know, if I were him and I was HR7, you know, if I had to choose between being able to progress through the game or doing Rage Match, I know what my preference would be. Jesus. Alright, so Wizard wants to do Lucent Nargacuga. I'm stuck with this bugbear of a fucking hunter named Kinney. Just can't shake him off. We're gonna kill a Lucent Nargacuga. Let's do it. I'm gonna go with Sword and Shield. It's ice weakness, isn't it? Not that loadout. This will do. I believe Rocksteady is enough for a Lucent Nargacuga Raw. Hopefully it is. If it's not, we're gonna find out. Oh, it would be Barrier. Gran Bavani. Enton says, "Oh god, it's Kinney. Has Enton played with him before? I need you here, man. You need to save this fucking live stream. This guy has been... I believe I'm accurate in saying he's responsible for 2 people having left the room, so... I think I need you here now. Obviously, if you're not available, that's fine, but... I think I would benefit a lot from your presence." We have to experience the end of 3 Ultimate together. I see. Apparently when N10 last played with Kinney, he was going combo greatsword, which is... certainly not out of character based on what I've seen so far. To be honest, I haven't seen an inability to play the game from Kinney. I mean, you can say that him dying twice in Rage Match would somehow be indicative of that fact, but I don't think that's fair. I think it's fairly easy to die twice when you're fighting 2 Devil Joes simultaneously. So I don't think that's a good indication necessarily, but, you know, the fact that I gave him the chance to post something of his own, he chose not to take that opportunity, and then when I post a quest, he uses a weapon that's totally inappropriate. You know, that was illuminating, to say the least. And then, anyway, oh, we've got Alpine. There is a large rotation of people today. I'm actually shocked by the number of people who have rotated in and out of this room. I'll tell you what, the way things are in this community now, if you are unable to join a room, or it seems as if there are not that many people playing, make a fucking room and sit in it. You'll get people. Seriously. Alpine is saying, "Sec, please," which is reasonable to say, because if I readied up, Wizard may very well depart without Alpine. That's why I don't ready up. That's the point. Imagine getting repeatedly upswung by a combo greatsword strategy in 3rd generation. That's pretty extraordinary. That's special. Alpine. HR 8. A possible, you know, high number of hours hunted, whilst for some reason choosing not to actually HR break. I don't know what all that's about, but... like, I don't see a reason for doing that. It's kind of funny, but it's not as well, because I want to have some indication as to how my character is progressing, and a hunter rank is a good indication of that. Excuse me. Alright, we are doing Lucent Nargacuga. Not exactly a personal favourite of mine, but it is something that Wizard would like to hunt. I think it makes sense that after doing slime weapons, he would like to make some Lucent Nargacuga weapons, so I'm happy to be of assistance. Okay, Rocksteady does work, that is good news. Reasonably good flash bomb, although we don't really benefit much from a flashed Nargacuga, to be honest. Are these attacks, like, helping us to hit him more? No. I'm seeing a few people getting destroyed by the monster, though, during his flash bombs, so... I mean, you can call it a good flash bomb in terms of timing, but I would argue that flash bombing this monster in general is daft. It's unhelpful, so don't do it. There is a reason why my shield remains raised. Excuse me. Fortunately didn't get a follow-up there, that probably would have caught me if so. If you could stop moving, that would be tremendous. Yeah, I tend to go high mobility against this monster. I have done Gunlance a few times in the past, and I have regretted it bitterly every single time. Okay. Stop flash bombing. I need to, like, explain to this person that it doesn't help to flash bomb at all. I typoed the word flash. It ended up being flash through. But hopefully that's clear. Flash bombing doesn't help at all, and Kinney says thanks. I don't know who was throwing the flash bombs, but if that was a sarcastic thanks from Kinney, quite frankly, he can choke on a cock. And that's putting it mildly. This is Nargacuga, but it's a bit of a different version in the sense that this is a combination of both Barioth and Sand Barioth. There is no option to have a pure Barioth Sword and Shield in this game. It's just the natural upgrade. There is, however, an option to have a pure Sand Barioth Sword and Shield, which, as I recall, takes the same appearance as the Nargacuga from Monster Hunter Tri. That is actually a raw Sword and Shield, and at this time I can't remember... Oh, I do remember what the Awaken element is. It's fire. It's actually an Awaken Fire Sword and Shield. But it still works pretty well as a raw Sword and Shield, although I generally don't use raw weapons in this game where there is Awaken as an option. That's just me. I don't know why I'm doing that, to be honest. Jesus fucking Christ, literally the only reason why I got hit by that is because I was being flinched in place by Wizard, although I'm sure that wasn't his intention. Anyway. I'm not gonna... Okay, congratulations, you fucking annoying poison thorns. Jesus. I would hope that there will be an increase of people playing... An increase in people playing the Citra version of... Well, I shouldn't keep saying Citra version or the emulated version. It's the 3DS version that is being emulated. I'm assuming there will be an increase or an uptick in the number of people who will be playing that game once these servers shut down, but I think the majority of people will not move on to there. I think, you know, it's only going to be the enthusiasts, the people who really, really want to continue playing the game, that are actually going to take the time to move their saves over. Obviously I fit into that category, but a lot of the people that I'm playing with, sadly, may not. As much as you might want to say that the fact that they're still playing the game today in 2024 might show that they would have the willingness to do that, it's still a little different. It's not the same as just switching on a console and immediately you're able to play the game. Like, there is a process involved, and not everyone is willing to do that. Not everyone is willing to manually transfer their save onto their 3DS, get custom firmware on their 3DS if they don't have it already. I mean, who's to say they even have a 3DS? You know, that's the next point. And, I mean, I'd say, statistically, there's probably a high percentage of people who own a Wii U who also own a 3DS, because owning a Wii U probably means that you're a Nintendo gamer, and if you're a Nintendo gamer, and have been for the last 10 years, you probably own a 3DS. But, yeah, still, it's a process, and it's honestly not that simple either. Like, I was personally having difficulties with 3 Ultimate. I didn't personally have that many issues with 4 Ultimate, getting that over onto Citra, but if I'm having issues with 3 Ultimate, I feel like a person who's never done it before is really going to struggle, so yeah. Unfortunately, when these servers disappear, I think that is going to be a certain community that will die forever. I am pleased to say that it is no great loss to the world that this community will disappear, because honestly, some of these people are fucking dumb. Like, really dumb. And it almost gives me pleasure to know that they don't have a place to congregate anymore. God knows where they'll go now. Maybe they'll go out into society and breed. And we'll see an immediate fucking decline in the general, I don't know, IQ of the population of the world. you just see an immediate... Anyway, I'm joking. These people aren't going to breed. What am I kidding? Or who am I kidding? Rather? Well, there you go, Tabo. There's a perfect example. He called himself a Nintendo player, has been all his life, but doesn't have a 3DS or a Switch. Fair enough. Still kind of interesting. Statistically, that must be very unlikely that you would own a Wii U but not a 3DS. A Switch I can understand because that's in a different generation of Nintendo gaming. You may have stopped playing the newest Nintendo games at that point. But, you know, to own a Wii U but not a 3DS, I feel would be uncommon among people who actually own a Wii U. The reverse of that, however, very uncommon, very unlikely. But I don't want to send that to this. I'm gonna scream if you don't fucking... Jeez, okay. Sorry, I was just struggling with the controls for a moment there. The hunts have been up and down, Peaberry. Actually, now that I think about it, they haven't been great. But that may change. We'll see. We will see. There have been mild frustrations, we'll say. Mild frustrations. Ugh. Kinney just, you know, with... Okay, no, he's actually held off. I was going to offer Alpine the opportunity to post something. I have reason to suspect that Alpine is a very high level person who has chosen not to HR break, but I'm still going to offer the opportunity to Alpine. That name pisses me off. I'm sorry, like, Alpine? What do you mean Alpine? That's not a name for a person. It's like a geographical description, not a person's name. What are you talking about? Anyway, sorry. Someone's going to say, "Oh, that's rich coming from Lord Zor," and then I just sit there and say, "Okay, congratulations." Alright. The plan is that I will let Alpine post something. And then I will go to the bathroom. Probably once I've departed on the quest. I don't want to waylay the team in any way. Alpine sounds like a men's body soap scent. Or even just a men's deodorant. So it looks like Alpine does actually have things to do. Okay with... He responds with LOL. I mean, need I say anymore? Wizard is using the most basic of the G-rank loadouts when you first come into G-rank, and Kinney is running on a lean mixture. So, I mean, haha, happy face, just fucking post something else. You don't need Super Brack. I mean, maybe you want the event quest weapon, but it's shit. It's, like, really bad. It's some crappy hammer. It's one of the worst. Someone else can... That's literally all you need? Jesus Christ. Just for the record, Super Brachydios is one of the hardest quests in all of Monster Hunter. This is not the team for it, okay? This is just not the team for it. Well, Kinney has been given the opportunity to post. It's incredible to see his eagerness to post, despite having nothing to do. These are not my words, these are his words. Somewhat paraphrased. But that is effectively what's going on. He's got nothing to do, but he's extremely interested, extremely keen to post. At every turn. Once I, you know, planted the seed in his head, it fucking grew into a forest. And now he can't be stopped, he almost needs to be held back. Tavo likes that hammer from the Super Brachydios quest. Well, I guess you like it in that it's a creative and strange choice, but it's... Stats-wise, it's miserable. I guess it's not as bad as the Naked Devil Joe Greatsword, but still, it's not good. I'd say what it is that it's not a terrible hammer, but it's, like, compared to the difficulty that you're going to experience getting the hammer, it's an insult. It's actually insulting, so... Yeah, what has he posted? He has posted Silver Slayers, an advanced quest. That's actually an alright quest choice. Common weakness, obviously, across all monsters is fire, so I will use a fire weapon. I may actually, just for demonstration's sake, after having mentioned it, equip the... Sand Barioth Sword and Shield. It's called the Servento. It's got fairly low fire damage. As you can see, it functions mostly as a raw weapon. But if you choose to use it with Awaken, you do get a small benefit from it. You can see that it does actually take on the appearance of the Nargacuga from Monster Hunter Tribe. May or may not be worth mentioning that you can still make the Nargacuga in this game. It just happens to be a lower upgrade of the Grand Bhavani. Pretty much all of the Monster Hunter Tribe weapons can be made here because, you know, it's the same high rank content basically. So, there you are. I do hope everything's been okay with the vocal quality. I don't know. I don't know if I've been putting myself closer to the microphone just out of pure habit. Now that is a weapon that I never see people use. What the fuck is that? I think that is the Baleful Giganox Lance. No, it's not. It's the standard Giganox Lance. I haven't actually seen that design. Have you seen that design? Because I'm very familiar with the Giganox Lance design from Monster Hunter Tri and Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, but I've never seen that. That's really strange. Did they update the appearance of it for this game? Louinox the Thirsty. What the fuck is going on with this weapon? It almost looks like a custom weapon that doesn't even exist. Well, I'm not surprised that you have it, Tabo. You've played a lot more of this game than me. That weapon's fucking crazy. I've never seen it. Literally never seen it. It's pretty amazing that there are certain weapons that I haven't seen. I mean, yeah, Tabo's played more of the game than me, but I've been playing it since it came out as well as he has, so... as well as him, so... You know. You would have thought that I would have come across it when more people were playing, for example. Like, from 2013 to 2015, there were a huge number of people playing this game. Never saw that fucking thing. Why am I using a Psycho Serum, for fuck's sake? I need to try and vacate this area so that I can answer nature's call. It just so happens that I like Giggies, so I'm not gonna carp about being assaulted by them, but... Alright, I'll let these baggies... Well, maybe I won't let these baggies beat on me. I don't know where to stand that's actually safe. Do you know what I'm gonna do? I can't believe I'm doing this, but... I'm farcasting. I'll be back momentarily. I realise I've complained about it before, but I have to stress that, you know, when I was talking about having to step over multiple cables in the past, well, when I'm recording a console game, there's an additional cable I have to step over every time I need to get in and out of my setup. It's a goddamn nightmare. Okay. Tamo, you definitely should play some more Monster Hunter games. I suppose you might be prompted to do it once you can't play this game online anymore. Come to think of it, this is probably going to affect you more than almost anyone else. The fact that this is one of the only Monster Hunter games that you play. I actually feel quite bad for you. Not in a sort of... what's the word? Not in a belittling sort of way, but just in a... genuinely empathetic concern for you. Like, one of the only Monster Hunter games that you play is no longer going to be something you can play online. Obviously, you've already experienced that with Monster Hunter Tri, which for me was crushing. You know, I was very upset when I couldn't play that game online anymore, but yeah. This is a huge fucking barrel. Look at him. This is a Devil Joe-sized barrel. He's aggressive. He's so fucking quick. You know, when I go from first and second generation Monster Hunter to Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate and I fight a G-rank monster, it's incredible. It's like it's on fucking fast mode. It's a lot of fun. It's something I used to say fairly often, but I'll say it again now because I haven't said it in years. But back when this game first came out, there were a lot of people complaining about how quickly the monsters moved in G-rank. They thought it was too hard, they thought it was unfair. Mostly too hard, there was just a little bit of complaining about how quick the monsters were, but don't forget that this was the first G-rank game since Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. I think some people forget about that. So this was the first time that we experienced a G-rank game in the next generation of Monster Hunter. And this was what they did with G-rank monsters. They actually sped them up. And it's really noticeable here in Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. I don't know if it's just because I often go from the first and second gen games to this game specifically, or if, you know, I don't know what it is, but I feel like it's more noticeable here than it is in... Oh, do you know what it is? It's not that it's more noticeable here than in 4th gen, it's probably more that I notice it with the 3rd gen specific monsters. Possibly. I don't know. Well, I don't... No. I wouldn't recommend getting a new Monster Hunter game, Tavo. I really wouldn't. You're not going to enjoy it in the same way. There's just no way. I think you should stick to... Like, maybe try Portable Third. I think you'd have a lot of fun playing Portable Third. You could try Freedom Unite, you know. I don't know if you have a decent computer, but you don't need a decent computer to emulate the PSP games, I can assure you that. But at the end of the day, it's what you want to do. It's your choice. But I would recommend, you know, trying out another Monster Hunter game, something new and fresh. Because Tri and 3 Ultimate, despite being fairly different games once you actually get into G-rank, there's a lot of similarity between them, so, you know, I'd say try something a little different. But the thing is, you don't want to go too far into the future. You're going to be dealing with... I mean, I've had these conversations, possibly in your presence, possibly not, but, you know, Monster Hunter has not improved as time has passed. You would hope that that's how it would happen naturally, but that's not actually how things have worked. It's just, it's gotten a whole lot worse in certain ways. Obviously, graphically, it has improved. Perhaps not as much as it should have done, but, you know, it's just... It's really not a situation where new is best when it comes to Monster Hunter, so... You know, I would personally recommend not even getting a new console for it, just emulate, you know? There's so much you can, like, literally everything before this game can be emulated fairly effectively at this point. So... Yeah. Well, if you hate modern gaming, I'm telling you now, modern Monster Hunter is basically a reflection of what modern gamers need out of their video games. And if you're anything like me, it's not going to actually be fulfilling. The last thing that I would want you to do is spend all that money on the successor console to the Nintendo Switch and get the Monster Hunter game for that system, and then just fail to achieve the same enjoyment that you got out of this game in that game, and then just be left going, well, what am I doing? I want to set you on the right path. And the right path is to play the older Monster Hunter games. You know, the ones that are just as good as this game, realistically, which actually have different things to offer. I wouldn't say Portable Third is as good as this game, but it's very close. You know, a lot of people actually prefer Portable Third to this game among the third-gen games, so... And they do have reasons for feeling that way about it. You know, perfectly valid reasons for thinking that. So, you know, maybe if you wanted to stay in third generation, you can give that a try, or... Well, yeah, I mean, it's over to you. You can give emulating a try if you want. If you genuinely do not think that you can work it out yourself, I will help you work it out. I will get everything set up for you, and the reason why is because when I hear that you are a person who has only played pretty much 2 Monster Hunter games, and that is Monster Hunter Tri and Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, and I see that your online experience is about to disappear, I'm pretty much looking at a person who is at risk of losing their chance to continue enjoying Monster Hunter. So I want to take that opportunity to help you continue that experience, you know? There are ways to do it, and it's not that hard. It's actually not that hard at all. I totally get it if you're not that familiar with computers and how they work, and also emulators, but I'm happy to help. So yeah, I'd recommend giving it a try. Obviously, at the end of the day, it depends on what you want to do. But if you're open to the idea of it, then I'd be happy to help if you really can't work it out. I'd say the first thing would be just getting the emulator working, and then there are options that you can pursue to play online with people using the emulators, so yeah. Okay, apparently 3 Ultimate only cost you $5 in the eShop, so I don't know why. I thought that I saw you around a very, very long time ago in Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. To the point where I thought it may have been around the time the game came out. Maybe it was more like 2017, 2018 when I first saw you. I don't know. I don't remember. But it was before I was doing a live stream series in Monster Hunter, put it that way. It was a long time ago. Yeah, no, that's fair, Tabo. Again, it depends on what you're willing to do yourself, but I suppose what I would say is that if you ever want to continue your monster hunting experience, don't choose the newest game. I'm not going to completely discourage playing the new Monster Hunter games, but I would not do it if you've only played Tri and 3 Ultimate. That would be such a waste. Such a terrible, terrible waste. So if you ever want to keep playing Monster Hunter, please don't do that. I'm begging you. It's actually for your benefit. It's not just my ideology that I'm not clutching at pearls here. I'm genuinely saying this for your benefit. I think you would have a lot more fun if you played the older games instead. Anyway. Wizard says, thanks for hunting. I have this terrible habit of leaning into my microphone because I think when I see the windscreen on my microphone, I feel like I'm back in my old residence where I need to be quite close to it, but I don't. This whole setup is to avoid not being so close to my microphone. But anyway. Yeah, I wish I could say that I only spent $5 to play this game. Back when this game came out, let me tell you, the Wii U was the first of the next-gen consoles, and it was fucking expensive. And I bought it purely to play this game. For no other reason. I bought it to play this game, and then on top of it, I bought this game at full price, pretty much. So, you know. On a monetary level, I sacrificed a lot to be able to play this game. Same thing for Monster Hunter World, and then I was bitterly disappointed and sold both that game and the system that I bought to play it. So, like, within a few months, so... Yeah. Can't say I didn't try. Can't say I didn't try. When you say almost a boomer, I take that literally. Like, the boomer generation is very old now. Unless you're in your 40s or 50s, when you say almost a boomer, that's what I'm looking at. But anyway. Feel the heat. I don't know what it is about this quest that Kinney is so obsessed with, but anyway. Alrighty. Might actually go dual blades. Water dual blades. Water awakened dual blades. Is that an option? I don't remember. When I say, is that an option, I suppose what I mean is, have I crafted it? But I'm pretty sure that I've crafted every single awakened weapon that I can reasonably craft. I'm pretty sure that I managed to do that. Yeah, here we go. Uber Death Snarfs. That's a fucking name for a weapon. Uber Death Snarfs. Find me a better weapon name in Monster Hunter. I dare you. I fucking dare you. The coolest weapon names in the series are probably in this game, I have to tell you. Another triple slot that I don't think I can make use of. No. Oh well. Breaks my heart that I'm increasing my hunter rank in this game while my main save is on a different system. Although having said that, I don't... Well, do you know what? There's nothing really stopping me from transferring this save again. I mean, it said that this save was locked, so... But I seem to remember that AJ was backing up his save on his 3DS by repeatedly sending it back to his 3DS, so I don't think your save in this game being locked is going to prevent you from sending it back. So, you know, I could actually... Do you know what? That's probably sensible. That probably makes a lot more sense. I might just send my save back to the 3DS once this game literally can't be played online anymore. Alright, let's go back to carving. I feel bad for selling these fucking gems and whatever else I was selling. I was selling all sorts of things. But anyway, I think that's what I might do, because the likelihood, quite frankly, of me playing online in Citra at all between now and the closure of these servers on the Wii U, those chances are very remote. So I think I might just transfer the save again. But again, I don't regret actually setting everything up. I'm happy to see that everything's working. So yeah, I'm just going to keep going because, oh, never mind. I have cool drinks. I thought I needed hot drinks for some reason. That would have been absurd. Alright, well, okay, I don't have any pickaxes, sadly. Alright, let's go back to carving and building my character. Let's do it. Luinox the Thirsty? You prefer that to Uber Death Snarfs? Or I guess you're just commenting on it. Uber Death Snarfs is better, I think. Still pretty cool. Makes me sad when you think about it. Like, let's compare my experience with 3 Ultimate to the experience that a person translating this game had. They would have just done it as part of their professional duty in that moment, you know. That was their job was to translate this game. But you know, that person probably never went on to play the game And even if they did, they probably didn't continue playing it for very long. They probably just played it to see how it was, but... You know, the people who worked, and you know what? It would have been a small team, I think. I mean, how many people do you need to translate this game? Maybe 5? Something like that? It would be a small team. So the people who were involved with the translation of this game, and let me tell you, they did a pretty fucking good job. It was definitely... It comes across as intimate, meaningful, and really well done. And it just makes me think, like, those people... I enjoy the game that they translated as much as I do, but they probably don't enjoy the game themselves, or don't have the time to play it, or have never had the desire to play it, etc, etc, yet they have invested in their own way, but just in a very different way to how I've invested. It's just a funny thought to me, because that's really the way that I look at it. They seemed really invested. You know, the translations, needless to say, it required a lot of creative license. There was a creative license that was taken advantage of to make a lot of the weapon and armor translations, but you know, these people, just the amount of text that they had to translate, and not just translate, but to localize. I think it wasn't just a translation effort, it was a localization effort that they really went to when it came to this game, and so much to do. Just incredible, really. And to me, their work in this game stood out in a way that just no other Monster Hunter game did. The Tri-Team were good, but these guys absolutely nailed it. They did an amazing job. And yeah, I was just thinking to myself that it's a shame that, you know, I've been able to enjoy their work so much, but they probably really haven't been able to enjoy it beyond the professional task that they had to complete at that time all those years ago. You know, that would have been a long time ago now when they were translating this game. So... just a funny thought. Goodbye, Uragaan. I don't blame you, Uber Death Snarfs. There's not much you can do when you're dealing with those. I might contribute a bomb. Why not? That Roggy is just... I don't even know what to say. Desperate for attention, I guess? You wanted my attention, motherfucker. Goodbye. I like Roggies, to be honest. They're so spongy looking, don't you think? It's amazing when you think that all a Roggy is the exact same model as a Jaggy, it's just got a different texture. But he looks so soft. He's obviously meant to look that way because, you know, you look at a frog. I mean, they're very soft. It's because they're moist. They're slippery. Because that's the sort of environment that they live in, right? They live in very wet environments, so they're going to absorb a lot of water and just be generally moist. And, you know, you compare that to a Jaggy, it just doesn't look that way. Oh, the amount of things that you can do with a texture. But yeah, it's just... Roggies are quite soft and spongy looking. Which is pretty cool. Of course, they're actually called Froggies. They used to be Froggy. So... Dos Froggy, for example, for Great Froggy, or Great Roggy. The fan translation was literally just Roggy, but replacing the W with an F, Froggy. And I thought it was a strange translation to go Roggy instead of Froggy. I don't really know what prompted that, but... because it's very strange, isn't it? The WR? It's not the sort of... wow, I was not paying attention to what the monster was doing. I wasn't expecting him to come back this way, to be honest. But yeah, the thing with the WR... it's not the sort of pronunciation that you would often make with your mouth. Like, just the movement of the lips. The Roggy. you know, words like wrought and wrath, you know, they're fairly uncommon words. You will not see them in common parlance, and you yourself are probably not going to use those words very often, so roggy, it's just unusual. I guess the translation team just didn't want to be that much on the nose. They didn't want to make it really obvious that that species of small monster was modelled after frogs. So they went with Roggy instead of Froggy. Fair enough. When it comes to weapon designs, I would say that some of my favourites would be the Nibblesnarf weapon designs. They've got that military theme going on. But it's not just the theme that interests me. I'm not really that into guns and militaria. Although, well, that's probably not true. I like a lot of... I actually really like that stuff. I'm not an enthusiast, but, you know, I like old militaria. Although that might not be the right word to use. I like old guns, we'll put it that way. Like World War I, World War II. So that subject is of interest to me, but it's not so much the theme that I like, it's literally what the weapons are. I think they look really cool. And I love that that is the theme that they do, because I do not see any fucking comparison that can be drawn between a Nibblesnarf and anything warlike. Like, where do they get that? Where is the correlation there? It's very bizarre. How the fuck am I still being affected by the tremor at that distance? That's crazy. I say it every time, but it's unreal, the range of that chin slam. Is he gonna get me? No, he's not. You get the hell away from me, my friend. Yeah, the Nibblesnarf Gunlance is a rifle with a fucking scope on it. That's great. Also, I'd say it's fairly underrated, but the charge blade is a fucking riot shield. That's great. Yeah, the lance is an RPG. The hammer is a grenade. Like, that's great. They're almost like joke weapons in a way, aren't they? Very underappreciated, I think. Yes, it is a rocket-propelled grenade, but without the apparatus to propel it. It's just like on a stick. I don't particularly want to capture it, but I think the trap has been put down as a contingency, in case he does successfully limp out. Which he may do at this rate. Yeah, look at that. Is he gonna... he missed the trap. It was a well-intentioned trap placement, but sadly not quite placed in the way that it needed to be. I don't know if that was me, it felt like me, but I was not making physical contact with the monsters, so I'm not sure if I can take credit for that. Not sure at all. I rather regret that I've been not carving and not taking rewards up until this point, but yeah, I just came to the realization that it's actually not that difficult for me to just transfer my save over after the fact, like after I can't play online in this game anymore. I think part of it is the realization that I'm really not going to take any time to play the emulated version until I can literally no longer play the Wii U version, so I may as well just transfer my save at that time. It's the best way to do it. Just in case anyone is interested or is wondering, I don't really have any way to guarantee how often I'll be able to record this game on the 3DS once I can't play on the Wii U. It purely depends on the community. I just don't know. But we shall see. Maybe I'll get Florin to play 3 Ultimate. I have a secret, how do I call it? He's like my secret weapon. His name's Florin. Really good Monster Hunter player. If you saw some of the clips of him playing Monster Hunter, you'd probably shrink back into your chair. He's extremely good. You know, like setting up attacks 10 seconds before the monster's even there to get hit by it, sort of play. Really impressive stuff. And he plays a lot of 4 Ultimate. He's always down to play with me. I just haven't taken him up on that because I'm an idiot. And you know, like for example, I could use him for a solid 4 Ultimate live stream, and I do intend to do that. I don't want to say use him, that sounds wrong. I want to play with him for a live stream because, you know, that's someone that I can hunt pretty much anything in G rank with 2-man, and we blitz through the monsters without issue. So I want to be able to do that with him. But if I get him on board with 3 Ultimate, then I'll have him for 3 Ultimate too. That'll be great. Like on the 3DS. So I might float that idea with him. That is such a cool lance. I might have to make that. I have to forge that fucking lance. Tabo says that he doesn't use it, but I don't know. I think the design of it's really cool. I mustn't have actually made the Toxic Javelin in this game. I think that's what it was called in Try. The word javelin was used. I have to fucking make it in this game. There's no way I can't. So let me just make sure that I haven't to start with. Let's go through my lances. It's really strange that I didn't, because I made it in Try and Portable Third, but it obviously never crossed my mind to make it here. I guess because you can't just make it outright, you have to actually upgrade into it. Let's see how I upgrade into it. Jesus. If you're wondering what the hell is going on, don't worry. What the hell? How did this happen? Can I restore this to default? How the hell did this happen? So what I'm trying to do is... You've got no idea what I'm doing. What I'm trying to do is screen capture my Monster Hunter 3G decks, because I've been very lazy with doing that up until this point. And it's just this giant, endless white screen. I can't fucking do anything with it. Well, you can't say I didn't try. So it upgrades interestingly. Azure Crest. Azure Crest. So I have to go from the Thane lands, which I do not fucking have. So I don't have the Thane lands, I don't think. That's shit. Maybe I can upgrade into it. I don't know. This is crazy. This is ridiculous. Excuse me. I'm going to see how far I can go. So I'm going to forge the... Oh, I can buy the Thane lands. I'm fucking glad I checked. Yes, I'm happy with that purchase. Alright. So from the Thane lance to the Azure Crest, which I cannot make. I need baggy hide. That's what I get for not, I don't know, gathering low-rank monster materials. This is precisely why I ensure that I gather everything that I can when I can, instead of just turning my nose up at it and going, oh, well, I couldn't possibly need that at any point in the future. No, like, you don't know what you need in the future. That is the point. So, gather things whenever you can. Also, drill lance. Very old-fashioned. So weirdly, when you upgrade into the Azure Crest, it upgrades into, or rather there is an option to upgrade further along the Azure Crest line. You can also upgrade into the Aqua Spear, which is my water lance of choice in this game. You can also upgrade into the Lagiacruz lance, or you can upgrade into the Giganox lance. I want to upgrade into the Giganox lance. I cannot at this time, but that's not the end of the world. I will, let me tell you, I will do that in time to come. In the meantime, I will just use a standard raw loadout. I do not know what these guys are doing. I think it was posted on the board, and I have since forgotten, so there you go. You guys are being terribly patient. I have obviously chosen to use a greatsword on a Baroth, which is not great, but that's alright. Really strangely, I'm getting flashbacks to the first quest that I actually did in Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate on the 3DS. I used a generic loadout because I hadn't actually checked to see what quest was on the board. We ended up doing Baroth and Nibblesnuff, and so I was using this same loadout against Baroth in that quest. So the Nibblesnuff hunting horn is called the Soldier's Snarphonica. Presumably, the design of the weapon looks like a harmonica. If it doesn't look like a harmonica, then colour me confused, but I'm sure it does. Do you know what I've never done on a live stream? Eat. Today's not the day, don't worry. Fear not, I'm not going to... Oh! I almost got caught in that. I was just thinking that it'd be nice to, when I want to do a long live stream, like today I'm in the mood to do a long live stream, but my stomach can't handle that shit. Like, I haven't eaten today, guys, so I just need to go for as long as I can without having eaten, and then there you go. But quite frankly, the fact that I do live streams at the start of the day tends to work against me when I want to do a long live stream, because generally I will start the live stream before I've actually had the chance to eat anything, so you know, I'm limited to what my stomach can handle. Whatever it can endure will determine the length of time that I spend live streaming. Not always, of course. Certainly not always. But I guess I could get something delivered, that's always an option. I just hate paying delivery fees, it pisses me off. But yeah, I could get a fucking Domino's pizza delivered or something stupid like that. Do I like Domino's? No, I don't. But, you know, I could do it. Using a greatsword against a Baroth is actually a decent amount of fun. It doesn't feel quite that difficult to manage. It's a lot easier here than when I was playing on the 3DS. I felt so uncomfortable playing on the 3DS when I was using the same loadout against this same monster. Admittedly, it was my first hunt playing on the 3DS version in general, so it was bound to be slightly uncomfortable, but yeah, this is fun. I'm enjoying this. That's right, I'm carving. And you can't fucking stop me. I wonder what Tavo Show's loadout actually is. He's using some Black Diablos in there. You don't often see people using Black Diablos, so I wonder what that actually does in this game. Black Diablos was amazing for mixed armor pieces in Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, but I'm not sure how that works in this game. I will have to investigate after this recording, if I remember to do so. Oh, high rank pieces, actually. That's interesting. I'll drop a bomb. Oh no, I forgot to replenish my bomb supply. That's foolish of me. Is he gonna destroy it? Wow, Alpine's fucking taking it to the next level. Multiple bombs. Absolute annihilation. I'd like to get that arm of his. It's so small, but it's so weak. Alpine's weapon is making so much noise. The sound of that weapon being swung around is really noisy. It's funny. It makes a very high-pitched, whining noise. I don't know if you guys can hear it or not. But when he swings it, can't hear it as clearly there, but yeah, every now and again it'll come through. It's distracting once you can hear it. It's one of those things you can't unhear once you realize that it's happening. Which is a little annoying, but you can thank me later. Oh fuck, lost my opportunity. Can you hear that shit? We actually managed to break the head. Doesn't happen very often. It does actually require impact damage, for those who are not aware. If you feel like you've hunted a million Baroth and you've never actually broken the head, it's because you didn't have impact damage to do it. Got a Baroth crown out of that. I wonder how many of those I have. Probably not many. That's really good information. I never would have guessed that. So it's like, so that ridge around his head where the steam comes out is actually his nose, effectively. It's where he breathes. Makes a lot of sense. Oh, that was totally worth it. Totally worth it. What's better? One barrel bomb L plus or 3 people hitting the monster? What do you think deals more damage? Unsure. Get back to me later on that. I did a, God, where was it even that I was doing the quest? I was hunting with multiple people somewhere. And that was going on, like, the fucking bombing The dropping of bombs. Oh, it was Monster Hunter Tri. I was so fucking angry. And, like, what was happening was some dick who thought he was being really clever was dropping bombs in the most ridiculous situations. Like, the monster gets trapped and bombs are going down. Like, no, 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 no. When the monster is trapped, whilst being awake, everyone is gonna come together and start attacking the monster. You drop a bomb, rather than actually assisting anything, or assisting in the killing of the monster, what you're actually doing is completely sabotaging any attempt being made by the team to deal damage. And, you know what, one time he did this, I cannot stress enough, he was even doing this despite the fact that we had a gunner. There was a gunner. And this prick, like, I was actually one of 2 gunners okay. This happened in multiple quests against multiple monsters. The quest where it absolutely reached breaking point for me when it came to my tolerance was against a Double Joe, and there were 2 of us gunning, and this guy drops a fucking bomb on the monster randomly and kills himself. At that point, we had already had 1 death, so we were 2 deaths down. Like, 2 people had died because this prick is literally suicide bombing a Devil Joe for no actual benefit. I mean, he was typing some random shit in Spanish. I shouldn't say random shit, I'm sure it was relating to something. But I saw that after he had typed, he was laughing about it. He thought it was funny that he had died because he had bombed himself. I'm sitting there thinking, mate, you need to actually start observing what's going on. And yes, we did fail the quest. So, you know, if he hadn't fucking bombed himself into oblivion for literally no reason whatsoever, perhaps we wouldn't have failed. But we did. And the question I ask him is it still funny, arsehole? You know? Do you still find this funny? Pay attention. When you do something that's completely... like, if it's literally the opposite to what you're going for, learn from that. Don't just keep implementing that completely useless strategy. Oh, the whole set is actually high-rank Diablos U, which is Attack Up Large, Earplug, Stamina Thief, Knockout King, Divine Blessing. That's pretty good. That is a solid hammer set. I'm actually really impressed by that loadout. That's about on par with my 4 ultimate sets, and this is 3 ultimate. I mean, if it were 4 ultimate, I would have high grade earplugs with those skills, but that's not much worse than... that's not much of a downgrade, is what I'm trying to say. It's really good. Very impressive. What did he post? I heard smoke bombs. Well, I didn't hear. I saw smoke bombs being mentioned in the chat. Oh, you dick. Well, thank you, Remco. I really appreciate that. Based on everything you've said right there, you've waited a long time to say something, and I thank you for that. Well, I don't thank you for the fact that you waited. I thank you for the fact that you took the time to say what you've said. Really, genuinely, I appreciate that. Again, people are silent viewers. That's not always a bad thing. When you say that you watched one of my Demon Souls live streams where I said that I appreciate when people actually let me know that they're enjoying what I do, I remember that, and that was a long time ago. That was 2, 3, perhaps even 4 years ago, when I would have talked about that in a Demon Souls live stream. And genuinely, what you've said, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. There are a lot of people in the same position as you who get something out of what I record, find it entertaining, enjoy what I do. But for one reason or another, they just don't find the opportunity or don't have the desire to express it. It probably means more to me than it does to you that you've taken the time to write that. And so, in accordance with that, genuinely, thank you for letting me know that you've enjoyed what I've been doing up until this point. Because, you know, a person, you know, a viewer, just a number there, like, let's say I've got 5 people watching and 4 of them are talking, and you're the 5th guy, and you never say anything. The fact that you are one of those people doesn't actually mean much to me. I mean, it's nice to know that you're watching, but I can't possibly know that you're watching and enjoying it, really. Or I can't possibly know what you're getting out of it. But when you take the time to communicate that to me, I appreciate that a lot. So it doesn't go unrecognized, the fact that you've taken the time to express that. I'm genuinely appreciative. Thank you. Kinney is not... Oh, it's the last quest he hasn't done. That's what's going on. Maybe he will... Okay, so it turns out that the reason why Kinney has actually posted Rage Match at all is because, quite astonishingly, this is the last quest that he has left to complete. And, to be honest, I think it would be for the benefit of the community if he just completed his last quest and then that was the last thing that he had to do in the goddamn game, and then he just left us all alone. Left us all to continue playing in peace without his presence. I say that because he's just, based on seemingly my experience and also Enten's experience, one of my viewers, like, he's not exactly he's not much of a contributor to the community, we'll put it that way. Not a positive contributor, anyway. I seem to remember being able to successfully smoke bomb in this quest, but... yeah, it's that they love me, that's what it is. I might actually bring Greatsword, why not? This loadout is fine. I will bring Alteos Evolution. Ethan, what on earth are you typing in the chat? Hey Ethan, if you're around, do you want to join on the voice chat? On the voice chat. Do you want to talk to me? The voice chat. Like it's a chat that exists. Anyway. Unfortunately, my sharpness +1 cannot actually be used with this weapon, but anyway, I have lamented that before. I don't need to go over it again. Not in this recording, admittedly, but I've definitely complained about that more than once. I need to go to the bathroom at any rate. I'll be back in a moment. Not that anyone was in need of it, but Ethan has actually upgraded his "he's pooping" comment to "he's releasing fecal excrement." Fecal excrement, just to be very clear, is redundant and, yeah, unnecessary. Anyway. Actually, yeah, P-Berry nailed it. He made it very clear that that was a redundant phrase. Yeah, no, that's a good point, Remco. I mean, to be fair, you were already chatting in the live stream, so sort of gives you a running start, I guess, to commenting. Again, thanks. Very much appreciated. Speaking of Demon Souls, I do want to actually pick up that live stream series again. The reason why I haven't recorded anything for it for a good 2 years is honestly because I needed a break. I've been playing that way too much in the past, and or I was playing it too frequently back then, and that was already when I was at a point where I had played so much of it that I was only getting limited enjoyment out of replaying it so many times. I mean, even on my channel, I've done a Let's Play of it. I then did 3 builds after that, each with a new game plus component. And yeah, seriously, it was... Alpine's going through it. Was he successful? He was successful. I think maybe it's totally randomized, I don't know. Look, I just don't like the situation. Okay, look, I'll leave it to him. The situation where you have two people doing smoke bombs is bad because it is less clear when the next one's going to run out. So what I'm going to do, without having the opportunity to communicate it, because we're in the heat of battle, I don't even have my keyboard on hand. Oh, okay, we've got 3 people doing it, so I think we'll be okay. If we've got 3 people with smoke bombs on hand, I think we'll be okay. I think we'll survive. But, yeah, what I actually prefer is to have a single dedicated smoke bomber. There are 2 reasons why. The first is that if you've got one person smoke bombing, it's very, very clear to that person when the next one's going to run out. Or rather, the previous one that was dropped, when that one's going to run out. Second of all, it's better to have a team of people who are dedicated to hitting the monster as aggressively as possible, while you've got the 4th person holding off on their damage. So it's all about DPS. If you've got 3 people who are just focused on dealing damage, you will get the monster taken care of much faster. So that's the philosophy. That's not really the situation that we're in now, but that's alright. Dropping another, because why not? Oh, look out, guys. We do have the other Devil Joe very close by. I'm just going to drop one every 30 seconds or so. I think it lasts 45 seconds to a minute. We do admittedly have a better team this time than we did before. Alpine's pretty good, and, you've got myself and Tavo, whereas last time it was not looking pretty good. Yeah, sorry, it wasn't looking very good at all. I do realise that it's very hard to actually see what's going on. But, I would rather that we have an unclear, foggy hunt than deal with 2 of them at the same time. Almost lost it though. I got the flinch though. Didn't make contact on my screen, but that's okay, as you can tell. Oh, Ethan says, add me to the call whenever. Alrighty. Will do so. Kinney has still managed to feint, despite the fact that we're fighting only one of them. Bloody hell. Poor baby. I took a hit for that, possibly unnecessarily, but anyway. And he's fucking dead. I'll sharpen again for good measure. so satisfying to use a greatsword on a Deviljho. It's one of the most satisfying things you can do with a greatsword, actually. Use it on a Deviljho. There's something about him. I can't quite describe it. He's, he just takes it. He's a sponge. Not quite. He definitely outsmarted me with that. My positioning was terrible. Here we go. Paralysis time. As for the placing of 2 paralysis meat, that was definitely not a good decision. I don't want to go onto that subject of discussion again. I feel like I do it every time I fight a fucking Deviljho. I don't know why this information is unknown to everyone besides myself, but yeah, like, don't put down 2 of the same meat. It's fucking pointless. I mean, it could have been 2 different people, and they just happened to place the same meat. Kenny's got a trap down. Okay. Hopefully we don't get a rock on the bombs. I do have a feeling that he's going to do it. You watch. Oh no, he didn't. I have a feeling... Oh god. Yeah, I have a feeling that there is actually an AI prompt for Deviljho to do a rock attack or some sort of ranged attack when there are bombs down. I just had that feeling. I could be totally wrong, but I feel like you very rarely see the rock attack from Deviljho, but it almost always comes out when you put bombs down, so based on that anecdotal evidence, I think that he does actually do it more often when you've got bombs. Just to be a little bastard. The Dragon Breath can be guarded at all times, it does not require guard up. I sort of understand why you might think that it requires guard up, it's because it's got that sort of, it's not very well defined, it looks like it's not very solid. Looks like it might ignore a shield, but no, it's not an attack that requires guard up. And good night, sir. That was a successful hunt, and I will tell you why. It's because we're not all kinny. If we were all kinny, fuck me sideways, we'd be having a big problem. Alright. Time for Ethan to join. Sorry, I hope that didn't sound like I didn't want him to join. I offered and I want him to come. He's not, like, joining the room. He doesn't actually have a Wii U. He definitely wanted to get one in the past. Just never did. Alpine says, thanks everyone, with a smiley face. Was fun. Must mean that he's leaving. Maybe he said that that was his last hunt and I didn't actually notice. Almost can't take any of that, actually. Hold on, Ethan. Need to change something. Oh, I think you should be coming through now. Okay, now I can hear you. I think they could hear you, but I couldn't. Why can I still not hear him? I'm just about at a loss as to why I can't hear him. Speak, Ethan. I want to see if you actually come through on my OBS. No, you're not coming through on OBS either. Wonder what it is. Oh. Okay, I figured it out. Everything will work when he comes back, but he's going to think it's because he restarted his Discord. That's not what it was. It was on my end. Anyway. I figured it out. It's because I had Discord muted on my, Windows 7.
I just had to restart my Discord.
Bad luck, man.
I'm just kidding. I heard you say that I was going to think it was going to be me needing to restart my Discord.
Yeah. I'm just getting
What's
your
up?
audio levels correct. I guess that's fine. What I need you to do, Ethan, when I'm getting your audio levels right, is I need you to talk some mad bullshit so that I can actually have something to work with.
Okay. So get this. I've been doing research on our little project, our little pet project you and I have been working on. And I downloaded the Generations 3DS ROM. And it is hard locked at 30 frames per second. And I don't know why, because I feel like I've heard a lot of stuff about Citra running that particular game really well. But it actually kind of runs like duty.
Look, I don't know about Generations specifically. What I can say is the 3 Ultimate needs to be locked to 30 in order to work at all. I did the download myself for Generations. I got it all set up. I was going to help you with that if you weren't able to figure it out yourself. I haven't actually come to think of it, you're right. I remember it being locked to 30. I wasn't entirely sure because I hadn't actually gone into like a character and tried to play the game. But I remember it was sitting at 30, so it must be naturally locked to 30, which is really odd. But that might actually be what you can expect.
Well,
that might be the situation. I don't know.
I was able to see that Generations Ultimate has a cheat that you can drop that lets it run at 60, but I don't know what emulator you use for that. Does Citra run it?
What, 3 Ultimate?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, I don't play the Wii U version emulated because you can't actually play online with it, so I use Citra for that as well, yeah.
Okay, so it's double X can run on Citra is what you're telling me.
Yes.
That's
yes,
that's weird because that's
Double Cross has a 3DS version. That's why.
Oh.
So
I didn't realize it
is. But it was only in the international version, Generations Ultimate, where there was no 3DS version. I actually don't know if you remember me laughing about that when it happened. I was being very nasty. I was going on about how I was licking up the tears of all the 3DS players who couldn't actually continue playing Monster Hunter. It wasn't so much me taking issue with the 3DS players, it was just an expression of my extreme disdain for the fact that Monster Hunter was even put on the 3DS in the first place, so I thought it was actually funny that they completely they chose to forsake all of the players who were on 3DS and only released it on the Switch. When I look back on it, that was quite an egregious snub, but looking back as well, I have to say.
So we might need to just grab the version of the game that is XX, the one that allegedly runs super well and that we can run at 60 frames. And that's fine because it's not like the village quests go up to, G rank anyway.
Well, I don't know. Okay, apparently, well, AJ in the chat says that Double Cross also is locked to 30, and it only goes up to 60 through mods, which is interesting, because I know that 4 Ultimate isn't like that. 4 Ultimate you can just natively launch and it will just go to 60 automatically, but...
Yeah, and it's really, it feels bad. It feels bad at 30.
Yeah.
It might, let's just say, based on what the project itself, it might be very difficult to achieve our goals at 30 frames. You might not have trouble because you're used to playing the older games, but I'm a little out of practice, so that might be tough.
You feel like you won't play Monster Hunter as well at 30 FPS?
I can tell you, I tried earlier. Like, I sat down and I beat my head against the Tetsukabra, and I was struggling a little bit, not because it was like a really hard fight, but because just the game wasn't responding the way I expected it to.
Yeah. Now, I suppose if you're used to those extra 30 frames, it's a bit hard when you don't have them. I've experienced that with the Souls games. Like, for example, if I go from a PC Souls game, like even the original Dark Souls on PC, and then I go and play Demon Souls on the PS3, it feels like shit. It's really bad. So, I know what it feels like to have an expectation of what your character is going to do when you press those buttons, and it just doesn't play out that way because you have 30 less frames than what your brain is used to. I do get that. And I think that's...
It can definitely be worked around. It's just... You'll see when you play it what I mean. It's a little clunky here and there.
That is the word.
And I don't think that I was really putting any extreme tax on it or anything. I'm only running it at 6xx native. So we'll see.
Yeah. Alrighty. We're going to do Hello Gen, by the way, my dear audience. I do realise that you've been sitting here listening to me talking to Ethan whilst nothing's actually going on. Thank you for your forbearance. I will now promptly resume playing the goddamn game. Ethan, okay, so it's probably better for you to explain it than me, but basically Ethan has had, and I will give you the opportunity to explain it, but I will introduce it in the following way. Ethan has had an idea for a Monster Hunter series that he and I can do together, which hasn't been done in Monster Hunter before, and it will probably be a lot of fun for us, and it will probably be something that a lot of other people will want to watch. I'm not as passionate about the idea as he is, but I'm definitely, and I don't say that to suggest that I'm unenthusiastic. The better thing to say would be that Ethan's really excited about it, and he's put a lot of thought into it. Did you want to explain how the series works?
Absolutely. Because anybody who's like a regular stream watcher is going to be able to watch the entire thing being recorded anyway, because it's going to take place during a roughly 10-hour stream. The way that the setup works is it's called a variant run, and what that is to imply is that there are two hunters. They're the exact same hunter, however they exist on separate timelines. Their decisions affect one another, and they are only varied slightly. So the way that that plays out in practice, and not just like words out of my mouth, is that our playthroughs are going to be streamed right next to one another. So on the same screen, imagine his screen right now. You'd have him on the left, me on the right, and his screen would be top left, my screen would be top right, and we are playing the game together, but not in the same lobby. We're playing solo through the campaign. But there are things that make it difficult, and our playthroughs affect one another. So we're starting fresh. We have to at all times be matching at least 3 pieces of armor. We can use different weapons, but they have to be from the same monster. So if I'm using hammer and using greatsword, they have to be from the same monster in order for us to use them. We are going to be using a randomizer at the very beginning to determine our hunter arts as well as our hunter style. Although, however, we are likely not going to have to worry about the hunter arts thing until after we've already been up and running and we're unlocking new hunter arts. Because we're going to have to target the new hunter arts as we play, he and I, because you only start out with 3, and you unlock them more as you play. But the hunter style is going to be changing after every single urgent, and it goes down in a rotation. So that is going to be changing every single rotation. There's going to be an option called veto, and if we drop a plate or a gem during a hunt, if we unlock one of those, then if a monster drops that, then we can sell that to activate the veto option. And the veto option allows us to effectively either force the other player to change armor, force the other player to change hunting style, or it can be used to unlock a certain amount of hunts yet to be disclosed in online. So if he and I are like, all right, we want this armor piece. We want this particular 3-piece that we're going to bring into the field because we're both trying to build around something. We can combine our forces and play online together for a certain amount of hunts. I haven't figured that out yet. But we're also going to be sharing a life pool. So if one of us dies too many times, we can lose the run. And also another big portion of it is that if one player carts on a mission 3 times, both players are locked from the mission permanently, which is another run killer. So we're effectively building a soul lock. You've probably seen this if you've ever paid attention to Pokemon, but through Monster Hunter. So that's the idea. So we're playing side by side separately, but we are doing the exact same run, and all of the things that we're doing in game are affecting one another. And we have to strategize in order to succeed. Because if it was a normal Monster Hunter run, you could just go for whatever armor was convenient for you, whatever you already have pieces for, or whatever you actually genuinely want. Especially in early game. Early game, typically people will just make what they have. But I'll give you an example. At the beginning, we're going to be matching all 5 of our armor pieces. We are allowed to vary 2 pieces from one another. But we have to be matching at least 3. Which means that we're probably going to be building sets around that. And if he has the pieces to build something and I don't, that means that both of us have to farm that monster. Also, that opens up the opportunity of if someone dies 3 times on a run, then they will lose the run completely if it's like a key quest or something. Another cool aspect is that if there are items that I have that he doesn't, like let's say for instance, I have 8 Mega Potions to my name and he has 4, I am only allowed to take into the field however many of that item he has. So it automatically defaults to the lowest number on the item that we're bringing in. I can't bring anything into the field that he doesn't have, effectively. And likewise him to me. And that's the entire thing so far.
Yeah, it's comprehensive, it's detailed, and I have a feeling that when we actually start doing it, you are going to have to explain certain details to me as we go along. Because I can absorb a certain amount of the information, but then I don't think it's going to be clear enough in my head for me to be able to proceed with everything without needing a little bit of extra help. So, I mean, we'll see how we go. It's something that is very much a work in progress, if not conceptually, then definitely practically speaking. I mean, we have to... I don't even know if I'm happy to do it as a live stream at this stage. I mean, obviously it would be ideal to have it be a live stream for fairly obvious reasons, more exposure, and other things. Probably more fun if it's live, you know. People who are there and able to watch it will be able to see whatever happens literally as it happens, and so it's a bit more riveting.
Also kind of a pilot run, so there are going to be elements of this game that we're building, this format, that we don't see coming, so that we don't work in conjunction with one another, or so on and so forth. So like having the extra voices, especially the regular extra voices that are in this community, because it's a tight, smaller community, so like all of the people here, their input on how to improve it for their viewership would be incredibly useful in the moment. So like the rules would be like they would be evolving as we play.
I hadn't actually thought of that, but definitely live feedback and input would be a benefit to having it be live. But again, just for clarification, the only reason why I would have a problem with it being live is because it makes everything that we're going to do 10 times harder. It just means that everything has to be set up perfectly so as to work live. You know, I would have to have my video feed with my audio and also Ethan's video feed and his audio all working cohesively in that moment. And, you know, I speak from a perspective of, you know, doing a lot of non-live recordings of Monster Hunter and then doing a lot of live recordings of Monster Hunter, and I can tell you, it's all well and good to be live when everything's going well, but if anything goes wrong at all, it's a fucking nightmare if it's live, and it's just nice to have that buffer, that chance to get everything right in some sort of post-editing scenario.
Well, to clarify, we're not going to have like the overlay up and all of the rules and stuff. Like that is going to be something that's going to be done in post-production, to my understanding.
All right.
It doesn't need to be like production quality while it's being recorded live. That's just while we're recording the footage. It can be live. It doesn't have to be. I thought it would be something that like your regular viewers would enjoy watching.
I'll have to work that out, because I have done I have done it in the past where I have simultaneously live streamed and then also done a local recording, and it has been difficult. I'll try to give you an example of what I mean. So if I do it as a live recording, my webcam, like my video appearance, will be locked to precisely where it is in relation to the video that I'm recording of the game. So if I were to try to splice your video footage in with that, what if, in so doing, the position of my webcam was unfavorable? It's just nice to have the freedom to be able to edit that. If I were to do it as a live recording, I wouldn't have that opportunity. The way around that is to do a local recording in addition to a live recording, just for the video aspect of it, not my webcam, but I don't really think that's an option either. It's just, yeah, like I don't know yet. I'm not completely dismissing it, but on the face of it, it sounds a little bit too complicated, a little bit too problematic, so I may not go down that route. We'll see.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to have to record, for editing processes, I'm going to have to record my audio and video for you as well, so whatever you're having to do, I'm also going to have to do on that front. Like, there's no way we were going to be able to do live both of our footages up on the screen.
Well, yeah, I guess I hadn't established what you were planning to do when it came to the live aspect of it, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. I had always intended for it to just be the footage, not even be like our cameras, because that's going to be something we'd be recording separately.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, there's going to be an overlay. There's a lot to it. There's a lot of cool stuff involved, and the reason that we're going with, in particular, we're going with Generations is because of the fact that it has the hunter style systems And what's cool about that is that hypothetically, when we're moving down the tree, like if we go to an urgent quest, then and we're forced to change our style, we don't get to just pick our style. We have to go down in order of whatever order we choose at the beginning. And our weapons are also being randomly chosen at the beginning as well. So if you want to change weapons, that's another thing that you're going to have to use a veto for, like your weapon type.
Right.
So there's all sorts of cool stuff that makes the game more complicated and more interesting and a bigger challenge. And that's why I'm happy to do it with somebody who's as experienced in especially Generations Ultimate, because that's the one that you 9.99. But because it's going to be quite a challenge.
Yeah. I have a feeling that Ethan's probably compiling it already, and if he hasn't done so already, he probably should, Peaberry. This is something that he has developed with his brother as well. Tyler is involved, Ethan's brother. He's been on some of my videos in the past, but not as much as Ethan has been. But yeah, it sounds like he has had a lot of contributions to this idea, so he's definitely involved as well. As for the compiling, it's probably better to leave it to Ethan in this case, so that way he can do that with Tyler if they have another moment of inspiration and have more ideas together.
Yeah.
So.
And I already do have a doc for it, but I am trying to figure out how to adapt it for the other older titles, other than just Generations and Generations Ultimate, because ideally, and this is my hope for it, is that I'm hoping that it's a fun enough game mode that Monster Hunter speedrunners, which there is a small community of Monster Hunter speedrunners online and on YouTube, will begin doing something like this for their content as well, using the format, and we'll be able to do it with other games other than just this one. So it's going to take some thought and some tinkering to figure out how to make it a good, simple to explain, simple to exercise format. Yeah. And it's going to be in the description of every single video at the beginning when we do our, like, because we're going to chop it up into 15-minute, like 2 hunts per video on YouTube. It's going to be like, hey guys, welcome to Variant Run Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. We are doing this game and then XYZ rules and then, you know, whatever. Like, there's all sorts of stuff that we're going to have to cover as far as... I think that I'm going to try and make it where in every video at the beginning we do a quick, concise explanation of the rules. And then if they're confused at that point, I will make an appeal that it is in the description of the video.
Yeah.
But I mean, you guys just heard it. Do you guys think it's really altogether that complicated? Would you have trouble following that in like if you were watching somebody do it right now?
Yeah, I'd say
that's a little bit biased though too, because they're all Monster Hunter players.
Well, this is the thing. Like, I think it's fairly easy to follow. If they can't work it out immediately, I think there will be a desire to learn what's going on. And I don't think that'll be difficult to figure out. You know, you just direct them to the video description as you suggest. And I guess the important thing is to make sure that the description is concise and as free of unnecessary information as possible, so that people can have a better understanding of it when they choose to read it, and that there's less opportunity to be confused.
More confused, yeah.
Yeah.
So Peaberry's opinion is that you're just sharing stuff with a few caveats. Doesn't sound that hard. Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. Obviously there will be exceptions that we have not foreseen because we have not played this out yet. We haven't, like, our first run is going to be kind of a blind run, but everything has to be done for a first time. And you can thank the Pokemon community for my inspiration in this matter. Like, I've watched Original 151 a couple times do, you know, Soul Links with United Gamer or whatever their names are, and they make really, really fun to watch content that It's effectively just them doing this, but with Pokemon. And I was like, why doesn't somebody do this with the older Monster Hunters? And, you know, because in Pokemon, people play the old Pokemons over and over and over again in a way that I wish people had a relationship with old Monster Hunter. But they don't. A lot of people don't have that relationship with old Monster Hunter, and I thought maybe this might help, you know, jumpstart that, and it'd also be something fun that I could do with them. So.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I guess the uncertainty of how we're going to make it work, sort of, you know, that plays on my mind a little bit. You know, everything's good in concept, but how's it going to work? But, you know, I guess you just put the effort in and make it work. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah.
I think... Wait, since you are soul linked, does that mean if one person fails, both of you have to start all over? Yes. If we get locked out of the run, then it's a dead run. And the ways that you get locked out of the run are either we haven't determined what the max life pool will be for the entire run, or the max cart pool. And then there's also if one person carts 3 times on a mission, then it'll kill the run. The question is, do we allow for abandons? Or do we count consecutive? Like, for instance, if it's is it just 3 total on that particular mission? And if that's the case, how do we keep track of that? Like, these are things that we have to figure out outside of the conceptual, like, planning stage. How are these things going to play out when we're actually playing the game? But yes, effectively, we are soul linked, as you said. And if one person fails, we both end the run. Yes, and a triple cart does lock a quest forever, yes. Whether it's an urgent quest or a key quest, whatever.
That's a pretty scary prospect.
It is. And that's why you kind of have to, like, be prepared. You have to go in with the right gear on. And this is going to lead to us having to, like, dual grind. Because let's say, for instance, you and I we're about to go do an urgent, and we're not confident in our current gear. We might want to over gear our stuff to the best of our ability, and that might mean that we have to farm one monster so that we can get the weapon that could farm another monster that we actually need. And this is both of us having to do this at the same time.
Yeah. Insofar as a key quest being locked forever, I'm just imagining a situation where maybe I die twice and you haven't died at all, but because our runs are linked, like maybe I would have to abandon. Presumably you would then have to abandon as well.
Start that mission again?
Yeah, because otherwise we would run the risk of not actually being able to continue the run at all.
I think that's probably fair, and one of the things, it's also kind of smart too, because you know how when you're playing online with somebody, like, you guys share a cart pool of 3 total carts? It's not that different than that. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've seen people, like, go, oh, well, we've died 3 times and the mission's only 20 minutes in, or I'm sorry, only 2 minutes in. Let's just restart this run, type thing. Yeah. The question is, in that case, do we nix the idea of a maximum cart pool and just go with the you can perma lose access to a quest if you fail 3 times, and then that ends up being the difficulty, because it is Monster Hunter after all, and like triple carts are not uncommon. Even when it's 2 good players, you know what I mean? Like, it can happen to anybody.
So when you're saying fail 3 times, you mean fail the quest, not cart 3 times?
Cart 3 times.
Okay. Understood. Just for clarification, because that, yeah. Okay. In that case, I think, P-Berry wants to take a more, like a harsher approach where abandoning is equivalent to failure of the quest. I think that, in a situation where, like, I think either you make an allowance for abandoning a quest, or you make key quests, or key quests in general, exempt from being completely locked upon quest failure. So, because otherwise we can't progress, right? So, I think it has to be one or the other.
It does have to be one or the other.
And to
But
be
we
honest,
also have to have
I
the
actually
ability
prefer
to
the
lose.
idea, like just for how it's going to actually play out, I prefer the idea of allowing it to be locked, and therefore it means that we have to play more carefully in order to avoid that scenario where we get locked out.
Exactly.
I think that looks better.
Yeah, we have to have the ability to kill the run. Because the idea is that this is kind of like a Nuzlocke in a way. Although there should be consequences for an abandon, and I do agree that there should be consequences for an abandon. So
Yeah.
if you can come up with something that's a fair consequence, P-Berry, then we would promptly add that to the doc, because I do like the idea of an abandon costing you something. The question is what, though?
AJ says what disconnects count as. Oh, well.
Well, because he and I are not playing online together, there will be no disconnect.
Yeah. That's true. It's a fair enough point.
However,
I totally agree
does
with.
suggest that you were joking.
I totally agree with P-Berry's point in that we don't want to trivialize the experience by over-incentivizing abandoning a quest. You know, that also, it has to be a last resort kind of scenario where, you know, we abandon a quest with the knowledge that there is going to be a negative consequence beyond just wasting our time. But, you know, we do so with the understanding of that if we don't do it, we run the risk of literally being unable to continue the run entirely. It has to be a really nasty situation.
I know exactly what to do.
Yeah.
Yep. Back in the day, the developers, when they were playing Monster Hunter 2, I guess, Monster Hunter DOS, there used to be a thing called, like, they would make bets, and they would, if they lost the bet, they'd have to throw away all their honey because of how miserable it was to get honey in some of those older generation games. And I think that we can make a callback to that, where if you abandon, you have to throw away a certain amount of honey. And that would just be something that we choose right then and there. Like, if we're going to abandon, then maybe we have to throw away 50 honey. And that would just be the standard. Like, if you don't have 50 honey, you can't abandon type thing. Which would also mean that we would kind of be locked into, if we are using the trade system for anything, it would probably be just for honey, which is initially, that was what it was going to be anyway. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like we were going to be using it for anything else except for maybe like armor skin powder or whatever, like hard shell powder, I mean.
Well, with the understanding, of course, that not that much can be traded anyway, so.
Exactly. So, like, if we make it a static cost of, like, you have to... Hold on. Should abandoning cost you a weapon or armor piece? Yikes. Yikes. P-Berry is fucking animal, dude. You want to do this run with him, motherfucker? Like, what the fuck? I don't know what... You're crazy.
No, I mean, he could be describing a possible hardcore mode, which could be an alternative to what we're doing. Doesn't have to be the system. I don't know.
He says, I'm just throwing stuff out there. Yeah, like our corpses. I mean, damn. Would it have to be a piece of armor that you're wearing? Yikes. I mean, don't get me wrong, I kind of like... I'm sick, I kind of like it.
It sounds like a fucking hardcore mode, I don't know.
It sounds miserable.
It's an all or nothing
piece you're wearing. Oh my god, a piece you're wearing, he says. That means you can't store shit up.
I don't know, if you wanted to see Doomlink cry on the live stream, that sounds like the way to do it.
No shit, dude. Because we have to match 3 pieces, which means that basically any of our special pieces, because he and I are going to have different builds, right? Let's say I go hammer, and he goes, you know, great sword or sword and shield or whatever, something, whatever Doom feels like he wants to play as, you know, insect glaive, so we can get tons of mounts. We're going to be building our 3 set so that it affects both of us in a positive way, and we're going to be getting our extra stuff on those 2 pieces. So those 2 pieces, if we're throwing those away for an abandon, we're fucking both of our sets up? Because is it just the person that abandoned that throws away a piece, or both?
It's an important question. Because if it's going to be properly linked. Yeah.
Oh my
mean,
god,
that's
no,
the
he's
question.
right.
Does it make
He's
it too
right.
complicated?
Just get the armor again. He's right though. I'm kind of agreeing with him. I kind of think that this is the wave.
Fuck it.
Maybe one of your two pieces you're allowed to not share. Not share, as in like the other person doesn't know.
Well, hold on. Let's keep with the thread of selling an armor piece, just so that we can cap that off before moving on to that idea.
Drama.
I actually think that's a good idea, and I will tell you why. We don't have to abandon after 2 carts. We can just not fucking cart 3 times. Like, just do it. Deal with it. You know, you either take the sacrifice, take the hit, or play better. I actually don't dislike that idea at all.
I'll give you 3 guesses to what our #1 food skill is going to be.
No, do you know what? Insurance is not fucking allowed. Insurance
What?
banned.
No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Insurance banned.
Oh
If
my
you
God,
get
no
insurance
fair.
unintentionally, well, I don't know. This is precisely why, Ethan. You know that. We're just going to try and get insurance every single time if it's allowed. So I think it shouldn't be allowed. I think that's one example of where Generations is probably not a good choice. So I think we need to weed that shit out. We need to say, nah, not happening.
Okay, no insurance, no insurance.
Even P-Berry is screaming about that. I don't know, like, doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right. Because...
So effectively, we're going to, if we choose to abandon, oh my God, we have to throw away a fucking armor piece we're wearing. That means we're gonna have to have like backup pizzas and shit.
What all of this... Okay. The reason why this works. It sounds brutal. It sounds aggressive. A, it means that we have to play better. B, and this is the important part. The last comment sounds almost like a cop-out, a bit of a throwaway comment. This is really important. It means we have to be properly set up and prepared for any hunt that we depart on. And that's something that I think will really positively impact the series. You know, we can't just be departing on stuff. We can't just wing it. You know, we can't just go, oh, I think we're okay, let's do it. We need to actually prepare. And I don't know if we're going to be leaning on my understanding of the quests for this. Probably. But yeah, like it just means that we have to be better prepared. And I think preparation is intrinsic to a meaningful experience in Monster Hunter in general, whether we're talking about this series or just playing normally. It's one of those things that you need to actually pay attention to. So this is great. You know, anything that further incentivizes very careful and meaningful preparation. It's good. I like it.
I agree. I think that P-Berry, I think that you kind of nailed it with that. That's got to be it. So if we choose to abandon, we both have to throw away a fucking armor piece we're wearing. Oh,
sounds bad, but I have to remember this is
does.
not normal Monster Hunter. This is just it exists within a vacuum. It's an enclosed, controlled environment.
What's crazy is that I feel like what that's going to end up doing is I'm going to have one piece of armor that's just dead defense. That's just dead defense. I don't give a fuck.
Look, man, if that's necessary. Yeah, if that's necessary.
Bro, I won't give a shit what its armor skill is. It is going to be dead as much defense as I can get. No, talismans don't count as an armor piece. Oh, but fuck, do we lose the talismans on the armor piece?
No. Oh, you mean the decorations? No.
Okay, yeah, we can't lose the decorations. That'd be crazy.
Because that's not what happens when you
That's a bridge
sell an
too
armor
far.
piece anyway. Yeah, no. We're not doing that. That's bullshit. Decorations survive.
Oh man, what a great suggestion, dude. That's brilliant. Oh, I'm really happy about that. I'm happy about that. That's a really cool solution to that problem. And then we don't have to worry about any like shared life pool. It's genuinely just like if you fail 3 times on any quest, it's a dead run. That is, well, if it's a key quest. Like we can fail 3 times on like on a non-key quest if we're like grinding or something like that. And it won't kill the run. It'll just kill that hunt. Like we won't have access to, let's say we're fighting capture Kuliaku or whatever. And I don't even know. No, not a Kuliaku. That's a dumb one. That's a fucking world monster. Capture a Malfestio, and we fail that 3 times, or if we cart 3 times, then that's a dead one for both of us, and then we have to find another way to grind that monster if we want those parts.
I'm trying to find where my fucking ivory... Oh, there it is. Acris Whitebolt. There it is. Okay. So, I've been getting ready for this quest. The only reason why I didn't pull you up on the mention of Kuliaku was because I was so immersed, engrossed in my bows. Otherwise, I would have screamed in your face. But...
No, I kind of felt the wind changing as I said it. I was like, wait.
Yeah, you... The hairs on your arms began to stand at attention.
Yeah. I just imagine you being like, do you know what happens to a frog when it's struck by lightning? The same thing that happens to everything else. Just so everybody in the chat is aware, that's the worst quote ever from a X-Men movie.
For the record, when Ethan says a quote, it needs to be funny on its own, otherwise I won't laugh, because there is almost a guarantee that I will not know where it's from because I don't watch movies.
It's true, he doesn't. We've watched a couple of Gundam movies together, but Jesus Christ, were those fucking depressing.
Well, that's what you get for watching F1 with fucking English dub. That was your choice.
Well, it wasn't depressing because of the dub. It was depressing. It was depressing because it was fucking depressing, okay?
No,
and
it
dude,
wasn't depressing because it was a sad... Okay, we need to clarify this. It's not depressing because it was a sad movie. That's not what he means. No, it wasn't. What are you talking about?
Maybe not F1.
Well, definitely not F1. Don't get confused. We were watching a direct-to-video series, which was sad. And you're probably also thinking of War in the Pocket, but F1 was not depressing.
Oh, that's the trauma. The trauma.
The trauma.
I can't. Dude, I did not sleep after that movie.
Oh, shit.
But you're sitting here, you're judging me for watching like one movie in fucking in English when it's like we had watched so much Gundam that I felt like I had basically read The Lord of the Rings in its entirety back to back.
That's not how you're supposed to treat it.
Bro,
it's like
my
a
brain
guide.
can't
It's not
read
a
that
book.
much.
Oh my god. It is true though. The amount of fucking dialogue in the first 2 Gundams. My god.
Hey, you remember the one, what's the GIF? What's
I
forget his name. What is his name? The guy from the 3rd one.
Starts with J. Can't remember it now.
Oh my god. It's in our fucking Discord somewhere.
Yeah, it's great. That was a special moment when I realized that I'd actually pinned that fucking GIF of him running.
Yeah.
Serious moment.
Hold on, I need to know his name. I have to.
J something.
Full suit Gundam pilots. No, not Gundam Wing, just the pilots.
That's probably not the best way to search. It's Zeta something. It's double Zeta, ZZ, ZZ, whatever you people say.
His name was... Hold on. Judo.
Judah.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Oh,
my man.
just hearing his fucking name. Good shit.
I just that anime was such an enigma. I couldn't believe it. How does it go from being like it's like they got the director in for like 10 episodes from Zeta, and then for the rest of it it was like an actual filler.
Yeah, it's an entire filler. It's an entire episode of filler, but it's an entire series. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's a filler episode that's an entire Gundam series.
Yeah. But then
What's
for 10
crazy
episodes
is
it feels like it's meaningful and well written, and then it's gone again.
Yeah, and what's crazy is the juxtaposition of animation from Zeta to that one.
Yeah, well, I think they knew what was coming. I don't think there was any intention of it being a meaningful series. I think they knew that it was going to be some bullshit to maintain the interest. And so they didn't allocate a good budget to it.
It did a great job keeping our interest, man.
I don't think it did.
Hilarious.
I mean, technically it did, but I think there was a lot of moaning and groaning, figuratively or literally, while we were going through it. It was bad. It wasn't good.
Yeah. Well, nothing will ever beat the white telepathic dolphin.
I don't know, man. I like that. I actually like that. Not that episode.
No,
but
get the fuck out of here. You like that series? There is no way you liked that one.
I did. Well, okay, like is a strong word, but I wasn't offended by it. Like, my sensibilities were not offended by it in the same way as yours.
You didn't think it was absolutely out of fucking pocket that there was a white dolphin with telepathic powers beating up on mobile suits.
I think the fact that they had an episode like that showed that they were completely out of ideas. Like, I will concede that. But look, I actually didn't mind the series all that much, or look.
You just liked it because your waifu was in it. There was a waifu in there for you.
Yeah, there was a waifu. You know what? I have to wear that. I have to agree. Like, there was a waifu, so I gave up, and I think my critical thinking was blocked because of waifu, but
by the telepathic dolphin. Yeah, you're right.
And
it
also
got in
that,
there
yeah.
and it fucked your shit up. He was like ee, and you were like,
don't even do that. That's actually bad
Master.
memories. Oh.
I can't.
Man, that
deal with the
fucking white dolphin was like 4 episodes worth of a story.
It was.
And we were meant
we're
to
supposed to care. And we're supposed to care. Oh my god, as if by magic, bro. As if by magic. Imagine trying to convince grown men. Because this is the thing. This is the thing about that.
It wasn't
Yes,
meant to convince grown men.
Who's that supposed to... Dude, you cannot write shows about war where people are dying in every episode in the most heinous and fucking evil ways possible and tell me that's for kids. That was for us. We were the target demographic,
Okay.
and they thought that 2 grown men at 5 in the morning EST were gonna think that a white dolphin with fucking telepathy was a worthwhile story beat. They were out of their fucking minds.
The world had stopped because of this dolphin and what it was doing. Like,
bro, it was worse than COVID.
Oh, fuck me. I don't even know where that came from, that story. It was out of the blue. It just happened. We were there for the ride. We didn't know what was going on, but when we found out it was a white dolphin with telepathy, I'll tell you what, the word disappointment does not adequately describe the feeling.
What's funny is that even though he was on the other side of the world, I could feel him looking at me like, bro. I felt your eyes, and I was like, I'm with you, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like, this is where we are now. We went from Mobile Suit Gundam to Mobile Suit Gundam Zeta to Mobile Suit Gundam Double Zeta, and boy, let me tell you, it's like Gundam. If you watch it in order, is like a progression into madness. Do you remember Victory Gundam?
I try not to. I try not to.
Like the baby, they randomly animated a baby dick pissing. Why?
I don't think it was random. I think it was very well planned. I think that was part of the storyboard. And that might have been a central part of the plot, quite frankly. For all I know.
They have enough money. They have enough money to animate a baby dick peeing, but they can't add a single shadow.
There was no shading in that whole anime.
I've never seen Pokemon has shadows.
Victory
Digimon
Gundam.
has shadows. Metabots has shadows.
Oh. An artist's nightmare. Just literally a complete absence of shading in all artwork in that fucking anime. And the story was terrible. Carl the baby. This fucking baby was crying for the whole anime.
Fucking anime.
Oh my god.
We didn't even finish it. We got like 13 episodes in, and you and I both simultaneously looked at each other and went, "Are we skipping this one?" I think we're skipping this one.
I think for our mental well-being, it had to be skipped because, if I think back on it, we had come from the F1 movie, just to bring it back to the
which was its
start.
own fucking...
Look, having said all that, I'm glad that we did the direct-to-video Gundams from the mid-90s. I can't remember what it was called now, but do you remember them? They were so fucking well done.
Yes,
it was like
I do remember them.
That short series. Oh, so good.
There was one that was like M85 or something like that.
That was the one I meant, yeah. So it was Stardust Memory. That's what you were just thinking of. And then there was also the M one. So that was the mid-90s. So Stardust Memory was like 92. And that was amazing as well. Really well done. Absolutely nailed what makes Gundam amazing and enthralling.
Yeah, they had that one that was like in Vietnam almost, it felt like.
Yeah, so that was the mid-90s one, like 95, 96. Mm-hmm. That was so well done. I was not expecting that. I mean, I saw it was well rated, but until you watch it, you just don't know. And that just, it felt so inspired, so meaningful, so amazing. And then we watched Turn A Gundam.
Stop.
You were not having it. You were
I was
so
thinking
dumb.
such fun things. Because, bro... There's only so many times I can watch a mild-mannered kid who is a pacifist be thrust into a situation where he has to pilot this mobile suit and he has to kill people even though he doesn't want to because he's stuck in a war, and like there's this weird mysterious older character that wears a mask. You know what I mean? Like, it's I love the Gundam format. I do.
Yeah. I think the problem with us is that it was made with the intention of telling the same story to new generations of people watching television at the time, you know. Whereas we had already seen that shit, and we were like, okay. I mean, I say this, but I was willing to continue. Ethan was just done, and I think there was a burnout associated with that, but still, like, it is true that we were embarking upon the same story that we had seen before. And I think, admittedly, the way that we consumed all of that was not how it was intended. It was created with the understanding that, oh, the last time we did this was 10 years ago. And so they weren't that concerned about rehashing the same story. It was a retelling. But we did it all within a fairly short space of time.
Yeah, and it was a lot of emotion too, because first of all, we were watching it during the pandemic, so we were all stuck at home. and it was very like sad shit. Like a lot of people like dying and a lot of big philosophical conversations in the good series, by the way. So this is the juxtaposition you're working with. You have really, really well written series where you're like your entire life is being pulled out of your chest, held in front of you, and being like, yeah, you are a mortal in a world of like in a hellish world where the only good things are things that you make for yourself in small moments. And then you have the juxtaposition of that, which is judo fucking awkwardly running behind a tree, and you're laughing for 30 minutes because you have had a drought of humor for the last 16 episodes, and suddenly there's this bit of animation that wasn't even intended to be funny. It was genuinely an animator's best, and you're watching it and you're just like, there's nothing better than this. There's nothing better than this. And it just made the funny moments so much funnier when they were funny. But likewise, the moments, the white dolphin moments, where you're like, are y'all high? Are you genuinely out of your fucking minds? Those moments shine so much brighter, dude.
There was some good crack being passed around in that one with the white dolphins.
Yeah. And I'm going to be real with you. Nobody can tell me it's a product of its time. Because Mobile Suit and Mobile Suit Zeta are fucking masterpieces. They were made with less and accomplished way more. Like, way more. So it's just like, any failure to launch here was 100% on the people that wrote it or animated it or whatever. I don't know.
Well, that point you make is also pertinent in the sense that when the production of the original Mobile Suit Gundam finished, it must have been on its knees, because it did so poorly in Japan at the time. It just did terribly. There was no interest whatsoever. They were running on fumes. But you just didn't notice it. I mean, one person could take the devil's advocate position of saying, well, the animation was shit in the first place, but it was the late 70s, it is what it is. But the story certainly didn't go backwards in any meaningful way. It was an absolute crescendo that I remember just sitting there. I was so impressed with how they ended that anime. It was so well done. And I felt like, even though there was a lot to keep up with in terms of detail, the way they took me along for the ride, really well done. And when they finished it, it wasn't a complete conclusion. It was an open-ended story. But it was fulfilling. I think they did a brilliant job, given that in the circumstances, they knew that they were animating in a show that barely anyone was watching. But then something clicked, and then by the early to mid-80s, there was a resurgence of interest and appreciation for Gundam. So, yeah, good on them for keeping at it. I don't know what we should do next in terms of hunts. Might look at an advanced quest or something. Ethan, I may actually share my OBS window with you so that you can actually see the live stream as it's going, rather than relying on something.
Well, you're not bothering me. I'm writing down all of P-Berry's suggestions anyway while we're talking.
Oh, okay. Oh, fair enough.
If the player should choose to abandon the quest in an effort to avoid a run failure, they will be forced to sell a piece of non-shared armor.
I can't fucking believe that Kinney is still in this room. That's extraordinary.
He's actually in this chat, and he's listening to you talk hella shit. He's like, okay. Right.
I don't give a shit. Like, that guy...
I'm gonna throw on purpose.
No, I don't care. That guy can just die.
What?
Like, I don't like him at all. He's just...
What has this guy done? Like, what is the lore on Kenny?
Okay, so Kenny joined... Okay, I have to tell you the Kinney lore. Now, everyone plays Monster Hunter a little differently, okay? Monster Hunter is a very specific type of video game. I get that. The thing with Kinney is that he was Hunter rank 99. So I guess what you would consider endgame here. And I said to him, is there anything that you would like to post? And he said, oh no, I don't need anything. And, you know, I was making all of my comments about how when I was Hunter rank 99, I was overwhelmed with tasks to do and all of this business. But, you know, that doesn't apply to everyone. It is what it is. Some people can reach Hunter rank 99 and be perfectly content with their progress and all of that business. But then I posted a quest because he had decided to not take the opportunity that I had given him. And it was Diablos and Rust Durambros. And he equipped a dragon longsword and joined up on the quest. You know, dragon not being an appropriate element for either of those monsters. And I said to this guy, like, so I just gave you an opportunity to post something with the understanding that you might actually want to forge more things with your character. And after you've chosen not to take that opportunity, you've gone and equipped a weapon that is totally inappropriate for this quest. Like, what are you doing? And then he was, oh, sorry. And he went and equipped a slime weapon, which admittedly is a better choice than a fucking dragon weapon. And from then on, he has posted random quests for fun. I suppose it's not random quests for fun. It's quests that he has yet to actually complete. He's apparently completed all quests now. But he's one of those people who just, instead of building their character, instead just wants to, I don't know, complete all quests or complete the guild card. And doesn't actually know how to build a character that's fun to use or even that can deal with each quest effectively. You know, he's happy to depart on a quest with something that's totally inappropriate, doesn't care, but when given the opportunity, when we've got a full G rank team to do whatever he wants, he turns his nose up at it. I just don't get it. Also, one of my viewers, Enten, who is a very high hunter rank in this game, he had played with him before, and basically facepalmed when he saw him, because apparently he was doing combo greatsword and repeatedly upswinging the last time that Enten had played with him. So, yeah, he's a menace. That is what I would say. He's
got that dog in him?
Yep. That is the lore.
Okay. I think I did hear earlier you were talking about how he hadn't posted any quests, he didn't need anything, and then as soon as somebody who was Hunter rank 7 came in and actually could have used the help of the 3 big dogs in the room, he posted something.
That's
that
right.
The other guy couldn't even do.
That absolutely pissed me off. That really frustrated me. It's the tone-deaf nature of that kind of behavior that really pissed me off. You know, like, how could he, in a position where he actually needs help to make a better loadout, choose not to take that opportunity, and then when someone else would be better off taking that, he's instead going to post whatever he wants? Like, what a prick. Anyway, that's just the way I look at it.
I can't believe you banned insurance.
Well, do you, like, really disagree with that? I don't. Like, do you know why
No, I don't.
No? Like,
well, for one, it breaks the rules immediately because the rule is more than 3 if you cart 3 times.
That's the point. I mean,
so immediately
we are eliminating something that trivializes the beautiful balance that we are striking as we develop this.
Yeah. Whew, man. This is going to be tough, man. This is going to be hard.
Sure
We're going to have to think really carefully. I sure can't wait.
Sounds
I just hope that we can get the game to run fucking smoother than it seems to be running now.
I'm sorry, but if you're expecting anything better than 30 FPS, you're just going to have to let that go. I think that is... okay, for those of you who are listening, it has to be said that Ethan has not played an old Monster Hunter game in a long time. I've had to drag him to so many old Monster Hunter games, you wouldn't even believe it. He probably, like, if I had not actually appeared in his life, he probably would not have played many old Monster Hunter games post-World's release. So, he doesn't really have the experience of playing Monster Hunter in 30 FPS, whereas I do.
Well, I do. It's just, like, 4 plays well, not very smoothly, but it plays at, like, 60, 70 frames. And
Briefly,
I haven't
though,
played
Ethan,
any
I do
other...
beg to differ. Like, you will only play them when I'm playing them with you, right? Like, you would never do that in your own time. So I don't think you have the experience of getting used to it. It sucks 100%. Like, I have to tell you, it's terrible. But if you're used to it, it's not going to affect you. You're going to know what your character's going to do when you press those buttons because you're used to it. But if you're not used to it, I guess...
I would push back, though, and say that I did play quite a bit of 4. And I did
Which is 60 FPS.
I beat Try. I beat.
We're
3
talking
Ultimate
after
back in the
World's
day.
release. Hello?
Okay, well then you win this round.
Okay.
I have to concede because you're right. And honestly, if you weren't in my life, I probably would not have gone back and played them.
Yeah. I mean, obviously,
I would
the
have
point
probably
is not
given
to...
up on Monster Hunter already because.
Yeah.
I mean, after playing Rise, I was just like, ooh.
Yeah, the point is not to malign you for your decisions. It's to say, well, you're not like me in that you will play old Monster Hunter as a hobby. It's just not what you do. Like, what you are desperate to experience is a new Monster Hunter game that's actually good. Whereas I realised that that's not possible, but I still want to enjoy Monster Hunter, so I'll play the old games. So...
Yeah, it's like there's no reason why somebody can't keep playing Pokemon Red or Pokemon Blue. They're still great games.
No, I adore those games. I wish I had... but do you know what? Like, I suppose it's because I'm invested in Monster Hunter. I haven't played Pokemon Red since I was, I don't know, 12. So, it has to be said that even though those are great games, I haven't played it recently.
Well,
I'd
that's
love to
the
play
thing.
it again.
Anybody can pick them back up and play them, and it's wonderful that the games are made in such a way that they encourage you to go back and play them. Like, they're good enough that you are willing to go back and play them. And I think that, Monster Hunter is exactly that same way. The big problem Monster Hunter has is the fact that it's a pain in the ass to emulate them, number 1. And they're not centralized to any system, number 2.
Well, hold on. We have to contextualize your meaning of pain in the ass to emulate. I would say that as far as the PSP games go, and also the PS2 games, when it comes to emulation, it's pretty straightforward. The only games that are a pain in the ass to emulate are the 3DS games. So that shouldn't prevent you from playing pre-3DS Monster Hunter.
Yeah, and there is no reason why these games should not have been released on Steam by now with working online. Like,
Capcom just don't give a fuck. They do not give even something of a fuck.
And it's disgusting. It's disgusting.
I
Like,
do
there
think so.
should be a fully, like, there should be Monster Hunter 1 and 2, as well as 3 Ultimate and 4 Ultimate, all of them on Steam in one game.
Yeah.
The same way Kingdom Hearts combined all their games. And it should have live servers. Like, that, it is ridiculous that they haven't centralized some of the most popular games onto something that could actually play them well. You could drop a couple of new textures. I guarantee you every single person in this chat would pay $60 fucking to that.
I have to say, though, I'm in two minds about it. I think Capcom's reticence when it comes to that has resulted in people playing on emulators and developing save files and all of that. But if they did it now, I don't know if I'd play those versions because I probably wouldn't be able to transfer the save file. I mean, if there were a way to do it, of course I would. But maybe the way that Capcom would actually do the game would make it so that it were literally impossible to transfer a PSP save file of, for example, Monster Hunter Freedom Unite to their new version. And do you know what? I wouldn't want to give up my Freedom Unite save file to play the official remastered Capcom version. So, as much as I criticize Capcom for doing that, to speak of my own personal experience, I probably wouldn't give up that character. So, I guess it's not about me. Like, I don't lament what I could have experienced. I instead worry about what new players could have experienced. You know, like a new player is going to be much more interested. That was a nice flinch. New players would be much more inclined to play old Monster Hunter if it got remastered. Just look at, like, the best example that I can give you. And it's a sad example. I think it's pathetic in a lot of ways. But the original Dark Souls. Look at how many people did not play the original Dark Souls game until it got a remaster. Like, hello, it was 7 years later. Like, literally 7 years after the game came out, it got a remaster, which, quite frankly, is not enough time to have passed for it to require a remaster. I guess it wasn't very well designed originally, but still, like, just based purely upon the passage of time, it didn't really warrant a remaster, but still, so many people who had not actually played that game prior to that point played it because it got a remaster. And to be honest, for those people who, for one reason or another, I can't account for it, I don't understand it, but everyone's different. For those people who cannot play a fucking video game until it gets a remaster and until it gets spoon-fed, if not fed via tube into their fucking stomach before they play it themselves, on their own initiative, you know, I feel sorry for those people. I feel like they should experience it. But they haven't, because Capcom, for one reason or another, have just left the old Monster Hunter games to languish in the past and to lie fallow. I think, quite frankly, they could have done more with those older games, but instead they've chosen to be perfectly focused on the future and what they can do in the next game, instead of wondering how they can bring their old work to new players. Hasn't affected me necessarily, but I think it has affected the community. So.
Well, see, that's interesting too, because another thing they could do, and P-Berry just brought this to my attention, and I would be very happy with this, super happy in fact, is if they just took all those assets that they still have and made a new title called Monster Hunter Genesis, which covers the entirety of 1, 2, 3, and 4, combine all 4 of those games into one story. That's a long title game. And use the assets from the older game with the combat of Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate or 4 Ultimate.
Well, hold on. I think this is important. What you're describing is one single game. What I thought you were talking about when you first mentioned this was almost like a greatest hits release where you could enter a menu screen and then choose which game you wanted to play from the past.
Ideally, that's ideal, yes.
I'd like that.
And AJ,
best.
Well, yeah, same. I'm just saying that would be another path to them. And
yeah.
Yes, Generations is a big game, and it is a game that basically covers the bases that I just mentioned, except for the fact that it added a bunch of gimmicks to the game, which changed how the game was balanced. And I'm not beefing with Generations. I adore Generations. It's a great game. It's just that, like, that game is, like, it doesn't have, like, a story to speak of that's important. It's more of a love letter to the fans than it is an actual mainline title.
Generations, in my opinion, is absolutely not what we're talking about either. I don't think it's what Ethan is talking about, and I don't think it's an expression of all of the Monster Hunter titles as a single game, in the sense that so much was left behind from the older Monster Hunter games in Monster Hunter Generations. It's not so bad that it detracts from the experience. Like, it's fine, it's 4th generation, I don't have a problem with it, I'm not going to sit here and judge it like negatively. But to say that it's, like, I do agree with AJ's point in that it was meant to be almost a summary of everything Monster Hunter was up until that point, and then they moved on to something else. But I think what Ethan is talking about is patently not Generations. I think he's looking for something a little bit more complementary towards older Monster Hunter, like first and second gen and third. Rather than
Truth be
being
told, I like
gen.
the idea of what you're describing, which is just the menu screen, and then you get to pick what game you want to go into, and each of those games has live servers. It doesn't have to be a ton of live servers, just enough to support the actual like amount of people that are regularly concurrently playing. With like maybe updated textures. That would be it. You know, remove the 3D, the awful 3D from 4 Ultimate and 3 Ultimate, and then you've got yourself a great set of titles. And then you can even fix balancing issues like the fucking the slime and the charge blade from 4. Like, you can go in and fix those problems really quick, and then redrop the games on compilation for PlayStation or for Steam, or for even, you know, even Switch if necessary. I would prefer against it, but the reality is that while people like you would maybe be averse to playing it because of how you play Monster Hunter, I'll tell you who wouldn't be. All of the world players who are sick and fucking tired of hearing the older generation hunters talk shit on them. Because then they'd be like, okay, motherfuckers, bet. They just dropped this. It has all these titles in it. I'm going to play them and see what the fuss is about. Because there's a huge gap in the community, and a lot of the justification for like this game bad, no thanks, is I don't want to have to go to my computer and download an emulator and then go to some shady website that might be giving me a ROM and might be giving me a gay porn virus. You know what I mean? Then you have to go find a community. Exactly. You have to go find a community that actually plays the game and has their own servers that they run. Like,
it's a barrier to entry that, quite frankly, 5th gen players have never had to experience. And that is why they don't go there. That's why I have a lot of respect for 5th gen players who go in that direction. You know, I've said it time and time again, I will say it now. 5th gen players who actually go in that direction, where they will go backwards through the games, they will literally, like I will tell you, you give me a 5th gen player who wants to experience old Monster Hunter, and I can tell you, they will have the tenacity and the willingness, the impetus, to actually push themselves to play precisely what we play. With the same tools, they will enter the same communities because they want to do it. But your average 5th gen player is not going to want to do it. So, you know, like, I can sit here and say, well, fuck those people, because I genuinely think less of them because they realize that there's something better, or something that might be better, but just because it's not as accessible, they choose not to go for it. That might be my opinion, but that's not going to change anything. You know, that's just argument for the sake of argument. That's not going to actually have a positive impact on the community. It makes a whole lot more sense to try and create an environment where those people are accommodated, and that's important. You know, I do genuinely think less of a person who needs to have their hand held to experience something better. It's, you know, like, whether or not, like, you can agree or disagree with that position that I hold, but it is a position that I hold. However, I think that those people should still be accommodated, if at all possible. And Capcom has not only failed to do that, they've shown that they have absolutely no desire to do that. And it's certainly not out of any sort of contempt for the new players, because I'll tell you what, they love the new players. They are happy to pander to those people until the cows come home.
I don't think that it happened maliciously. I think that back in the day when they were making the games, it didn't occur to them that people would be like us and cling to the older stuff. They knew that they had people that played the games, but like, they could see the numbers when well, first of all, a large part of it is many of the handheld titles did not have any relationship with online play. I think 3 was the first one that had online. The other ones just had ad hoc, or like being in the same room. It doesn't matter. Like, they didn't have.
So the PS2 games had the same online functionality as Tri and 3 Ultimate.
Right, and that probably went down as every new game came out. So as one After 1, there was 2. The numbers for 1 went down as those players went to 2, and likewise to 3. And they assumed that this was just going to be a trend, and they didn't have. So when they went in, they were like, okay, let's make our games for the PSP, or let's make our games for the 3DS. They probably didn't think that what they were doing was alienating people from getting access to the content.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't plan that far ahead, is what I'm saying. Like, and now we have all of these that are so spread out, and everyone, like you and I, we love playing these titles, and we would love to play them in a centralized location where we don't have to, scratch our head to figure out how to make shit work. That would solve a lot of problems, and it would introduce newer players to older Monster Hunter who might decide, like, do you know how much different the direction of Monster Hunter could be if they would just get a consensus from the new players as well? Like, the consensus of a lot of people think that because the new players aren't playing those games, that they're like not a good way to move forward, because they're like, well, they didn't make as much money as this new game did. And it's like, right, but like, they didn't know that the series really existed until now. But now that they know that it exists, give them both options and let them, through their choices, kind of show you the safe directions to move in the series. Because now we have like more division and disagreements in the community than I think ever before in the history of Monster Hunter. And Capcom is kind of famous for this. They did it with Mega Man. They've done it with Resident Evil. They have big fan divisions in all of their media. But I think they could really find a safe way forward that would kind of inform to them what's important about Monster Hunter and why people love it. They understood it well enough that they were able to make Monster Hunter stories and make that succeed.
I'm going to go to the bathroom before I depart on this quest. Be back in a moment.
I won't say it. I'm not going to do it. Okay. I agree. I think the gap is going to get much wider with Wilds. It should be Monster Hunter Wides. But we'll see. Monster Hunter Wilds could be done really well. It could be done really poorly. I am the type of person that I'm typically holding out for something really good. If I can help it, like I want to be positive. Yeah, as long as it fixed some of the issues that World had. Like, for instance, you got to move away from the Clutch Claw dynamic, because the Clutch Claw really just destroys the flow of a hunt. You got to get rid of some of the like power blow that you're getting in the hunters, and you got to slow the combat down. And then if you leave everything else relatively the same, I would like it if they would take the armor system back to where it was before, or something in between both of the ones we have now. And then I would be happy. I would. I don't think that Worlds is a bad game. I'm sorry, Wild, or World, not Worlds or Wild, World. I don't think that World is a bad game. I think it's a really good game that's just a little busy. Also, I don't like how important the meta is in World. I don't know. It's the power bloat in World is really aggressive, and it needs to be slowed down. Four armor skills to an armor set for like a good armor set, and 5 for like a god tier is about right, I think. Exactly. Yeah. Well, no, I don't think World players suck. It's just the game offers them something that brings them into the formula that they enjoy. Like, my roommate plays Monster Hunter World, and just tonight I introduced him to Monster Hunter Generations because I was trying to get everything set up for what he and I are doing, me and Doom. And he was like, "This is just so different. It's very like clunky compared to like what he's used to. Some of the things didn't make sense. I kept seeing him like try to do stuff that you could do in worlds that didn't exist in the older generation games. A perfect example is at the end of a mission in the older titles, when it shows you all of that stuff, it says take items, send items to box, or sell items. First of all, there shouldn't be an option for take items, because this isn't Monster Hunter DOS anymore. Monster Hunter DOS, where the inventory was so hard to manage that people might have to make that choice. Everybody always sends their item to the item box. So that doesn't need to exist anymore, and yet it still does because of the fact that it's traditional. So that's something that, and when he went to go get his items, he kept pressing the A button on the same spot, trying to make it jump to the next box so that it would auto pick up all of those items. And he didn't realize that he had to move the cursor over to pick up the next item. Now, this is an example of something that exists that doesn't have to exist in order for something to be Monster Hunter, but got left in because it is a convention that they were afraid to move away from. It's like an aesthetic more than anything, but it's not functioning. It doesn't function well in the system that they created.
Sorry, I am, like, I've been back for a little bit, but I am repositioning things because while stepping over the plethora of cables that I need to step over to get past my ridiculous setup, I pulled my tripod over, so I need to reposition things.
Yeah, and that's the kind of stuff that, like, I think that you could even Doom is for all of the hate that he has towards like a lot of the newer Monster Hunter. He'll even admit that like some of the quality of life changes are not that bad. It's just that you have to be really careful about where you make those quality of life changes so that they don't ruin the integrity of the spirit of the game, which is preparation, understanding of the challenge ahead of you, and commitment to a task. And that seems to be where like they made a lot of mistakes in World and in Rise. And I think that Rise was really good in that some of those changes that they made should have been made a long time ago. Like, I should be able to both craft a new weapon and upgrade a new weapon from the same menu. I should be able to just take items or sell items. Those should be the only two options. There's no need for the game in its current climate and its current rendition to have a take items, send items to box, or sell items choice. Like, it should be just those two that make sense. Now, in a Monster Hunter game where you can only have, you know, one page of items in your box at home, and then, you know, 10 potions is one spot in that page, and not 99 potions, I completely understand being like, I guess I'll go ahead and take this because there's no space for it in my inventory at home. I have to go organize my inventory before I can use it. You understand what I'm saying?
Ethan, one question I have for you, and this, it's very interesting. I must have gotten a flashback from you talking about changes made to Monster Hunter games in 5th generation, and, well, I definitely got a flashback, but I guess what prompted it was you discussing that. And I remember talking about Monster Hunter World with you around the time we first met, possibly even a year later, and you were absolutely adamant that any changes made to mining were unproblematic. Like, you had absolutely no issue with that. You were almost, like, you were pretty vocal when I had an issue with that, about that being not a problem at all. As for the simplification of the mining system, and how, like, there is less time that needs to be spent mining. It's not even about, like, going to a node and then getting things from it, you know, it's just the idea that... Actually, now that I think about it, I'm not completely clear on the argument that I made in the past. That's actually really important. I can't remember what it was that I said, but there was something about world. Do you remember it? Do you remember having that conversation?
I remember the entire conversation.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I specifically remember saying I didn't have an issue with them making a change to mining, but I also didn't think that the way that it was done initially made any sense to me either. Like the idea of a pickaxe being something that breaks as you use it, and then you having to carry 5 of them. I remember when I was younger thinking, where am I keeping these 5 pickaxes on my person? It just didn't make any sense to me. So it was like one of those things that was a mechanic that made sense at the time because of the fact that they used a lot of MMO type mechanics in this non-MMO game.
Yeah.
And that would be basically, it's like a type of buff that is, you know, it's RNG driven as to whether or not it gets to stay or not. It always kind of struck me as being odd. And when World came along and said, okay, well, you're going to always have a pickaxe on you, and it's just a pickaxe, and you can mine however many times until this thing is RNG'd itself out. Like, you can either have like 3 carves or like 5 carves or like 8 carves. Like, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you're still mining, and your argument, from what I can remember, is not that you had an issue with the fact that they changed mining. You hated that they made it less complex because in your mind you were like, okay, well, all that does is signal to everybody that there's no reason for it to be there. So what you did is, instead of making a mechanic more fun, you simplified it because it came off as a chore to a lot of people who tried to play it, when all you really needed to do was find a way of making that mechanic fun to engage with, and instead you effectively threw it out. And they've done the same thing with hot and cold drinks. They've done the same thing with pickaxes, and they've done the same thing with crafting, or not crafting, but gathering in many respects. And what that does is that simplifies the game down and distills it down to, you're a guy fighting a monster with a big sword. Yeah. There's lots of different games where you can go fight a big monster with a big sword. There's tons of them. And is simplifying that and removing those elements of preparation from the game, those things that they felt slow and tedious and like a chore, they destroy the immersion when you simplify them too much. Because you can effectively make a fun, like me and Doom were talking about this, the idea of an upgradable pickaxe. So like a pickaxe that you have to craft the pickaxe, you have to upgrade it, you have to, like, if you want different levels of ore types, you have to upgrade it. You have to bring separate types of upgrades to the pickaxe for different types of ore to drop. Like, there's all sorts of ways that you could improve how you interact with mining in this game. But instead, they chose to remove it for the sake of simplicity and to just get you to fight that monster faster.
Yeah.
And this is what everybody who has an issue with it has an issue with, that element of it. I don't think that taking away having to bring pickaxes into the field is the problem. That is not the issue. And that was the point that I was making before, is that to me, that is not the issue. The issue boils down to, if you do not think a part of your game is meaningful or worthwhile, either it shouldn't be in the game at all, or you need to improve how people interact with it in some way.
One thing that I was saying about Monster Hunter World, even back then, was that I had to distinguish my criticisms of World from... It's actually really complicated. The point is that there might be something in Monster Hunter World that I don't dislike in and of itself, but the direction might be something that I dislike or that I'm concerned about. So the biggest thing about Monster Hunter World that I took issue with when it first came out, and obviously continuing on into Iceborne to the point where it was becoming a little bit less favorable. I was actually at that point saying this game can go and fuck itself. But initially, World for me was a huge red flag. To me, it was saying this is signaling a negative direction in the series. I personally at that time did not even dream that Capcom would have gone in the direction that they chose to go in with Iceborne. Iceborne for me came so out of left field. I actually did not even dream for so much as a moment.
You have no idea.
Like, I would not have, in my worst possible fever dreams, thought that Capcom would have done what they did in Rise. Because that was so insulting to the general player base of Monster Hunter. Even for the people who started in World. Not just traditional hunters, but the people who started in World. It was so insulting to literally every person who had played Monster Hunter up until that point, that I would not have thought that they would be capable of doing something like that. But when World came out, and when I was interpreting everything to do with, Monster Hunter World, my concern was not with what they were doing in that moment, it was the direction that they would go in if this was the starting point. It was how it was starting to move us towards trivializing or doing away with things that are intrinsic to a meaningful experience in Monster Hunter. And I think when I saw what they did with mining in World, it's not that what they did with mining in World in and of itself was bad, it was that I was concerned with what they would do in the future. Well, guess what? They pretty much did away with it after that. They do away with things that they initially simplify to the extreme. Like, no cool drinks, no hot drinks. Why would you need something like that? That's just an extra thing. It's all, streamlining can also be considered a benefit because there is less that you need to do to experience the enjoyment. But if there's less needed to experience the enjoyment, at a certain point, once you've realized that you've experienced all there is to enjoy, you'll look back and say, oh, well, shit, I didn't need to... Or rather, you'll reach that point faster. You'll look back and you'll go, oh, shit, I didn't need to do much to experience that. Whereas in traditional Monster Hunter, you will have had a very fulfilling and lengthy experience to get to the point where you are fulfilled. You will have gone through so much adversity. You will have experienced so much to get to that point where it's time to put the game down. And I think that was one of the directional changes of new Monster Hunter from traditional Monster Hunter. It is that we are not going to focus on incentivizing hard work. We are instead going to reward the player without them having really done anything. And they will have achieved everything with minimal time played. And do you know what? That sort of aligns with mainstream gaming, doesn't it? I think that's just a change of demographic. I think they anticipated that if their goal was to streamline Monster Hunter, their demographic was going to change, so it was all about satisfying people in the short term rather than in the long term. So, I think that was quite clear. And that was what I was so concerned about with World. And I was not expecting it to happen so immediately with Rise, when Rise was first discussed and first bandied about in communities. People talking about how it's going to be more Japanese themed, or maybe Capcom is concerned about what the Japanese player base want. And then they came out with something that was so incredibly streamlined that World couldn't hold a candle to that.
It was also pretty offensive to anybody who had played like a traditional experience. It barely felt like a Monster Hunter game.
Well, these, like, any impression that you would have of Rise is more raw than any impression that I would have, because, like, I'm coming from when it came out, which these days is about 2 years ago. It's amazing to think that it was that long ago, but you've been playing it fairly recently. So...
No, I played World recently.
Oh, okay. That's true.
Yeah, Rise I didn't play. Rise I played once on the Switch and beat it, and once on the PC because I was desperate
True.
to give it another shot in a higher frame rate and stuff.
I
And I
remember you
kept
did
seeing
replay
videos.
that.
I kept seeing videos online, and I really genuinely do believe aesthetically, Rise is a beautiful game.
Oh yeah.
Like, if they could
Absolutely.
take us
100%.
in the art direction of Rise in whatever title comes up next, I would be so happy because like their textures, their colors in Sunbreak specifically are so beautiful. The map design, if they could just be a little bigger, you know what I mean? With some clear defining, breaks between the rooms, like I would be in love with it. The biggest issues with Rise really come from the amount of power bloat and the philosophy that the actual hunts are designed around, which is like countering and high pace, high speed, stuff like that. The stupid environmental buffs that you can get, that's the dumbest idea I've ever seen. I feel like in Monster Hunter, it really is. It always has been about like how prepared can I be before I go to a quest? How well can I understand what I'm going into before I get into it? And it's something that I'll give you an example. When I was talking about them throwing away mechanics with the cold drink and the hot drink, this is a mechanic that is annoying to everybody who has to deal with it. There's no doubt in my mind that everybody who has to deal with this mechanic is annoyed by it. It's something that it either annoys you or it nothings you because you're so used to doing it that it's just, well, I have to apply my buff because I'm going to this particular type of environment. But it's not an open world game, so it seems kind of pointless for there to even need to be a buff for an environment. But therein lies the problem and the solution. We have an opportunity now to, instead of throwing this mechanic away, you lower the amount of time that the drinkable buff covers you for, and you say, okay, this is an option for you, but you're going to need to bring a bunch of them into the fight, and every single time you have to do it, it's going to stop you dead in your tracks. Or you put on some armor with a higher temperature rating. Oh, okay, so you mean to tell me that I have to build 2 sets of armor, one for cold and one for hot? Really? Cool. That gives me more shit to make. I love the sound of that. They could have made that mechanic more fun to interact with. Dude, Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild didn't even have to do that, and they did it, and people, like, pardon my French, they gargled them for that. They gargled them simply because you could freeze meat that fell on the ground, or you could cook meat that fell on the ground, and you had to bring different types of armor or outfit depending on where you were going in the world. This is something that could exist in our game, and it makes so much sense for it to exist in our game, but it doesn't, because they just were like, well, this mechanic is a chore, toss it. Let's get back to the fighting the big thing. That's super frustrating, because it's just, I don't know. I want to have something nice to say. I really like the visual aesthetic of Rise. Rise is absolutely a beautiful game. Stunning art direction.
The locales of Rise were truly beautiful. I remember being... I almost... like, I didn't have an amazing initial impression with Rise, but I remember feeling a whole lot better about everything when I first visited the Sandy Plains in Rise, and just feeling like it was an expanded version of the Tri-Sandy Plains, and like I can't even remember if it was called the Sandy Plains in Rise. It doesn't matter. It looked like the Sandy Plains in Tri, and it felt like it. It was so well crafted. I loved it. I absolutely adored it. And, you know, interacting with those environments, for me, was the absolute, like, the highlight of Rise. And on top of that, it might sound almost counterintuitive, but despite all of the issues that I have with Monster Hunter Rise, the monsters were a highlight. I thought the monsters were really cool. It just so happens
didn't
that
like
even if
Megalomon.
you've got cool monsters in a game like Monster Hunter Rise, or in a Monster Hunter game, if the mechanics by which you fight the monsters suck, that sort of defines everything. And I felt that the mechanics were not good. So for me, I couldn't really enjoy the game, but the monsters themselves were really good. I loved the Firebird and those crazy monsters you'd fight in the tundra, like that really spooky creature that you'd fight in the ice area. And, just the monsters that they had that were original, they felt inspired and well designed. But, and obviously also things like weapon designs had been improved upon after World. Rather than improved upon, I'm more tempted to say they became not shit. Because they went from being excellent to shit, and then went back to being excellent. But, it's extraordinary that I can play a Monster Hunter game, think the monsters are amazing, yet simultaneously think the game is terrible. It's really unfortunate. But, the locales and the monsters, really beautiful in Monster Hunter Rise. I loved it. And I think that probably added to my frustration with the game. It was that certain things that are absolutely intrinsic to having an engaging and enjoyable Monster Hunter game did not actually counterbalance the degree to which they completely fucked up other things that were absolutely intrinsic and important to the experience. So, I don't think my position will ever change when it comes to Rise. It definitely won't. But hopefully the next generation of Monster Hunter will be better. I don't know if Wilds is 6th gen. It probably is. Like, based on the passage of time, it's probably 6th gen, but we're not really going to know that for sure until...
Well, they pretty much know because it has the 6 wyvern heads on the cover, the title, whatever it is.
Right.
And that's a telltale sign. Apparently, this is what all of the Monster Hunter YouTubers are talking about is that it's the sixth mainline title.
The Monster Hunter YouTubers. Wow, play Rise now, best Monster Hunter game. Amazing, see how you can use the wire bug to beat the monsters today.
That was a very cynical impression of them.
I don't care.
Some of them are very fair in their approach. Some of them are very fair.
Some of them
some of them are pedantic, but I would say for the most part they're fair on their criticisms. They understand what the series, why there's a massive divide between the series fans. I mean, there's been so much content dropped on this topic alone, like the divide, and it's not like Capcom is oblivious to this. They understand. They know what's going on. It's just they really at this point they're just following the money.
And then the content creators also follow the interest.
Yeah.
God knows why it's attached to the latest Monster Hunter game. I mean, I simultaneously understand, but I also don't understand. So I will always hold those people in contempt in a sense. Like, they don't help the situation. They are almost profiting from the decline. So I will never appreciate those people. But, and even if it were unfair to say that they profit from the decline, they certainly, in the positions that they are in, are not able to, push back against the decline because they're too afraid to lose their own audiences. That's not their fault. It's just that their audiences suck. And if that's the situation, if the quality of the audience that they picked up by playing Rise and World is so poor that if by playing other Monster Hunter games those people would actually stop watching, You know, I can't really lay blame at anyone's door, except for the audience. But really, that's pretty sad. So, what I would say is that Capcom, I don't know what, I can't really see it from their perspective. Like, if they're going to secretly hint that it's 6th generation by having 6 heads on the monsters in the logo, or whatever the fuck is going on, like, quite frankly, they could actually show some respect to the previous games by acknowledging that the generations are taking on board the previous games in a meaningful way. I don't know, by having it be Monster Hunter 5, Monster Hunter 6. There is a reason why they did away with that naming. And I don't think it's just because they were expecting to have a new audience. It's more than that. It was a reflection of their desire to completely move away from any lessons that were learned from those games. They didn't learn any lessons. The whole point was to reboot the series. That is precisely what they did, in my opinion, until I am convinced otherwise. And I'm open to being convinced otherwise, but I'm not going to experience that firsthand. I'm going to be told about it from people who are willing to play the game. Until I am convinced otherwise, Capcom have no desire to accept any or to learn any lessons from previous Monster Hunter games when they make the new Monster Hunter games. To me, it looks like all they want is to cater to a new audience who quite frankly never would have played the older games had they had the opportunity to play them at the time. They never would have played them because they were not interested in that sort of game. And so, like, if I were to ask the question, would I want to play a game that they want to play? I think that's unhelpful. Evidently, I don't want to play the game they want to play because I play Rise and I feel sick. And when they play Rise, they get tight between the loins. So, like,
I don't think anyone really
too cynical.
No, I just don't think anyone is really that excited about Rise. I think that's
true.
Even the most excitable Rise fan is like, the power bloat's getting kind of crazy. Like, I have 14, 15 armor skills on right now. Like, I have heard quite a lot of like appeal to Rise, but the people that play Rise, like, you have to understand, you and I, we think of ourselves as being, because we're older hunters, right? Like, we think of ourselves as being on the other end of Gen 5 enjoyers. But that's not true. What's actually happened is that there's 3 camps. There's you and I, which are relatively traditionalists. I'm a little bit less of a traditionalist than you. Then you have Monster Hunter World players who love everything about World, except the Clutch Claw, which is universally disliked for how it affected the pace of missions. But they loved base World. And then
it's kind of like
Rise
disliking the
players.
taste of excrement because it tastes like excrement. I mean, I don't get that.
What do you mean?
Clutch Claw is Iceborne. Iceborne is Clutch Claw.
Yes. Yeah.
You can't have one without the other, so how can you sit there and say... anyway, I'm not saying that's your position. I'm just saying, like, people who sit there and play Iceborne and say, oh, this game is great, oh, wow. Oh, but Clutch Claw kind of sucks. Like, how could you be in that position? Like, how can you play the game?
Because it's like the only bad thing about... like, to their perspective, Clutch Claw is like really the only bad thing that World has going for it. And then they hate Rise players. World players, like loyal Worlds, hate Rise players, dude. They can't stand them. And likewise, Rise back to them. No. Like, the bigger divide is not us versus them, it's them versus each other. Because there's genuinely, like, people, there's a small group of people out there that love Rise and are like, this is the direction the series should go. I just want to fight the thing. Unga Bunga, hit monster, Unga Bunga, make armor. Like, that's their whole thing. And they love Rise. And then there's World players who are like, don't you think this kind of like breaks the immersion a little bit? So it's a gradient. It's like a spectrum of how traditional you want to be. And I think what that boils down to is that those World players, they would have played those other games had they been able to access them more easily. Yeah. Those people in World that are like, I don't like Rise, those people are the people that are on, I would say, they're closer to being on our team than the other, like the opposite.
Oh, I think a person who likes Rise today, I think a person who likes Rise today needs a good smack.
I don't know. I mean, it's just, but that's the thing. Some people don't play games the way we do, which we're like, we think about it a lot and we're critical and stuff like that.
And
not everyone
has a deep, detailed experience with their game. Like, they're going to be focused on, like, let's say for example, like, just look at Rise in a vacuum. Okay, you're flying around with a wire bug. This is fun. For a certain person, that's all they need. This is fun. I'm enjoying my experience. And then they don't think about the more nuanced conversation of, well, am I having a meaningful experience with my game? And for you and I, we are naturally sensitive to that sort of thing. And so if we're not getting that, we're not having fun. But a person who's focused on flying around with a fucking wire bug is not going to be focused on that. And they're going to look at the more surface level game design. And provided that is up to par, which it is, they are satisfied. And like, I don't want to say that they are I don't want to pretend that they are less of a person. It's just that their compliance, their acceptance of the current direction of Monster Hunter literally facilitates the decline. That's why part of me does not sit here and say, oh, they can just enjoy whatever they want, because it's their position that actually helps to perpetuate this state of decline.
It's resentment, it's not hate.
Yeah.
And I understand that completely. I do think that Rise, on its face, let's just be so clear, Rise is a good game. It's just not a good Monster Hunter game. Doesn't feel like Monster Hunter. It's a good kill the monster.
It's a fucking good generic JRPG from 2010. Oh, it's fucking good. Amazing graphics for a generic 2010 JRPG. Amazing.
Yeah, so like, I fully understand the people that, and honestly, people who think that the series should go in another direction, they're entitled to their dumbass opinion. It's idiotic though, because at what point, look, if you're going to create a game that is on some level syndicated, where it's like, we have these games, we release them in waves, and there's multiple different versions of the game and titles that are sequels to one another, you are called upon at that point to either A, accept the mechanics as they are and do not change them, except for change the monsters and change the environments, and just make that one big rotation with slightly improving graphics. Or you are called upon to improve the mechanics that you already have in the game and throw out the ones that don't make any sense. And neither of those options I'm seeing being exercised. I'm seeing just take the well-established name of Monster Hunter and make something new that doesn't feel at all like Monster Hunter. That's what it looks like. It's like if you were to release a game labeled Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the Duelist, and it's a fucking surgeon simulator with Yugi as the guy on the table.
I'd play that, to be fair.
I would too.
But no, I mean, the point stands, 100%. But yeah, I'd play that shit.
Oh man. Into the Duelist. Get it?
Literally.
You know. Yeah,
Inside the duelist. What makes a duelist capable of standing up to adversity? Let's find out. By literally opening up the fucking body and seeing what's inside.
Yeah, you can cure Kaiba, you can cure yeah, like all of them are options. It's
man,
Yugi's grandpa.
Kaiba has a tumor. Need to cut that shit out. This is great. I love this idea.
Yeah.
Why hasn't anyone thought of this before now?
Well, it's because Capcom just didn't. You know what I mean? Like, Capcom was busy. They've been working on Monster Hunter into the monster.
Jesus. I actually don't even know what was posted. I saw what was posted. It was another one of those instances where I saw what was posted and I just forgot, so I have to go back and check.
Oh man, what brought Yugi into the operation room? He's doing a Siamese twin disconnection from Yami.
Damn.
He said he's tired of waking up to Yami having eaten all of his snacks.
The question is it his child?
What?
You know what I mean, don't you?
I don't.
You have to play into the fanfic. Yugi
playing.
and Yami having a child.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh wait, dude, that's a dumb question. Of course it's Yami's. Are you kidding? That's a wild question. Imagine thinking Yugi has an ounce of Riz. Never in his life.
Come on.
Yugi has 0 fucking Riz, bro.
That wasn't even quite what I was getting at. I was going for like some weird out of the blue male pregnancy story. And you're like talking about who has the capability of getting Taya pregnant. Like, what's going on?
Well, no. Both of them have the capability of getting her pregnant. Here's the deal: who was in control at the last pump at conception? That's the question.
I was talking about Yugi and Yami Yugi having a baby.
Well, then why'd you say whose baby is it?
I meant who's pregnant. Sorry.
No, if you're saying whose baby is, the implication is like, because my brain immediately went like, all right, well, they're sharing a body, but like, Yami's a different dude.
Yeah, no, I get it.
So like, who's the father? If
look, I don't know. I just wanted to please the DeviantArt artists out there.
What's crazy about that is that we just came up with it. Dude, that's an entire question. That's a whole ass question.
Is it though?
Yeah, because if you think about it, like, who is the father if Yami and let's say Yami and Taya do their thing?
It's okay.
And then he just drops a fucking whole baby in her.
Okay, so this is important.
Like,
this is really important.
Is Yugi the dad?
Because no, this is so important. This is like an existential question regarding Yami and Yugi and whether their actual bodies change or if it's just a metaphor. Like
not a metaphor. I'm sorry. It is a metaphor. No, they don't, because they're wearing the same clothes, and you've seen how Yami dresses in his own, like his Riz is like all gold and beige.
Yeah.
But Yugi's rocking like belts in blue. So
yeah.
No, he's
no,
using
but like
Yugi's
he's a
body.
spirit. Like of course he's going to take on the appearance of his host.
So no.
He gets bigger. Okay, hold on.
He's literally possessing Yugi.
Hold on, you have to challenge this point. This is essential. He gets taller.
Yugi hunches, bro.
No, there is simply no way.
You think that's
I'm sorry, the difference
body?
Is too big at the start.
I don't know. I haven't measured.
Holy shit. You're going to tell me that you're going to... He's hunching to the point where he loses a whole foot of height.
That's not the point. The point is he's possessing Yugi's body. Dude, this is a Google search away. Hold on.
No, Google has no answers.
Yes,
we need to know. We need to come up with our own fucking answer. This is our headcanon. It's important because you and I are we are very educated on this subject.
Oh, wait. Yami Yugi, also known as Pharaoh, is a fictional character in the popular manga and anime series Yu-Gi-Oh! Yami Yugi is not a separate person possessing Yugi. Instead, he is an alter ego or another personality that resides within Yugi Moto, the main character.
But that's bullshit.
That's
With what we have physically. Okay,
incredibly
I'm
wrong.
sorry. Is this the manga or is this the anime? Because in the manga, this may actually be the case. But in the anime, we watch him physically become taller. Like he's different. So unless what we see in the anime is actually not true, that's not what's going on. Like they must be presenting.
Hold on. We have a Korra. Korra has all the answers. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. It's loading. Is Yami a separate person possessing Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Yugi, or just Yugi's other personality? A little bit of both, I guess. To better understand this, you should watch Season 0, which was closer to the manga than the series, which came afterwards. The Pharaoh is a presence within the Millennium Puzzle, which was locked away thousands of years ago.
Which was fully established in seasons beyond 0.
Right. The very word Yami means darkness in Japanese, by the way.
I know.
By the way is wild. In Season 0, I'm reading aloud.
No, sorry.
Don't respond to it like it's me. In Season 0, Yugi Muto finally solved the puzzle after years of doing it. I think he took 6 or 8 years. Can't remember, in parentheses. As mentioned by Mokuba in Dark Side of the Dimension 2016, in parentheses.
Jesus
and
Christ,
once
I only
Yugi
watched that
Muto,
recently.
and once Yugi Muto finished it, all he wished for is to have a friend. Fucking pansy. And that wish seemed to transform the Pharaoh into a doppelganger-like presence within him, which comes out only when Yugi is in trouble to play his Yami no Game of Darkness. Okay, but this is directly conflicting with a scene in the anime where fucking what's the guy's name? The guy Shanti? Is that his name?
Shadi.
Shadi. So okay, so he goes into Yugi's head and
Yes.
he sees Yami separate from Yugi.
Yes.
So yes, he is possessing Yugi.
Yeah, he is.
He's an entirely separate soul that lives inside Yugi. Now back to my question. If Yami dumps that pump, is he responsible for the said hump?
Wait, no, I'm sorry, but you have completely circumvented the...
I've circumvented nothing.
No, you have circumvented the whole question, because we haven't established whether or not... Okay, listen, I think by way of the magical abilities of the Millennium Puzzle, Yugi can exist as a sort of host, but when Yami takes over as an alter ego, there is literally a physical change in Yugi. Which is, I don't think that's metaphorical. If it's metaphorical, then the whole shit's metaphorical. Like, everything relating to Shadow games, I think Seto Kaiba's right. I think it's all a bunch of tricks, you know? Like, seriously, if that's not all physically, actually happening, Kaiba's right.
There's nothing metaphorical about that transformation, bro.
Exactly, then he must be physically getting bigger. He must be physically changing into a different man.
He is, but that's still his body that is being used.
So what, his body is expanding and then contracting? Is that what you're telling me?
No. Here's what I think is going on, okay? Like you said, there is a vessel, right? And that's Yugi. And Yugi is like some kind of weird, he's like a reincarnation of the Pharaoh, which allows the Pharaoh to kind of like live in his spirit. So he kind of lives in that space. And then when he needs to, he uses Yugi's body. And because of the fact that it's literally a different spirit, the body forms to meet that spirit. But that doesn't mean that his DNA fucking changes.
So your perspective on what determines a physical manifestation is flexible enough to suggest that he may actually be fucking Taya as Yugi and not Yami.
Yes.
Which is incredible to me.
How is that incredible? It's literally a possession situation.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. He's using somebody else's junk to lay pipe. Like he's using another plumber's tools. Like you've got me all the way fucked up, bro. That is 100% what's happening.
Not if it. Not. I'm sorry, but this whole scenario, Ethan. This whole scenario is not realistic. Okay, can we work on... Okay, we have to go from a starting point. Because we have actually officially established that you and I are not in agreement on this point, we have to find common ground. Let's start with this. Can we agree that there is no actual realistic basis for Yami Yugi, that is a Tem, to possess Yugi and to physically change Yugi's body? Like, that is, like, that may be what's going on, but there is no actual logical reason for that to be happening. Can we agree with that?
Well, hold on. I need you to really explain to me what you mean by possessing Yugi.
What I mean is that you can argue, perhaps, that a Tem does not have all the physical characteristics of Yugi, but maybe he can use the physical characteristics of Yugi to become himself, almost like wearing a skin. Let's imagine he's wearing... This sounds gross. He's wearing Yugi's skin, and that may also extend to wearing Yugi's clothes, whatever. He is manifesting within the confines of what Yugi is, but in so doing, he can actually change his physical appearance to an extent. Because Yugi is not as tall as Yami. Right?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
But I believe that is genuinely just the body, like, recognizing the spirit that is manifesting currently and changing to suit it. The same way that we see Bakura, his entire face changes, his entire posture changes, and it's the same thing with Malik. Malik's entire fucking physical body changes too.
Yeah.
Like, the only difference here, and those are genuinely possession cases. Like Bakura, you can't make an argument that that's not a case of malicious, malignant possession.
Okay.
And Malik is the same way, except for his is a possession of an evil version of himself.
Yeah.
That's been corrupted by the Egyptian god cards. And then the only difference is that they don't change height because the person they're possessing is not younger than they are. But Atem was several years older than Yugi. It's a visual cue for the audience to know these two people have changed. But
visual cue for the audience. This is when we're talking about metaphor versus actuality. So I think at one point you said it was a metaphor, but then you started talking about it not being a metaphor. Is it a metaphor that he is physically larger?
Yes, I believe he's actually physically larger. I think that the body is just changing to suit the person that's wearing the body at the moment.
That's a stretch.
How? How is that a stretch in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh?
It is when we're talking about whose fucking child it is. I think
only because it's convenient for your argument.
I don't know. Like I'm not sure. So hold on. In this argument, you are not concerned, personally, about who is controlling the body. You are concerned purely about the body itself. And if the body originally is owned by Yugi, even if it is stretched to become or somehow augmented or changed to become the body of Yami, it is still Yugi's body. Man, that's fucked up. I don't agree with it. I think you just want...
You're getting
I think that's what you want.
You're getting it messed up. You're getting it messed up.
I don't think so.
No, you are, because look, listen. the body, let's imagine it like this. The body in Yu-Gi-Oh, the face, the person, the literal like presentation into the the physical world is a manifestation of the spirit beneath. And Yugi is like an anchor for Yami. He anchors Yami to the real world. So when Yami's like walking around inside of Yugi's body, his body is changing, and that's Yugi's physical body he's using, but he looks like Yami because that's the spirit rocking the he's the one driving.
So it's not the spirit fucking Teo.
I don't believe that the spirit would be the dick that's being used. No.
Because I guess your argument is that it's like an argument of physicality, like he can't manifest to the extent where it's his dick.
Well, right, because can Yami exist in the mortal realm in the current year without Yugi's body?
No, I suppose not.
Okay, so whose fucking baby is that, dog? That's what I want to know. Whose baby is that?
All this has done is to establish what you mean when you say that, and to that end, this has been really informative. This has been helpful, and I'm glad we've had this conversation. But despite all that, I'm still not completely sure that I agree with the idea that it's somehow Yugi's baby. Like, what if, like, who knows? What if there's some secret fucking clause that we don't know about, where it's actually Yami's semen? Like, I don't know. Like, we don't know what's going on here.
What? What clause? Like the Santa Claus?
No.
Like pen and
I'm
paper?
saying, like, what if there's a little detail
line?
here? What if there is a little detail regarding his manifestation where he is able to actually manifest something physical within him? Like, what if it's not just Yugi's body? What if, like, the mere fact that he becomes bigger, there is a crossover there? Do you know what I mean?
So you're saying he trades places with Yugi,
Yeah.
and uses his time and space,
Yes.
and basically just uses his body as kind of an anchor to leap into that.
This is when I was talking about the difference between physically existing and then conceptually existing. It is like, what are we treating as the physical, and what are we treating as, like, manifesting in some way?
Let's ask,
like,
hold on. Let's ask like this. Hypothetically, I'm going to paint a picture for you. After the date that Yami and Taya go on, where he ends up she does the dance thing against Johnny Steps, and after they go home,
I fucking turned to jelly in that episode, quite frankly, but we'll move on.
They go home that night, and Yami fucking just dicks. Just absolutely dicks down Taya.
Which is the natural reaction.
Right. Because, like, he beat the fuck out of Johnny Steps. Like, he whooped his ass. Right? So she was like, oh, Pharaoh. Right? So, I'm so amazed that the abridged has not covered this. But...
Not in the sort of detail that you are describing to me now.
P-Berry, we will spend 20 more minutes on it until we know.
It's important.
But... So, they go home... And he conceives. Let's put it like that. Conception happens. Right? Yugi wakes up the next morning. There's like a cigarette butt on the nightstand. Yep. You know, Taya's making breakfast. They have that awkward, like, why are you in my house? And then she's like, oh, he didn't tell you. And then he's just like, he didn't tell me what.
I don't agree with this fanfiction. This is
Yugi has
not
a thing
romantic enough.
No, because Yugi has a thing for Taya too, so he'd be like really jealous.
Oh, him. Right. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Right.
I didn't realize. Okay. Yep. True.
And then she would say something like, well, isn't it kind of like, you know, you were there? And he'll be like, well, not really. I wasn't like even conscious. Yami was at the wheel the whole time. You mean to tell me he gets to ride the roller coaster and I don't? Why? Because you have to be X height to ride the roller coaster. You know what I mean? So then that all goes down.
That's good. That's a good one.
9 months later, a baby is born. It's got giant purple, black, and blonde hair. Whose fucking baby is that?
I think the greatest... do you know what? I think a factor relating to all of this is why Yugi and his grandpa look so much like the Pharaoh. Do you know what I mean?
No.
Well,
not even remotely.
No, not really.
I'm not on the same
that's not your
thread
focus.
you're on.
Yeah, okay, sorry. That was an aside that was unhelpful. Okay, let's focus really aggressively on whether or not there is a physical, like a complete physical change when the transformation occurs. In my opinion, your assertion that he's using Yugi's body to become bigger, like, I think that is a stretch.
Literally.
I think it literally, yeah. I'm surprised he didn't pick on. I'm surprised he didn't pick up on that the first time. I was wanting to do that before, but I didn't have the energy. Seriously, I think that the fact that it becomes bigger indicates that he's not just using the body; he is becoming a physical being. The reason why he can so effectively become himself within Yugi's body and actually change Yugi's body is because they are so carefully and so deeply connected through whatever, one person is almost like the second coming of the other or whatever. And I think for that reason there is a physical change. So I think if Yami, absolutely annihilates the womb of the other, not of the other, of Taya, I think we're dealing with a physical change that means that it is Yami's semen.
Okay, let me ask you this. If somebody gets injured while they're possessed, does the next person have the injury?
Let me think about that. I'm going to think about it to make sure that that never happened in the series. Not that I can think of. So it does entirely become theoretical. I'm going to say no. No, but I can't. No, I can absolutely imagine a situation where Yugi's got a cart and then Yami Yugi appears and then he's also got the cart. I can seriously imagine that situation.
Right, if Yugi
but
has
I'm not
a broken
the person
arm
who
and he
created
transforms
this
into
story.
Yami...
I don't know.
Is there an example of other things like that happening? Perhaps to Bakura? Bakura is our stand-in here. Bakura is our control. Like, we can use Bakura to kind of figure out if we're on the right path. Because I'm almost certain that Bakura takes damage as Yami Bakura and then wakes up with said damage as Bakura.
What I'm about to say is more just to flex my knowledge rather than it is to... I mean, it helps you, but is disadvantageous to me, but it also flexes my knowledge, but it gets really complicated. So Bakura from ancient Egypt, who may or may not actually be the Thief King's spirit, he has a scar on his cheek, which is not then reflected on Bakura, the Japanese student, who is then possessed by the same spirit. So,
buddy. Also, Atem has brown skin, not white. So what are we talking about here, dog? Like, what are we talking about?
I don't know. I'm sorry, but the confusion here is the physical changing of appearance. Do you get that? You are the one who is stretching yourself, literally, into strange directions to try and accommodate the fact that Yugi actually becomes bigger.
You're stretching. No, you're stretching because you're hung up on this foot of height that he gains.
Oh, as if that's fucking trivial, as if that's not important.
Yes,
Like
because
he is
he's literally
physically changed.
described. Because Yami is literally described as a spirit that is inside of Yugi, that is separate from Yugi.
And yet he physically changes form. Physically.
Not into a crab, into another Yugi.
But who is to?
Same clothes as Yugi. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait a minute. We just established that Yugi, right?
Okay.
He does not have all of the things that Atem has going on. When Atem, and this is even fucking dumber because now we're lost all the way in the sauce. Because when Yami takes over Yugi's body, did his clothes magically gain, like, do they get bigger?
Oh, but that's anime logic.
Oh, okay, so that's anime logic.
It is, because that's too complicated. Like, what is he going to get a set of clothes that he's going to change into?
Okay, well then how come in the dual dimensions movie when he comes back as Atem, he's wearing the Pharaoh gear?
Oh, because that's bullshit. That's lazy writing. That's why you're holding Yu-Gi-Oh to a higher standard in terms of writing and consistency than they hold themselves. That's why.
The point is
that they physically change appearance. Physically,
yes,
not conceptually, not metaphorically. They physically change appearance.
Do they ever? Hold on, wait. Do they ever address how much taller Yugi is as Yami?
Yes.
Did they ever verbally? They verbally address this?
I think so. I can't give you an exact quote, which obviously, as an argument, does work. But like, I'm pretty
sure
because
they didn't even know that Yami was a thing until Battle City. They didn't even know.
You might be right, but even then, like, that's not that. But however, in Battle City, Yugi was still shorter. Holy shit! How did we fail this quest already? Oh, is it a single feint, or did all three of us die at once? There must have been a death before the two of us that I didn't even see. Wow, that was an immediate failure.
I think we're onto something here.
Well, hold on. Let me argue your point with the following. I do not specifically remember a reference to Yami Yugi being bigger than Yugi, as expressed by the other characters, but I do remember the last season where they actually took the time to say, when both of them manifested before them, that they were the same height. Do you remember that? Where they said, oh wow, they're the same height. Yugi's grown. He's the same height.
Yes, I do.
So that means that they recognized a difference in height between those two people. If they were always the same height, and if they had never noticed a difference in height, they never would have made that point. Why?
Yeah,
like,
but it
wouldn't even occur to them.
They never made the connection.
It wouldn't even occur to them. No, think about it. It wouldn't even occur to them to say that unless there had been a perceptible difference.
I'm not sure what point you think you're coming to here. I just don't
feel
like the
point that I'm making is that they are actually observing that there is a physical change in him when he transforms. The question that you're asking me is if they actually said that. It's true that they perhaps didn't say that, but in the final season they made it clear that that would have been observed at the time. They would have seen, I mean, it's true, they didn't actually go so far as to say, oh my god, Yugi's bigger, but you know, this is anime logic. We're getting trapped in the world of anime logic. And in the world of let's hold the writers to a higher standard than we hold them.
Or than they hold themselves.
So, yes, I do think that there is a physical change in how they appear. And so I think that if Yami transformed, it would be Yami's baby.
Hold on.
Big time.
I don't think you're right. I think you're wrong. I do. I think that the fact that his skin color does not change from Yugi's skin color proves flat out without any room for speculation that it's Yugi's body. Otherwise, his skin would be brown when he's that character.
Who is to suggest the difference that creates a greater height is not reflected in the penis and the balls?
What? What? Care to explain that one?
The explanation. I shouldn't. I should not need to. I feel like that.
I am lost. I am lost.
You shouldn't be. You're talking about skin color specifically, and you're saying that if it doesn't change, even though the height changes, they shouldn't be the same person. But your assertion, your contention, is that if it's with Yugi's body, then it must be his child, whether it's Yami in possession of it or not. But we've established that, you know, while skin color might not change, height and physical appearance does change. So who's to say that in addition to the height and physical face and other such features, the penis and scrotum change?
Hold on. Wait, hold on. Why would everything that mattered for this argument change, but then the skin color wouldn't? No,
you're thinking of it from a different perspective. Your perspective is that everything that we have talked about thus far is invalid because the skin color doesn't change. You are clinging to a single thing, whereas I'm talking about multiple things. We're talking about height, we're talking about the size of the hair, we're talking about the face, we're talking about so many things that change when he becomes Yami, and you're clinging to one thing, which is skin color. So who is to suggest that just because the skin color doesn't change, his penis and his scrotum do not change?
I don't.
You are the one.
No, here's what I'll say.
Okay.
We have already established, using both Bakura and Yami, who have very serious differences in their physical bodies in their past lives, that, and I mean very significant changes to their physical appearance in their past lives, when they possess the student form, the younger selves, the modern generation incarnations of themselves, they look like weird amalgamized versions of their past selves and their current selves. This would suggest that they are borrowing or piggybacking on the body that is already present. If, however, they were just turning into a different physical form, they would bring all of their physical features into their new form and not just whatever ones were convenient. Don't do that with your eyes. Don't long blink.
No, the point you've made is valid, but so the issue with all of that is part of the whole problem here is that we're talking in such hypothetical terms because none of this is actually real life, so anything's possible. So, but I think, strictly speaking, like my previous point doesn't change based on what you've said, but also it's harder to prove my point because of what you've said. So,
like, I just want to know on a DNA test what would show. Like, what shows?
I do wonder. I do genuinely wonder.
Because I think that spiritually, the father would obviously be Yami. He's a different person. But physically, biologically, in this incredibly odd hypothetical that stemmed from one misunderstanding of a male pregnancy joke, I do believe that Yugi would be the father. I think that Yugi would be the biological father. And I don't think that there's any basis for any argument otherwise. Do they have DNA? What? I mean, yeah, I think.
Yeah, well, I think they must have different DNA. I mean, I sort of get AJ's question. His question obviously relates to the idea that Yugi is sort of a second coming, like a reincarnation in a sense. Not completely, it's wrong to say reincarnation. Sort of a second coming of Yami. But, like, they must have different DNA even under those circumstances, right? So...
Well, considering one of them is white and one of them's black, I mean, yeah.
What if he's tan? You never know. Have you
What do you
seen
mean?
Middle Easterns? Not all of them are dark-skinned.
Well, okay, fine. Egyptian, whatever. Like, he's Egyptian.
Yeah. Not all Egyptians are, like, really dark-skinned. I mean, it's
Well,
not just that they have a difference
not all
of
black people
genes,
are
it's
really
just...
dark-skinned.
Yes, but the point is that they live in a different part of the world, and even living in a different part of the world, some are fairer skinned than others.
True. But that's the point is they very obviously have different DNA, I think. I think that they are coming to the
Yes,
table
I agree with that.
varied. I mean, that's just expressed in their eye shape and their hair, their like just so much.
Yeah. No.
Like if there is DNA to speak of, it is different from the two sources. The whole baseline of the argument is whose DNA is active at the moment of conception. Who is the one that is who is conceiving the child with said
right.
best friend.
I'm going to take a brief break, and then I will drop an absolute fucking nugget of knowledge upon your head. When it comes to all this, are you ready?
Okay.
All right. I'll be back momentarily, and then it's time.
Oh, you've got me beat, do you? What do you guys think? Am I right? Is he right? What's going on here? What's the audience opinion of this discussion? He's gonna come back and be like, it was always the friends we made along the way or some nonsense. Well, it's probably about to end because it looks like the stream is getting a little bit like he's like running out of people to play with and stuff. But we'll see. I am so curious about this though. I mean, I am so genuinely curious, and unfortunately the one guy we could ask who would have the actual answer is no longer with us. Such a dumb thing to waste brain power on. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. Well, you know, yeah, he fell in. I'm curious what you think, P-Berry. What do you think? Who do you think is on the right side of history here, proverbially speaking? I'm not sure I used that right, but oh, yes, it is objectively a dumb thing to waste my brain power on. It's a fun thing, but it's dumb without question. Like there are bigger things to ponder. Problems in the world that could be solved. And I'm over here wondering who the father is if fucking Yami nails Taya. I think it's Yugi because it would be the same body. What use would the possession have for his sperm to change? Exactly! That's what I'm saying, bro! I think that's the only thing that makes sense to my brain. I mean, he seems to have it in his head that, like, Yami randomly changes into another physical being. But I think at the end of the day, he's using Yugi's body. His issue with it and why he can't wrap his head around it is because Yugi gets bigger by a foot. But I think, honestly, not only is that partially a cue for the audience, it's also, like, That is anime logic, if anything. He swaps all of his bodily fluids too. Yes. Absolutely.
I'm back.
You're not back. Oh, there you are.
My damn green screen's having issues.
Oh, did it turn into a like a seafoam screen?
No, it's looking okay. Okay, I don't know what discussions have been had, I don't know what new revelations have been arrived at in my absence, but what I can say is that my position is that we are taking this far too seriously, because we don't know where the metaphor ends, or rather, we don't know where reality ends and the metaphor begins. What if the physical change that we're seeing, like we can see that there is a physical change, what if the fact that the person or the person that has been transformed into looks so similar to the original, what if that is just a metaphorical expression of the fact that this person looks very similar to the original person? What if they're actually, in reality, changing quite drastically, but then as a metaphor or as some sort of storytelling device, we are shown that they are more similar to the original person?
Couldn't that be done the other way around though too?
Yes.
Wouldn't it make more sense for it to be done the other way around?
Not necessarily. I think, because the anime characters in question are pretty fucking unobservant. Like, we've established that. Even based on... based on what we can fucking see. Like, they're already pretty obviously different people, so, like, I mean, to be
Right,
fair,
but like,
if his
so
skin
wait.
went brown...
So he's turning into a black. Yeah, you can get him. Oh shit! Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
No, like, we're dealing
Yugi's
with...
black. Yugi turns black. That's a fact. He turns black. It's just how it goes. Yugi is an original black character, just so everybody is aware. For sure. Hold on.
Oh, shit. Anything's possible. Like, look, we're dealing with characters who just... Like, the guy grows, like, a whole foot, and they don't realize. They don't say a word. So, like, really, if he turned black, like, what's the fucking difference to them? Do you know what I mean?
No, I don't. I don't think there's any universe where he turns into a black guy where Joey isn't like, yeah, you looks different, dog. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way. I just don't know. And Kaiba? Kaiba? No way Kaiba's not racist. No way.
You know what? That's true.
Like, you've got me, dude. No. I can't even think. I'm amazed that you suggested that.
Why not, really? I mean, we're talking about quite extraordinary things. Like, we're talking about a person growing a whole foot, and that's somehow, like, still the same person, right? Like, we're twisting each other in knots, trying to say that that is the same physical person. So, like, why not just go in the other direction and say, well, why the fuck is this not just a metaphorical expression of the fact that this person just happens to look similar, and so just we're going to present the person in a familiar way so that they're clearly very similar, you know?
I got an expert. He's ready.
Okay.
Yep, Tyler, add him to the call. He wants to weigh in.
Okay, excellent.
Yep, add Tyler to the call. This is about to explode. Because he is not going to. No, he is not instantly going to take my side. He is going to hear you out.
Okay. I have to figure out how to add him to the call. Hold on. Give me a sec.
I'm going to pee while you do that.
Enjoy. So within Discord, I think I can... No, actually don't even... This isn't fucking Skype. Like, if it was Skype, I'd be able to do this without difficulty. You know what? We'll do this instead. I like that idea. Hello, Tyler. Ethan's peeing, so he can't contribute at this time. But once he's done peeing, I'm sure he'll help you with your argument. Oh dear.
Well, what the fuck?
Can you hear me alright? Hello?
Can you hear me, Carl? Doom?
I've arrived.
I can hear you, yeah. I can hear both of you.
Okay.
Hello? Can you hear?
Hello?
Can you hear Tyler? I can hear you. All right, you
Cool.
want to go ahead and explain this to him?
Who's you?
Doom. I want you to. You know what? No, he's hunting. I'll explain it. All right.
Go for it.
I'm gonna present the question to you as simply as possible, the same way we came upon it. If Yami Yugi pumps a whole baby inside of Taya, who is the father?
Yugi.
Okay, why?
Because Yugi's dick.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That is what I'm saying.
I don't know. Like, okay, so hold on, Tyler. My counter argument, just so that we can go through the whole process. Like, we all need to come to the same conclusion for the same reasons.
Hold on. My opinion is it depends on what you ask the question. Like, well, no, because Yugi's gonna raise the baby too.
No,
So,
no,
yeah,
we're not talking about that. So we're trying to keep it
genetically
biological here.
and-
We're trying to keep it
and-
so that there's no room for that kind of discussion. We're trying to say, like, on a biological level, whose baby is it?
Yugi's.
Okay, so let's look at it biologically. What do you think about Yugi physically changing his size, like his physical appearance when they transform? What do you think about that? And how do you think
I don't
that...
think that that's an actual canonical occurrence.
Aha. That's very important. So, and I feel like if Ethan had been quicker to attack that point, this conversation would have gone very different. So...
I don't... Hold on. Why do I have to attack that point for this conversation?
Because instead of saying that, you said very different things.
I think it's a metaphor. I don't think that is a metaphor, and I do not agree on that front.
Okay. So, what I would say is that
conclusion.
no. So this is very difficult. Okay, this is do you know what? You're right. You've come to the same conclusion, although you and Tyler disagree on that point. So I wonder what... Okay, Tyler, even though... no, this is confusing now. I've confused myself.
I don't think it's that confusing, man. I genuinely think that, like, if Pharaoh pumps a dump, that Yugi's raising the hump. That's all I'm saying. That's... like, it's his baby. And look, we have covered so many different arguments about this. Dude, we've been arguing about this for an hour, Tyler. And we're live, by the way, while we're doing.
Oh, great.
Yeah. So here's the deal. Here's the thing about it. His argument is that if he changes size, you must acquit. Like, that's a different guy. He's saying that genetically, because he changes sizes, that's a different thing. I think that the spirit inside basically changes the outer form. Like the outer form manifests differently depending on the spirit at the wheel. And I think that there's a valid argument for that because of the fact that Bakorov's body changes and Malik's body changes also. The only difference is theirs don't get taller. And he was like, well, I'm not sure that that's the case because like, and then we ended up going on to this different path where we were talking about how Yami Yugi, aka Atem, the pharaoh, has brown skin and Bakura has a scar when he's the Thief King Bakura. He has a scar in his time, and Atem has brown skin, and yet neither of them bring those to their modern day possessed forms. And that was in my camp.
I don't think there's a biological change. Like, Kaiba is dramatic as fuck. If Yugi suddenly, literally, canonically grew 2 feet in front of his eyes, he'd be having questions. He'd have said
you
something.
might be right about that.
This is my this is literally the origin of my concern. So like that was the absolute first thing that I said to Ethan. I said to him, look, before we have this discussion, are you going to agree that this is actually something that is literally happening? Like when he grows 2 feet, is that something that is literally happening? And Ethan was quite confident in saying that that is something that is literally happening. And yet on top of that, he twisted himself into all sorts of directions to say that, technically, like, the physical form is changing, but Yami's actually using Yugi's body to become a different form, and so it's still technically Yugi's body. I mean, this is getting extraordinary. Like, to change, like, the fact that, okay,
I do think that his body changes, but I don't think his DNA changes. I don't think he gets new dick, new balls. I don't. I think he's using Yugi's body.
Like, how can you know that, though?
Well,
like,
I can't.
What if the metaphor... Okay.
Tyler's argument makes the most sense.
I feel like it's on some Shaman King type shit where they're literally channeling the spirit and the visual reference only for the audience to know, oh, that's Yami Yugi in Yugi's body.
And I think what I want to make very clear is that the point that I'm arguing is only if we are going to agree that it's literally happening. Like, if it's literally happening, this is the point that I argue. If, however, it's just them, you know, taking on the spirit, then of course I would not argue that it's Yami's baby.
Not the only ones taking on the spirit.
You made the argument that maybe he turns black and we don't see it.
So
you
would
said.
definitely be freaking out about that.
That's exactly what I said, dude. I was like, ain't no way I was letting that slide, bro. If Yugi turns black in front of his very eyes, Kaiba and Joey got questions, bro.
Right.
My point is that, you know, to me, Ethan's argument can only be accommodated by metaphor, and so if we're going to have actual characters accommodating metaphor, they must be willing to accept a change in skin color.
You don't, dude. I genuinely just believe that, like, in Yu-Gi-Oh, the spirit that is active in the body changes how it looks. Like, it changes how it presents, and that is more malleable than you think it is.
I don't know. Like, if someone, I'm not completely across a scenario.
I think this question is actually a better question for somebody who's seen more than just the very first series, because across the rest of the series there may be more of, or even the movies, there may literally be like a precedent set at some point, because, like, does Jaden literally physically become Yubel?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, there's a
no,
precedent.
he doesn't.
Yes, he does. When he's in the Shadow Realm, when he's in the realm of the monsters, he does actually take on her form.
Well, he's in a different realm, so he's the one being channeled through a different body.
I don't know, like, yeah, if it's in a different realm, almost all bets are off, but having said that, I don't know. Like, I've read the manga of the original Yu-Gi-Oh! I've obviously watched the anime of the original Yu-Gi-Oh! I've gone through the original GX series, including the Japanese. I don't know if I agree with that.
I think that you have to search for... I think you have to search for a precedent somewhere in the series.
I think the precedent is set simply that the skin color does not change.
That's what we're gonna focus on.
Yeah,
that's a compelling argument.
Atem has black skin, not white skin.
Yes, but do you know what? As soon as I realized that Atem has black skin, my immediate thought was that was only reflective of the physical existence that he had in that time and space. What I said to Ethan was that you have plenty of Arabic people who have lighter shades of skin and darker shades of skin, so that then therefore means that maybe under certain, you know, exposures to the sun, you're going to have darker skin than you would in fucking Japan. You know what I mean? Like, maybe
So what,
he was
because
untanned.
He's dead, he's not tan anymore?
Well, what if he is, like, totally untanned? Like, I think he is physically changing into his own form through Yugi, and so therefore he's becoming himself.
Shadow realm.
Nah, ain't no way they're taking my boy's tan away.
I think it's literally just tan and that's it. I don't think it's actual skin color. I think it's just exposure to the sun.
Well, that's a fair argument because Kaiba's his character in ancient Egypt was also, I think he's flat out white.
Like, the difference between you guys and me is that, like, in Australia we have so many people from Arabic countries that live here, and a lot of them, like, well, you might as well actually, but like a lot of them just have really light skin, and I think the variable for a lot of them is exposure to the sun. Whereas if you live in an environment where it's really hot, I mean, yeah, it's hot in Australia, but that's more of a misconception and a meme.
Let's consider that.
We have seen his spirit form with the tan.
Let's consider this. Yugi. Final. Pegasus arc. Does Pegasus ever once mention that Yugi is switching back and forth between Yugi and Yama?
Yes.
Because Yugi is using that switch as a strategy to determine which mind is seeing his cards so that Pegasus cannot read them. Did Pegasus ever realize he was doing this? Did he ever say, oh, he's switching back and forth between Atem and Yugi?
He does mention that.
I don't think he mentions it.
No, he does. I remember it very distinctly. I remember him saying that the Yugi boy can't handle it, whereas the Pharaoh can. I remember that very distinctly.
You're right. He does say that.
So, like, Pegasus could immediately determine that there was a different person. But that doesn't necessarily further the argument. Well, I don't think, like, whether it's Millennium Item or not, I don't know if that actually furthers the argument that we're having.
Well, specifically it does in his case because he doesn't just have a Millennium Item, he has the Millennium Eye.
You're right. It's not a 100% debunk, but it's a basis to debunk the channeling theory versus the physical chain theory. Yeah, because if it was literally any other Millennium Item than the Millennium Eye, then it
also,
would,
I'm pretty sure Jaden's eye color changes when he is being possessed by Yugo. I think his eye color literally changes.
Is he in a different realm, or is that in...
No, that was at Duelist Academy.
And people physically noticed the change.
AJ said ghosts can't sire children. That's a very good point, AJ. That's a very good point.
I don't know.
Is it though?
I think so. I think it's a standard anime style possession. I think that's all we got going on here.
Okay, well, who said that? You said
AJ did
AJ.
in chat.
Okay, AJ. Okay. So, husband and wife, real life, not an anime. Husband and wife having trouble conceiving. Right? So, they're having trouble conceiving. They go to a sperm bank. The male puts some of his sperm in the bank, passes away while they're still having trouble conceiving. And then the wife goes and uses some of it, and then is able to conceive after he's already passed. But ghosts can't sire children.
That's a very different thing going on here.
I mean,
valid point.
I know it's a different scenario, but the scenario that we're talking about has no basis in reality. So we can't use a realistic
No.
argument and also be easily debunked to immediately debunk this question.
Right. No, that's a good point. That's a very good point.
Definitely
So
relevant.
Did
And,
Yami donate sperm? Can we get? Is there a wiki for that?
That's not the question. It's not the question. The question. The question genuinely is. The question genuinely, you just have to watch enough. You have to watch more Yu-Gi-Oh! Enough to where, like, you have to watch it from a frame of reference that you're looking for that precedent specifically to see if they ever set a precedent for whether or not they physically change.
Well, Doom brought one up, and it was that at some point at the very end of the series, they remark upon the fact that Yugi has grown to the same height as Atem, which means that they knew Atem's height before, because they said he's finally caught up with Atem.
Yep.
They knew his height before, and then they remarked on the fact that Yugi had risen to meet it.
Right, and that's also not, that precedent. Certainly compelling, but it's also not the end-all, be-all of the argument. Because, as you say,
That's right.
There are certain physical features that do not transfer over. Like, I'm not familiar enough with the show, but if, as you say, Yami Bakura's scar doesn't transfer over when he possesses Bakura, then physically, how much are they changing? Like, what are the rules of the possession?
I think the rules are that the body will bend to suit its host based on the spirit that is at the wheel to the best of its ability.
So you think it's
And
a
that
form
is
of
as far as it
physical
can go.
mimicry?
Mimicry.
Then
I think it's manifestation of a physical form. Like, I think that, like, it's the same way that, like, if you are confident, you are perceived differently in real life. Like, you stand a little taller, your shoulders are a little broader. You are when people look at you, they might think of you as being a different person.
Can I be?
That's
petty?
why they'll say like, you look like a whole new man.
I'm just going to be petty, and I'm going to say, like, the only thing that's getting in the way of the idea of him being a different person is the idea that his skin color changes, and I think that that's purely to do with exposure to a certain environment. So, like, I think he is physically changing into...
I can't agree with that.
Okay.
I said no. Can you explain why you can't agree with it?
Yes, because when your body passes over to the spirit world, you're going to remain physically exactly the same as you were at the moment that you pass.
Yeah. I remember we learned about that in science class.
Yeah, okay.
Ooh.
No, but no. You're actually right. I actually am on your side on that, but...
Okay, no, so let's ask a serious... Do they ever show Yugi interact with Atem in any way other than as a possession? Does he ever see Atem in anything? Do we ever see Atem in anything other than a flashback, like in current day, in his darker skin form that he would have been in when he initially passed? Like,
no. Anytime when he is interacting with the characters of the current time, he has white skin. Like, while he is in Yugi's body at all times, he has white skin.
Yeah.
Even so, there's never a precedent for having darker skin in present time. Even if he's only like an ethereal projection, like speaking to the spirit that inhabits any of the other Millennium.
There isn't. However, I'm going to give you a reason why that's inconsistent. So, the first point, obviously, like the really obvious one, is that they're trying to present Yami in the same way that he would appear in the show, when he is physically taking the form of Yugi, when Yugi is having a conversation with him, whether it be in the Millennium Puzzle or in his mind, whatever. That's the obvious response. The less obvious and more important response, because it relates to the fact that the story is told and presented inconsistently. During the duel against Soto Kaiba in Battle City between Yami Yugi and Soto Kaiba, there was a flashback to ancient Egypt. During that flashback, Yami Yugi, that is the version of Yami Yugi that was actually in the flashback, actually fighting in ancient Egypt with monsters, he did not have tanned skin. And yet, in the season where he was actually in that place, and then Yami Yugi as we know him, with the same understanding that he has when he's actually in that space in modern times, he is actually transported to that world, he actually has tanned skin. So it shows an inconsistency. What that ultimately means is that we can't rely on that presentation. It means that the people who are
I
making
think he did have tan skin in that presentation.
I don't think he did. I
think he
remember
did.
that. You sure?
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure in that flashback where he and Kaiba are floating around, he has tan skin in the flashback. He just doesn't have it as Yugi. Like, it's Yami looking at his own past, and he has white skin as he's looking down on his dark skinned self.
Okay.
He's not light skinned. He doesn't have the same skin tone in that flashback. And this can be confirmed. Like, we can look this up.
Yeah, I might look it up.
I'm going to do it right now.
So,
Give me a second.
So, well, we've certainly blown a hole in the initial, stance, which was if he changes height, then Doom is right.
This is the
I
thing,
like that.
well, it's also, like, it's not as simple as that either, and that's why this conversation has gone on for so long. Like, we reached that point in the conversation, but Ethan was thoroughly dissatisfied with that, and he pursued his argument, and to be honest, I don't disagree with it. Like, I think maybe there's a reason why.
Well, like I said, I think we blew a hole in that argument.
Oh, you mean, as in, like, okay, no, that's fair. And then,
Hold on. Dude, in the flashback, Yugi is looking at the flashback in his dark skin. He's not even light skinned in his flashback.
Oh, well, then 100%. It's not a carryover. Like,
Ethan, what are you saying? Are you saying that in the flashback he's dark skinned?
He takes his original form in that flashback.
What?
Yes, when he and Kaiba go back in that flashback, he falls into his own skin, which is dark skin with the gold and beige. He's wearing his original outfit.
well, I gotta say, for me, that's pretty cut and dry. If the spirit of Atem that is inhabiting the Millennium Item puzzle is still shown to have darker skin, and when he inhabits the body of Yugi, it does not change to exactly match his darker, then there is a certain. It's basically he's using the biology of Yugi, morphing it to himself. There's no biological change. He's just stretching what's there into his shape.
I'm checking the original Japanese version as we speak.
Yeah, go take a peek at that.
Because I'm genuinely interested. It's not in a desire to counteract what you're saying. It's like I'm genuinely curious to see if I'm misremembering it.
Well, keep in mind the thing I just looked at, I didn't have sound, so it might not have been the right scene, but it was Atem standing next to Kaiba in his Battle City gear, so that makes sense to me.
Fair.
But I could be wrong, so double check.
Annoyingly,
Also,
I'm
your
trying to get the
armor
right episode.
is awesome. Way to stick with the theme.
Frustratingly, like I'm trying to get the right episode. Like I'm getting the episodes with Yugi versus Kaiba, but
Is Yugi not a reincarnation of Atem?
He is.
So then, how is this not a moot point?
It's not a moot point because they have different DNA.
Says who?
Says genetics.
And
Is
what?
the Avatar? I'm sorry. Is the Avatar not a reincarnation of Kyoshi?
so did you want to pursue that point, or do you want me to completely demolish what you said, Ethan?
Please demolish what I said.
Okay, so for some reason in the scene that you're looking at, and part of the difficulty here is that they don't, it's not very clear in a single frame, but the skin color is the same as regular Yugi in the flashback. I will send some screenshots to you and to Tyler. I will also send a screenshot showing you why you thought that. It was literally just shading and shadows.
I will also address your argument.
With the second screenshot, I'm not going to be pedantic about it, but the second screenshot will show you why you thought that. If you look at the shade on his face versus his arm, you'll see a pretty clear difference.
I think that that's just an inconsistency in coloring. In every single other picture of this guy, he very obviously has darker skin, and we have countless examples of it. The entire final season, where he's facing off against Bakura, where he's actually Atem, he is darker than dark, bro. He is the Shadow Realm itself.
No, I mean, well, again, my entire point is that they are inconsistent in the expression of it, and I don't know what you're talking about. Like, what you're talking about, is that referencing, like, this period in the anime? Because what I'm saying is that when they did this flashback, they weren't even considering the skin color of Atem. So, like, it is also therefore reasonable to assume that when they physically change the appearance of Atem through Yugi, they're also not considering skin color.
So what you're saying is initially they didn't have any plans to make Atem darker,
That's right.
and it was just
Because
a
I
choice
don't think
made later.
Because I don't think that they were following the manga very well. I don't think they had any desire to keep to the manga. And they made that pretty apparent with how they played out the anime. And I think the choice to make Atem darker was when they actually looked at the fucking manga and went, oh, hold on, Atem's dark. Like, that's what I think's going on.
Are you ready for me to address your point, Ethan?
Yes.
Of Korra? Okay.
Well, I was thinking Aang. That's my avatar, but
Okay.
everybody
Well,
has a different avatar, I guess.
unfortunately, I cannot, because I have, but I will hop back in when I do not. But I do have a counter argument to that.
Yeah, you said you have a
So,
customer?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll be here.
All right. I'll jump back in when I get it.
Yeah, all good.
Yeah,
My
I
fucking
think
stamina is...
we've hit an impasse here.
What was it?
I think we've hit like an impasse here of like we have to just choose the argument that's the most logical, and I think that that's Tyler's.
Yeah, no, I agree
I
with
think
Tyler's.
if
I
we
100%
stick-
agree with Tyler's position. 110%. All I was doing was countering yours, which I felt was the most inconsistent. Like,
well,
all my argument
hold
was
on.
the idea that he was not, like, you know, like the idea that it was somehow in between. Like he was simultaneously changing his physical form yet not. That was my concern. Like, that was what I was arguing against. I agree with Tyler's point. That's why I was asking your opinion on that from the beginning. Like, is it metaphorical? It's the first thing out of my mouth. That's why. Because that's what I thought. So, although, I think
Yeah, Tyler's
you made some
right.
good points.
Tyler's absolutely right.
But also, my recollection of that flashback having a Tem with white skin was correct, and I'm glad that I remembered that point. That's going back a few years. I was concerned that somehow I had fucking changed that in my mind because I'm white or some shit. Thought I was gonna go like ultra liberal on that. And then I realized, oh, hold on. No, actually I remember that correctly.
No, yeah, Tyler's right. I'm looking stuff up, and everybody online is saying it's a 100% metaphorical for the audience transformation to indicate, and the height difference is actually only to indicate how one of them is more confident than the other.
Samuel Ribbs in the chat very eloquently and helpfully said the following: why are you playing like you are drunk and drugged at the same time? I don't really know how to respond to that question.
Because he is both drunk and drugged. Next question.
Yeah, next fucking question, man. Admittedly, we did take 30 minutes to kill how many enemies? I think 2 monsters in 30 minutes. I do thank Tavo for his patience, to be honest. But I think the main point here is that my hunter had absolutely no stamina. Outside of that, there was a lack of hunting more than hunting in a certain way or in an ineffective way, so... Oh, 4 monsters. Well, that's true. Sorry, I forgot about the Volvidon. The Volvidon had such a low impact that I totally actually forgot that they existed, so... Thank you very
If
much.
you don't call this VOD, who is the father? I think that we've established that Yugi would be the father. I think that's what's up. And I think
you
that
think
we're
that's what
moving
we've
into
established?
Tyler.
Yeah, no, okay, yeah, based on the point that the anime cannot be taken literally,
Yeah.
I agree. The Yugi must be the father. I'm happy with that. But if we take the anime literally, and do you know what? That's probably my mistake for not very clearly differentiating those two positions.
What did I miss?
Well, you
Nothing.
didn't really
We
miss
just
anything.
I did a little online research to see what the consensus was on whether or not Yugi actually is growing taller or if it's a metaphor. And most of the consensus online is that it's 100% metaphorical to convey to the viewer that this person that is in control is more confident than Yugi, and that they are actually always and forever will be the same height, as one is a reincarnation of the other.
Although, but I don't want to be pedantic. But again, it's that scene from the last season where very clearly, unless that in and of itself was just like terrible creative license on the part of the people who made the anime, where the characters were like, oh wow, Yugi's the same height now.
I think what that was is another nod to the viewers, indicating that Yugi was finally ready to take on a Tem at his own level, and that they were equals. Because for the longest, that the entire story is Yugi coming into his own without like needing a Tem to fight his battles.
It's one thing to make an allowance for metaphor when it is not acknowledged by the characters and is only seen by the viewer. And then it goes to the next level when the fucking characters are also acting as if this is what's going on. So...
Well, yeah, I mean,
no, I agree with
there's
them.
lots of times when the characters call Yugi the Pharaoh.
Yeah.
Like they know that this possession is happening.
That's when he's like dueling. Like every time he's dueling. Well, but no, that's true. They can recognize that he's a different person. But you could also say, he has the confidence to become so different to his normal self that in actuality he's being possessed, but as far as the people watching from the outside are concerned, he's actually just becoming so confident and so different from his normal self that he may as well be the Pharaoh. You know, I don't know. And then it's explained that he's the Pharaoh by Yugi to them, but anyway, like that is true. I think that would explain the last scene. It's just another head nod, but no, Tyler, the ultimate point here was that this discussion that we had was me trying to focus in on what Ethan's position was, and that was different from what you said originally. What you said originally is precisely what I was trying to get Ethan to either confirm or deny, and that was whether or not it was literally happening, or if it was just being presented to the audience as a metaphor. And Ethan's position was that it was literally happening, and so I was trying to pin him on that. And
well, I still believe that my version of it is vague enough, which is the idea that like the body can mimic, not just mimic, but can manifest differently depending on the spirit that's at the wheel, like confidence and all that stuff. I still think that's a valid point. It's just not as easy to pin down as Tyler's point, which is if you make everything metaphor, it all works beautifully because the rules aren't anywhere near as clearly defined. But as soon as you say something like I've said, you have to more clearly define the rules, and that is something we don't have the information to do. And as he said, without a precedent to confirm that that's the case, it's a pointless battle. It's an uphill fight. Like you're not going to be able to prove anything.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Like I said, I think that based on the logic of the reincarnation show, I think that it's a moot point. I think that they share the same, and this is why. And this is my argument against your Avatar reincarnation. I think that they're two different representations of an interpretation of reincarnation, right? Because the reincarnation in Avatar, what is carrying over is the connection to Rava, right? So they each have their own spirit, their own DNA, their own personality, but their connection to Rava is what is being reincarnated in them. But in Yu-Gi-Oh, they clearly have two different personalities. So it's not the personality that's reincarnated. It's not the soul in the same body that's being reincarnated. So what makes him a reincarnation?
His purpose, his destiny.
His DNA.
I think that is a flimsy argument. I think it's genuinely just his role in the universe. Like in universe, the Pharaoh is the king of games, and that is what is being transferred. I don't think it's his DNA. I don't think there's any basis for that because of the fact that like it's
except for the fact that they look exactly the same, except for the skin color, which was already addressed by exactly what Doom said.
I don't think they look exactly the same. I think they look a lot alike. I don't think they look exactly the same. And also, that wouldn't matter anyway, because it's impossible that in a world of genetics, you could have two genetically identical people without cloning or twins that exist in different time periods. Either one is a twin that had to go forward in time somehow, or Yugi's a clone. But you can't be born with the exact same genetic makeup as somebody else.
You're following real life rules.
If we're bringing genetics into the discussion at all, we're following real life rules.
Genetics is basic for the discussion.
Right, and if we're using genetics in the discussion, we're following real life rules to an extent. Like that's an internal logic that's not even necessary to the discussion because of the fact that it's an anime.
We've been arguing genetics the entire time. That's literally the basis of the conversation: is whose genetics would the baby inherit?
And I think
Agreed.
we've done the best that we can to try and keep to that point without diverging from it. Like, so genetics, obviously, the concept of that is going to be flexible insofar as like who is physically inhabiting the body, but if we can be in agreement on what the physical body is, then we must be in agreement on the nature of the genetics of it. So yeah, the genetics aspect is not really in question. That has to be.
Well, to say who's physically inhabiting the body almost answers the question itself, right? Because
That's right.
You're automatically admitting in the statement that there is one body, two driver.
Yep.
So I think that the truth is Tyler's initial almost immediate, as soon as he entered the call with the least amount of information, he came in and was like, I think Yugi's the father. Why? Because I think that the transformation that we see on screen is for the audience and as a visual metaphor.
Which,
like,
I mean,
just
which is...
pulled it right out of the air.
Which is reasonable for the reason that I think, like, that's sort of what everyone thinks about when they watch, like, well, unless you're a child, but, like, once you advance beyond the age of lack of reason, you wonder, well, what is this transformation that I'm watching? Is it real or is it not? Is it just being presented to me, or is this literally happening? And that is why the first question that I asked you, or at least very early on, Ethan, and quite frankly, this discussion began really stupidly.
Yeah, in the best way possible.
In the absolute best way possible. I misunderstood you as to mean that Yugi and Yami Yugi were having a child together, which in and of itself is, you know, of intense philosophical importance as to whether or not that's possible and to whether or not that's a meaningful discussion, but obviously...
the answer is Yami would be the father because he's the, he's
the
wearing
dominant
the
male.
Yeah.
But it depends. Like, what if... actually, I don't want to get on that subject. But... you know, what if he's in a different mood that day? But the point is that... overall... that was the first thing that I thought. It was that, like, well, are we going to take this literally? Like, is it going to be a literal presentation of what's going on? You know, Yugi changing
As
form.
the argument started, I was called to, internally, I was called to answer this question as if the transformation was one that could be accounted for by the eyes of everyone around watching. Like, that Atem, when he transforms, he literally gets taller. And I think that there's a basis for both that and Tyler's argument. I think there's a better basis.
No, I agree with that.
I think there's a better basis for that than without one. Like, Tyler's makes the most sense. The secondary point that I made, I think, makes the second most sense. And then, unfortunately, I think that yours brings up the rear.
The reason why Tyler's explanation makes most sense is because that is what makes most natural sense. Like, from, like, let's take, you know, a logical point from A to B. That is what makes most logical sense. Whereas what you're talking about gets very creative. Like, what are the chances that the people coming up with this whole story had thought about it deeply enough to come up with the same explanation for why, you know, Yami Yugi and Yugi shared the same body, yet simultaneously were physically different. You know, it was getting a bit too creative. And so, like, there is less of a chance. Well, there is less of a chance that the people who made the story would have actually thought about it along the same lines. And so it becomes more like your story rather than a reasonable explanation for the story that they were creating. So, yeah, that's really the idea behind it.
I don't think there's any version that makes any sense that where Yami...
Okay, well that's like the game-breaking fucking analysis. It's that nothing means anything. It's all bullshit.
No, listen. No. I don't think there's any version of reality that would make Atem the father of that baby.
Really?
Really?
No.
I don't think there's any interpretation.
Come on, you oh, fuck off. You've just completely just ruined everything. Because you've created another 4-hour discussion.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, you
that
have.
Was your initial argument that you said that if there is a physical transformation at all, it proves that Atem would be the father. I'm saying that is not true.
No, the reason why you think it's not true is based on your interpretation of the anime. You can very easily interpret the anime to mean that there is physically a different person when the transformation takes place. And if it is physically a different person, it is not even a point of discussion or argument that it would not be Yugi's baby if it's physically a different person.
Right, and the entire initial argument was who had more evidence to back their claim. I think I came to the table with more evidence than you did.
Well, this is the thing. Like, we're talking about evidence. Like, it's not about evidence, right? Like, at a certain point, you have to leave the evidence alone, and you have to say, oh, well, realistically speaking, we cannot... Like, I can't read the mind of Takahashi Kazuki, okay? I can't read his fucking mind. He's dead. Bless his heart. But...
Well, if he sires a child anytime soon, I'll back you up. But...
He's not gonna do it anytime soon, my friend.
That was dark, okay?
And good on you for saying that. For the sake of your own argument, you suggested that a dead man would father a child, like...
Okay, I get it. I'm an asshole. I'm just saying.
No, I was being unkind with what I just said, but seriously, fuck me. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that it's as unreasonable as you think. I think, you know, if we're talking about fantasy, everything's on the table. And... Although, I guess, the reason why you think it's not on the table is because you're thinking about all the factors within the story, within your understanding of the story and how it works, like whether or not that accommodates the reality I'm talking about. And I guess...
No, listen, imagine if, like, we got a Discord call, and it was just like a little bubble that said, like, God is calling, and we added him to the call, and he was like, have you guys considered Immaculate Conception?
Yeah. We need that guy. We need him in the call.
Yeah. Oh, he's always in the call, man.
Okay. Yeah.
He hears everything you say.
I see.
No, listen. All right, look. I think that I can concede and say there is no more logical stance for me to stand on than you, who would suggest that Yugi is not the father anymore that Yami is, that there's no real way to determine, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Tyler's is the best point. Moving on. God, that conversation was...
Alright. Hard to get that off my back.
Bro. We're going to be remembering this conversation for actual years.
Possibly,
we're going to be old men. We're going to be sitting on a front porch somewhere. And we're going to be like, you guys remember that time we argued about whether or not Yugi or Yami was the father of Teia's child?
I'm going to be sitting on you on a porch. Not sitting on you, quite frankly, just to make that absolutely clear. That was a misspeak.
As a Freudian slip, if you will.
No, not Freudian. That might actually be an indication of what you want, which is quite repulsive.
How dare you?
How dare you, actually.
Wait. If you and I have a baby, who's the father?
Oh, I don't even know where to begin. The point is that I imagine that we'll be watching Yu-Gi-Oh! On a porch in, I don't know, 2060 on some device that just...
Why we're on the porch, but we're on the porch.
That's not the important point. But we'll be talking about this conversation, and that's special. That's a special thing. But separate to that, Tyler, if you're still here, which I think you are, we've been talking, like I've been talking with Ethan recently, about the whole, I guess the conception behind the game mode where Ethan and I basically have a linked run where we are hunting together, and there are certain rules associated with how we progress through the game. I really actually quite like the decision behind it. I like the way that the game mode works, and I'd definitely like to make it work at some point in the future. And just for the record, I wanted to say thank you for contributing to that. And yeah, I don't know if there was anything that you wanted to add to that, but we've talked about it in the past on this particular recording, so yeah, it seems pretty good. I don't know if Tyler's still here. Is Tyler still here?
I think he is. I just think that he's also at work.
He's
so
dead.
He might. No, he's making a baby with Teo right now.
We
he's at work
inspired
right
him.
now, so
He is at work, fucking pumping babies out. But
the first boobs I ever saw were Dark Magician Girl. Proud of that.
Do you know what? I was very tempted to go in a direction that would be really inappropriate, but I chose not to.
Oh, okay.
I made an executive decision to be a better man, and I chose not to do that.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. You don't even know how much you appreciate it. So, to speak on what we're doing here in the game currently, I have killed something. I can't even determine what it is. Oh no, I can. It's based on the name of the game. It wouldn't be based on the list of objectives, because I don't actually get a list of monsters that need to be killed, because, I don't know, Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate doesn't give a shit about that. God forbid they actually tell me what monsters I need to kill in the quest. But it is Standard Diablos and Black Diablos. We have almost killed the Black Diablos. I need to say, just as a form of admission to anyone watching, that I have not actually been paying attention to anything that I've been doing in the last hour, or possibly longer. So anything that I've been doing in the game, I can assure you, is pure instinct. And what I've actually discovered is that I play better based on instinct than based on actually paying attention to the game. This is actually quite funny, Ethan. What I've discovered
bringing
from
stamina stuff into the field.
Oh, it's not just that. No, it's not like from instinct I bring actual stamina recovery materials. It's just how I play the game. I actually play better when I'm not looking at what I'm doing. Like, my subconscious mind plays better. It's actually scary.
How do you know that?
Because I watch back my recordings and it makes me sick. Like, I will actually watch myself back when I know that at that time I had no idea what was going on. I was just focusing on the conversation, and I will see how I play. And I will be able to see that the way in which I deal with the situation is so much more detailed and so much more capable than what I could have done if I were analysing the situation while live. It's so weird. I don't even know how to describe it. I think if I were actually analysing it without being live, it would be different. But if I'm consciously analysing the situation, it's almost like multitasking. But if it moves even further backwards into subconscious thought, it's better. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it just sounds like state dependent flow state. You know what I mean? Like you're in flow state.
I guess
You're
it's
not
flow
thinking
state, but it's
so
also
hard.
like I
It's
feel like
Ultra Instinct.
yeah, but flow state, ultra instinct, that all implies that there's pressure or an importance associated with success, but there isn't really. Like it's all just it's like muscle memory. And it turns out that my muscle memory just performs better than my conscious thought. So, now that I'm actually seeing what's going on, I'm likely to fail quite miserably. And I actually feel like I'm playing worse now that I'm paying attention to what I'm doing. So there you go.
Well, then I'm gonna have to keep you talking when we do our run, man. Holy.
New strategy.
Yeah, dude. I'm so excited to do that. It's gonna be so hard. You know, when me and back in the day when I played Generations, like my Generations account is the same one that I had on my 3DS. I transferred it over, and I played that game with Tyler. That was the game that I played the most with Tyler. He had it on 3DS, and we got online via the internet. Like we played together from like 2 different states. He was in California, I think, at the time. And we would get online, and he would invite one of his buddies in the military, and I would, like, we would play, and we would beat deviants together and everything. Like, it only had high rank, so it didn't really matter, but, like, that was probably one of my all-time favorite Monster Hunter experiences before 5th gen. That and Try. Nothing's going to ever beat how Try made me feel. Except for maybe discovering the Charge Blade on 4. Because when I found that weapon, I was like, I'm home. But yeah, it definitely is a good time. Feels great.
Yeah. Well, if you actually think about it, and is a scary thought, you know, 8 years ago is when Generations came out, so it was a while ago. Things were different, but yeah. Generations. I remember when I played the shit out of that game when it came out, and I just couldn't do it. After I HR broke in high rank, I put it down. I was like, that's it. I'm burnt out. Can't do it.
I guess that makes sense, but the part you were also like kind of not excited about some of the changes that Generations made, but you kind of came to grips with it after you realized that it was just kind of a celebration of Monster Hunter, and also meant to be a bit of a stepping out of lockstep of what was traditional Monster Hunter.
Yeah, that helped a lot.
You liked that they gave you the option.
Yeah, 100%. You know, the idea that you were, instead of changing the way Monster Hunter worked, you gave people the chance to experience the game differently, and then people who didn't want that opportunity, or rather who didn't want that choice, they still had the option to play in the traditional way. For me, it was just pure... Okay, I'll put it this way. I was playing physically on a 3DS on Generations when I decided to stop playing it. The only reason at that time for me to stop playing that game, really, that I could tell, was that I was sick of playing Monster Hunter on the 3DS. I'd spent so much time playing it for Ultimate. By the time I was playing on Generations Ultimate, I just couldn't do it anymore. It was terrible. It was depressing. And that was the main reason why I stopped. And when I look back on that, I don't question that line of logic. I fully agree with it. I relate to it. And yeah, I think one of the darkest periods in Monster Hunter was going to the 3DS. Maybe it was necessary in the domestic market of Japan, but fucking hell. Doesn't change the fact that I think it was miserable.
Yeah, I wasn't like super upset by that change because I didn't really have much of a relationship with PSP Monster Hunter until after, and I did it mostly on the computer. But man, the 3DS being the system that they used really is such a pain because emulating anything from the 3DS is a goddamn nightmare. Like, I can't tell you how gross that stereoscopic 3D looks when you like upscale it and stuff. It's just not, it looks terrible.
Yeah. I'm gonna finish the live stream. I do thank Tavo for joining me. He basically kept the live stream going in a way. You know, while you and I and Tyler were crapping on about absolute fucking bullshit. Like, literally grade A, platinum, high grade bullshit.
High grade, baby.
He was maintaining the Monster Hunter aspect of the live stream by actually hunting with me, and I do absolutely appreciate that. And yeah, that is all for the live stream for now. I will be live again in whatever I want to record next time. Don't know what that's going to be. Probably Souls. I want to continue with Dark Souls 2. I'm having so much fun with Dark Souls 2. Probably not tomorrow, but the day after, possibly. I will see you next time I'm live, and I bid you all farewell for now. Bye bye.